I'm hulking arrows! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Now for something truly fantastic! That was simple. I've got you! Double the failure! Maximum! Let me return the favor! I'm as strong as Ben! Success! Double the failure! Double the fun! Success! Swear! Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other Frank out. Denizens of the deep. Typical air breather. Maximum pulse!
I am Groot! I am Groot! We are Groot! We are protected now. We are Venom!
Plasma burst!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick! Ball Yuan Shouyi. Perfect hit! The dragon unleashed! Qiguan Tanghong! My fist is unrivaled!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Where do you think you're going? Anybody want some nuts?
Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time! Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Time to go nuts. Ha! Hey, check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free! Just embrace the light.
Lights out. Living defeat.
Us against the world!
My turn to shine.
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
Crack the whip! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
everyone, happy Saturday and welcome to the Marvel Rivals Invitational for North America. We're on day 2 of our bracket ship, only 6 are left, and yesterday was nuts.
Yeah, it was like every single game yesterday just showcased how every team deserves to be here, right? It was always at least a moment of hope where we're going to see an upset, and each game had something special, somebody that was shining. It was just a ton of fun to be a part of.
Yeah, I don't think today is going to be shy of upsets either, but we'll get to there. The future is coming soon, but you guys should also look good in your games too. We want to show you the new skins that dropped just a few days ago. Spider-Punk 2099, Steam Power Iron Man ship. I'm in love with these skins.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the attention to detail. We talk about all the little things, right? But when you see this Spider-Punk 2099, every time you use an ability, there's a little guitar riff, which just hits different in the moment, especially when you're making big plays. I love stuff like that, and I know this skin is going to be everywhere. Have you gotten either of these yet, Lemon?
Oh, not yet, but I'm trying to hold on to my wallet dearly because I feel like they release skins like every week, and I'm like, if I'm gonna go broke if I buy everything. But honestly, now that you sold me on the whole effects of the guitar, I might have to get the Spider-Man. But then I have to learn Spider-Man, and that's the hardest hero in the game, and then I don't think anyone's gonna want to see me on that.
Yeah, I don't even want to showcase me trying, so I just refuse to do that. But yeah, when it comes to the Iron Man, I snagged that immediately. I'm a huge Iron Man enjoyer right now. Obviously, maybe not the most meta in terms of at this level of play, but I think super strong hero right now can deal an insane amount of damage, especially after those recent buffs with the right click. But yeah, I mean, big fan of skins like you mentioned, a lot of new stuff coming. But talking about new stuff coming, up and comers, these games yesterday, Lemon, I'm still kind of reeling over it. I was up, you know, it went so pretty late into the night for me, but I wouldn't have changed it for the world. I just had so much fun, and we've got some huge games coming up here. Starting off here with Envy and Shikigami. Shikigami kind of showed up. What'd you think about them?
Yeah, they are awesome. And to just show you guys all the different regions that are competing all over the world, like North America is this insane clash. The schedule on your screen soon. We had EMEA. We talked to Nevix yesterday from Virtus Pro. That concluded most recently. North America is going to be concluding this weekend. And then we have Asia, OCE, and everyone's been sort of learning about comps from the Asia side in terms of dive and really their play style of things. So globally, Marvel Rivals is popping off, and like you can see on your screen now, North America concludes this weekend, and this is the second invitational ship, and the talent just gets better and better.
Yeah, and the prize pool's no joke. I'm sure we're going to be talking about that in a minute. But yeah, closing up tomorrow. Today, we're going to start bringing people down to the lower bracket. Now the eliminations start getting a little scary right now. We had that yesterday, knocking out a few teams. Unfortunately, even though they were great games, had to say goodbye to a few. But the reason we're saying goodbye to a few, $100,000. And yeah, just quite a prize pool there as the champions getting $40,000. Runner-up getting 20K. We're dropping down to 12, 8, 6, and 4. But virtually, actually, everybody right now in this tournament is getting a little bit of bread. What'd you think about that?
Pretty easy. I mean, to lose that one match and still get 4K. Yeah, unfortunately saying bye to Shroud X and Rad, which was some expected, some unexpected. Here's how the bracket shook out yesterday. Of course, Shikigami won 3-1 after going 0-3, 0-6 in maps in the Swiss, beat Shroud X, who were a big favorite coming into this tournament. And then Nightmare, I thought, really got pushed to their limits against Rad Esports, but it all depends on, based on your Swiss standings, you either got placed in the upper bracket or the lower bracket. So you got some wiggle room, you got a second life, or you don't.
Yeah, and we're going to be watching these games today as we're going to start off with Envy Shikigami going into Fly Quest versus Nightmare. And then to end off the day, we do have 2 more games, 100 Thieves versus Sentinels. I know that's going to be a favorite amongst the chat. There's going to be a ton of channel points betting, I have no doubt in my mind. And then we're going to see after those games today who's going to be playing after them to chase towards completing that lower side bracket and getting into the finals. So you can see this breakdown right here, obviously starting off in just a short amount of time with Envy Shikigami. I know we'll talk about what we suggest and what we think is going to be the outcome of these games. We'll have that discussion with our guests shortly, but I'm just excited to dive on in and see how these teams play as we conclude this tournament.
Just the fact that we had 100 Thieves versus Envy, and the fact that Envy took a map off 100 Thieves, like, they're not gonna have a 100 Thieves are not gonna have this flawless bracket, but we had to save the best match for last of 100 Thieves versus Sentinel, like the rematch, the two rivals that are gonna go head to head. I think for like the remainder of the year, and hopefully the roster stay intact because I want that grudge to keep building and building. And we'll see who from the lower bracket will try to get that rematch, whether it's FlyQuest that can try and go up against Sentinels once again, or if Envy can get their revenge later on. But these are tough matches across the board.
But they are woundable. We found yesterday these teams that are in the upper echelon can be beaten, at least for a round. It goes to show you that anything can happen as long as you show up. In the moment we saw Envy take a W onto 100 Thieves, which I don't know, even us as casters weren't sure about. I believe a few of us did predict that they might sneak one out, but seeing them play to that level, very similar to how FlyQuest did against Sentinels, taking around there. And although it was 3-1 on both sides, those games, even those losses, were incredibly close.
Yeah, and there's some teams like that have substitutes that have been playing in, some people that have stepped out either from illness or power outages, or some people are just trying out different rosters. There's even people like or teams like Envy that have a Speedery in their back room waiting for their chance to shine. So I feel like not every team has showed all their cards yet.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, teams are not afraid to pull out the bench a little bit. We did see Shroud X make a swap. We're going to be seeing, Nightmare had that swap as well. Like you said, due to a power outage. But I mean, Azure popped off. We saw a lot of power plays. It goes to show you that you may not even be seeing some of the players on these teams that have a ton of talent. So just an absolute blast to witness. And the comps were changing up. We saw some teams making some unique changes, playing some heroes that we haven't seen much in the tournament. All those, hidden discussions around secret comps that we're going to see towards the end is starting to showcase a little bit. But I personally had a ton of fun watching that stuff.
Yeah, and let us know in the chat which region you think is the best, because in the history of esports, that's all we have to argue about is NA, EMEA, Asia, OCE. And I know Asia and OCE are also going down, but we've been up all night or yesterday ended so late, so we can't watch everything. So let us know how good Asia and OCE are looking, because NA, even Nevix yesterday, Shib, said that 100 Thieves and the rest of NA stack up better than most of EMEA. He thought that Virtus Pro was like head and shoulders above, but that the rest of EMEA, he wasn't sure how they would stack up against NA.
It goes to show you that they're watching. You know what I mean? These teams that are at the top level are keeping eyes on. And we heard a little bit about teams learning strategies from other regions, right? And understanding comps that may be something they never thought to test. But, me personally, if we get a Worlds at some point here, I'm going to be itching to have eyes on that, because I know, like you're saying, these teams, they're studying each other just in case. And whether it's to help their own team or to study competition, no matter what, having eyes on like that is going to benefit you in some fashion. And yeah, I mean, it's been a ton of really, really intense competition.
And there's like patches that are on the way and probably more changes to come. Like we know Human Torch got some love, Storm got some love. Even like FlyQuest showed us like a teensy bit of Penny Parker and some Storm. So like FlyQuest, I sort of got, are like the innovators of Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, they were doing some unique things. We saw the Spider-Man Venom team up. Venom obviously really impactful, and we have been seeing Spider-Man for touch right at the end trying to get to point, but we did see Spider-Man on the side of FlyQuest actually being used in terms of just more of a divey composition off the rip. So we even threw a Namor Bucky, which to me was insane to hear. Obviously, I would never attempt anything like that, but these players are at another level. But like you mentioned, now we're starting to see some changes up. We're starting to see bans start shifting. Bucky wasn't really touched much in bans, and obviously has had a ton of value. But we've been seeing a lot of at least a shift in terms of bans and keeps, just now more team targeting specific than they were initially in this tournament.
Yeah, some people definitely starting to show their weaknesses, now that we have more than the 3-match sample size from Swiss, like especially like this bracket. I think people are going to take a lot more seriously since there's higher stakes rather than just the seeding from Swiss. I think there's going to be a lot more targets, and you also had that whole week preparation between Swiss to this bracket, to also from yesterday, last night to today. So we'll see kind of how much work some of these teams have done, because a lot of these teams have coaches, some of them don't, but I know one person who's ready to go, and it's Boger, our guest, joining us. And let's say hello to Boger, who's been rocking the watch parties in the MEA and on the NA side. Hey, how's it going, bud?
Yo, what's up, guys? How are you doing?
Good, man. How you been?
I'm chilling. I've been queuing up ranked. and playing a lot of Marvel Rivals, you know.
Nice sling there. I like that. If you guys haven't already, please go throw a follow Boger's way. But we got some stuff to talk about, man. Obviously, I'm sure you're no stranger to interviews and getting up here talking about metas and things like that. I know you're a big Vanguard player. So I have one real quick thing that I want to know as a fan and somebody who plays Vanguard is, what is your take now on the top 4? What do you think after all these changes is now going to be your top 4 or 5 Vanguards? In which order? And if you don't mind giving a little reasoning, I think the audience wouldn't hate hearing it.
Okay, I think Magneto is my number 1 right now. I think he's always good, no matter what team you play on, no matter what team you play against. You always want the Magneto. His ult is pretty good, both defensively and offensively. And he's overall very strong. He's very, like, if you have a good Magneto player, nobody's going to complain. I don't think there's a situation where you don't want to play him. I think right now Strange is on the weaker side. I'm not saying he's bad, but he's a lot worse than before. So I think for the 2nd and 3rd place, I personally would go for Groot 2nd place from my ranked experience. Maybe in tournaments a bit different, but I feel like Groot has a lot of carry potential. His ultimates are like very important. If you hit them, you can just win the game. And his walls are super annoying. So depending on the map, I feel like if you don't play Groot versus a good Groot player and they have the Namor combo or even Moon Knight, it's really hard. And I also think the Thing right now kind of is a better Hulk in a lot of ways, because he can go in, get out, apply a lot of pressure. His ultimate charges up really fast. He's really good against double shield, so I like him a lot. And he just counters dive characters like Black Panther super easily. And finally Strange, because Strange is kind of like Magneto, but I feel like he's kind of worse right now. But his TP could save you the game, and he's alright. He's a good tank. He's solid. Way better than Penny Parker, for example.
We even saw some Penny from FlyQuest, and yeah, the Sentinels versus FlyQuest. I think about that portal on the last map that really turned everything around. And you know, Vanguards are great, but how many is ideal? Everyone's kind of running 2-2-2. What do you think about the possibility of more triple Vanguard or quad Vanguard or solo Vanguard?
Yeah, so I think I think you can be pretty flexible with it, but I think in pro play, usually you want to play 2-2-2. That's the best. I think 3 Vanguards is too easily counterable. There's too many options in Rivals, so you either want to ban Wolverine, which has to be your first ban because they can protect it otherwise, or even if you don't ban Wolverine, Bucky's pretty good against triple Vanguard. So I feel like against a coordinated team, it's really hard to play it, and I feel like 1 Vanguard just is really rough when playing against 2 really good tank players, because you can't really keep up the pressure on the front line. So I think in ranked, anything can work. In pro play, I think they want to run 2-2-2, right? Unless they've really practiced it, you know, unless they feel confident.
Absolutely. That makes sense to me. I mean, one thing you touched on, which I want to delve into deeper. I know you're Stephen Strange himself, and I honestly, I noticed the same type of thing, right? When it comes to Strange feeling a little weaker now. My question to you would be, because obviously still like Yggdrasil's path, blocking portals is massive, but when it comes to like why he's feeling a little off, do you think it has to do with poke damage increase, hella Magneto's damage now? What do you think it is that's kind of driving him away? Maybe even the Thing?
I think Strange, it's just a combination of many things. He lost 50 HP. The Gamma team up is a lot worse. I mean, it is worse, not a lot. Hulk is weaker, which was his like best second tank because of the Gamma. So from that from that perspective, you don't really want to run Strange Hulk too often. I feel like it's on the weaker side now. As I said, 50 HP nerf. I think the Thing with the Magneto applies too much pressure on you. So you're constantly losing HP, so you always need to get top. So it's really hard to do much. And I also think people just learn how to counter his tricks, because there's a lot of things and nuances when playing Strange. And a lot of funny plays you could do with your Porto and your ultimate, but people know them all. They learn them all, so people just counter them. You can just boop him whenever he tries to go for the ult, or you can just play far away. And it's really hard to close the distance. And I also think like compositions, as you mentioned, poke comps, especially a Rocket Raccoon composition with a Punisher, with a Bucky, you just can't do anything. It's impossible, right? So you just want to play Magneto instead of Strange most of the time.
Yeah, for
I'm with
sure.
that.
And even some Invisible Woman has been so popular in this tournament from just booping people away, and even some Rockets, surprising amount of that. But I want to go through these rosters with you. Speaking of pro play, because now we only have 6 teams left. And kicking off with Boger, a lot of familiar faces from the Envy side. To show you this roster real quick, like they've really surprised a lot of people, only having a week, I think, of scrims before the Invitational. Like they're really stepping up.
I mean, the players on that team, I have known them for a while, so they're pretty good. And, you know, their front line is pretty good. Sleepy's a good support player. Paint, we used to play on the team together, right? So I feel like they're a pretty solid team, even though if they haven't had much practice, they've played professionally before. And I feel like once you play professionally once, or like in a very high level, you kind of learn the basics, and it's way easier to get back into it, even if you don't have the synergy. And I'm sure some of the players already have synergy because they played so much ranked or like have played on different teams together.
Yeah, I know we had a discussion a little bit off about Shikigami, and you know, we had actually an interview with Crazemang yesterday who mentioned the Shikigami slingshot, saying don't count us out, we've got this coming. I'm not sure if you have much experience with these guys, but just to kind of walk through a bit about them, Amadian obviously popping off Star-Lord, really strong DPS. We saw a lot of SVP, MVP stuff from Days on that Bucky Wolverine, and you mentioned Wolverine just being terrifying, especially obviously if you're trying to extend, trying to go 3 Vanguards. Just, you know, you can't do it when there's a good Wolverine in the opposition. The back line has been popping off as well. We see the Luna, Ricky, SVP'd a few times. It popped off with MVPs. So this team is no joke, man. They've got what it takes to bounce back.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't play NA that often, but I'm sure they're great players.
Yeah.
FlyQuest is up there for the top 3, although they got humbled by Sentinels yesterday. Everyone's like arguing whether FlyQuest is number 2 or not, and now they find themselves in the lower bracket against Nightmare. Boger, I think that's going to be one of my favorite matches to watch, and one of my favorite teams to watch too, in terms of just all the weird heroes they bring out.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the closest match today. From I feel like some of the other matches might be a little bit more one-sided, but I think this one will be a lot more interesting to watch. And big shout out to Gasklin. I've worked with them before because they also do editing, right? So and they're a good strange player too. Yes.
Awesome. Little tidbits you hear, right? I'm not sure how familiar you are with the side of Nightmare. Do you have any connections here and additional editors?
I know Mace. I know about Luca. I've played some games with Kendrick in my team or against me, Baser, Pizza Demon. Yeah, I've played with them, against them. I know about them. I know Mace is a great tank player. I know why he's on Wolverine here, right? So I'm kind of confused about that one. Maybe he's playing DPS today, so we'll see. But yeah, I know them. I think they're good players mechanically, and I think they have some team synergy. Let's see if they have enough synergy and mechanics to win.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're a very aggressive team.
And Mace didn't like play yesterday, and I don't think he's playing today either. That team is able to play really well with substitutes, or like a roster that got put together last minute. And then the Kings of North America, 100 Thieves, who have only dropped a map against Sentinels and a map against Envy yesterday. Boger, do you have them winning the whole thing? Like, who is there a chance that anyone can upset them?
I mean, they look pretty strong right now, so I'm sure they can definitely dominate. What I want to see is them play against Virtus Pro's team, right? Because they're dominating EU, so 100 teams are dominating NA. It'll be an interesting, fun match, you know, a fun show match. See who's better, NA or EU.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to keep everything calm in the chat when those kind of matches come around.
Interesting. It'll be interesting.
Yeah. As we dive over to Sentinels, we talked a little bit about Triple Vanguard. Sentinels also really good with that Guardians comp. I don't know your experience with this team, but those two compositions kind of have been the defining, you know what I mean, like terminology for this team. What do you think? I
think Triple Vanguard can work. Again, I think if you just play the objective a lot and you just burn time, it's a very good strategy, especially if you do your bans correctly. Because even if you die and even if you lose the fights, for example, if you just play the payload on defense at every turn, at every choke point, and you just stall it as much as you can, even if they cap, they're gonna have no time left, and you just need to win a couple of fights to like complete your defense. And then on attack, you just need to stack up your roots, win a couple of fights again, and just, you know, get to the last checkpoint.
Yeah, I feel like the Loki is so valuable when it comes to triple
Loki,
Vanguards,
yeah.
and just having that, with that reset button, you know what I mean? Like having those crystals ready just to completely juice up a full 3-line in the front is absolutely terrifying to handle. So I do love seeing stuff like that, just shaking things up and just trying to find a way to mess with the team. So
yeah, I like the fact that you can
predictions.
play. Yes, I'm sorry. I was going to say that I like that
No,
you
go
can play
ahead.
any composition. You can play triple DPS, triple tank. You can be creative. I think that's cool.
I think we were very back and forth. I don't know. I was much of a believer of Shikigami after kind of the big upset against Shroud X. I thought they were insane, like a completely different team, including even spawn camping Shroud X. So I was a big believer there. Boger, you think it's going to be a clean sweep. You really believe in your Envy guys, huh?
I believe in Envy. I think it's going to be a clean match.
we got a little bit of a descent here. 0-1-2. I mean, yeah, I think Envy's a really strong, capable team right now. Obviously, I haven't had eyes on Shikigami myself much, just casting. So I've seen Envy play. I know how strong they are. I got to witness you guys talking over them yesterday, and they made me a believer a little bit. So I gave them a round, but just watching how Envy played over the last few days and what they did to 100 Thieves and showcasing that I mean, there was a few maps I actually thought they were going to take more than one. So I gave them a couple.
Look at this one, though. Boger thinks Nightmare's winning. FlyQuest? Okay, you're on your side of the fence here, Boger. Sell me on this one.
I think I just gotta put some hope on our NTMR boys, right? Gotta believe in them. I think it's gonna be a close matchup, as I said. I think it can go either way, right? You guys obviously have your choice here, and I want to hear your opinion about it, though.
Yeah, for me, I mean, when it comes to Fly, I just think they do obscure things. I think Nightmare is also known as like a very aggressive team, right? Not afraid to run that Venom like Hulk and just get into the back line and be a problem. But right back at him, FlyQuest does obscure things with their picks, and they pulled out Spider-Man, they pulled out Penny. I just think things like that kind of mess with team comps and the ways that teams flow. So I gave it to Fly. I gave it a 3-2, so it was a close one.
Yeah, I was thinking this could go either way, but Nightmare just playing with different players than we expected off the start of the Invitational, to maybe Mace not even playing today and continuing with Azure. And, you know, that Magneto was fantastic yesterday, but Nightmare are just integrating these new players, while FlyQuest, I feel like they have this built system. So, I mean, Nightmare, this is the upset that could happen today, if I had to call it. Boger, what? Like, you think this is like the match of the day to watch, right? Or is it 100 Thieves Sentinels?
That is the match. I think 100 Thieves Sentinels is really good, and I think this one is also very interesting.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we push it to map 5. I've been looking for it to happen. I mean, yesterday we were at 4 pretty much across the board at push. It was never a 3-0 sweep. So, but hey, look at all of us right here.
Wow.
Look at us.
This is
Look
crazy.
at us.
There's
Look
handshake
at us.
on all of this.
Yes.
Could you believe
Mind
it?
you, we
3-1.
didn't discuss this beforehand, mind you. This is all like actually our opinions.
Yeah, all off the board, all submitted individually. I mean, Sentinels, at least at the end of yesterday, at first I was a little bit unsure about their flow. It seemed like some of those matches, they were just unsure of what they wanted to do. But that final map, what they did on Spider Island, was absolutely insane to witness. They just kind of shut it down in first point and turned that map around immediately. I put the confidence right back in them. So I think they'd get one at least, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I think they can get one like 100%. But I think 100 Thieves probably wins this.
Yeah, I feel like Sentinels are starting to be figured out with like their triple strats or their triple vanguards, and maybe they can show us like a different identity or different side to them. Or if they absolutely peak today, I could see this easily going to game 5. I think this was hard for me not to put game 5, but I think Sentinels can show us a really good series. But 100 Thieves to the grand final, or else I don't see 100 Thieves losing a single series.
Yeah, they're just strong across the board. I mean, you mentioned that they've got talent, and I was talking to Dogman about this yesterday. They've got talent at virtually every single role. There's, you know, I'm not saying certain teams struggle in certain roles, but when it comes to the best of the best, 100 Thieves really does the correct job at being at the top of the Vanguards, Duelists, and Strategists, and not afraid to rotate comps up and play whatever's needed to match and beat their competition, as they have constantly shown that without dropping a single game during this tournament.
All right, Boger, final thoughts on this bracket and having you on. It's been awesome to see. When are we going to see Boger in an Invitational? That's my final question. I want to see you compete like the old days.
Yes, that would be fun. There might have been a chance for that happening, but we might have decided not to do it. I'm just a little leaks here. But yeah, but maybe next fun for sure. We just need a better team. My team kind of sucks, I'll be honest. They kind of suck, I'll be honest. I jest. It's not the same, you know. It's stressful playing professionally. It's stressful scrimming, practicing. You just don't have the time for it, right? So, but it's fun to watch and it's fun to play ranked and it's fun to do creator tournaments. But I'm excited for today. The matches look really interesting, and I hope the best team wins. Of course, I hope every map. I hope every game goes to map 5, right? At least.
Yes.
So
I hope
maybe
so.
to map 10. But yeah,
oh my god, we had a draw yesterday.
Oh yeah.
All right. We'll be in the waiting room for the Boger competitive run once again, but your content has been insane. So we'll catch you in the watch parties. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Take care.
Bye.
Thank you.
See you, buddy. What a stud. So much fun, man. It was crazy when you see those picks, right? We were pretty much on the same page besides one game. He's got Nightmare taking it, which I don't think is out of the realm of possibility. We both gave the opposite. We gave Nightmare 2 wins in those matchups as well. So we know that's going to be a close one. He mentioned having some favorite games that he wants to see today, as I'm sure a lot of the chat and those watching do. But I know that these are going to be great, and I would like to see them go to map 5 as well.
Yeah, and that'll be a good match. But first, we have to kick things off with Envy versus Shikigami. These are two teams who I don't think people expected too much of, with Envy just putting this roster together just right before the Invitational, to Shikigami having some results online, but how are they going to transfer with just a lot of them having these new careers blossoming in esports and Marvel Rivals. This has been two teams that have really surprised us. From the Envy reverse sweep against Sentinels in another tournament, Envy taking a map against 100 Thieves, to Shikigami going 0-3, 0-6 in maps in Swiss, to beating Shroud X. Low-key, these teams are going to impress us today.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Shiny Stars yesterday. I don't think I missed space. I don't think he missed a single one of those Meteor M's into the dome of any of the strategists. That was insane to watch. Remix obviously running a ton of the thing, which I respect and love to see. But Cal, I think we had a game yesterday, upwards of 20 final hits. Some of the positioning on that hella play, also not scared of playing the Warlock. Just so much talent on that team. Before we even get into Shikigami, I mean, what are your thoughts over there on Envy in terms of specific people playing this game?
They just have such an incredible story. Like, Boger was telling us how long he's known them for, like Sleepy and Paintbrush linked up, then they found Space and I Remix, and again, like, the Invitational is on the horizon. So they trialed Cal and NK, and they were telling me, like, they couldn't believe that Cal and NK were still free agents. That's the level of talent that they had. And then they were able to connect up to Envy, and they actually don't have a coach, because these players have been competing, a lot of them, since 2017. 5 out of the 6 have been in professional esports leagues in the past, so they are just all level-headed, also closer to 30 years old, so you're kind of more calm and mature at that point, where you're able to kind of work through problems with people. So Envy are a team that have improved every game we've watched them at.
Yeah, they're not afraid to switch things up too when it comes to comp. But you talked about no coaches, you talked about how they're a relatively new team. But one of the things that I think is really crazy, one of the storylines that I like to talk about, is when we talked about Cal slightly, obviously an old support strategist style player, and other hero shooters jumping over and saying, I'm sick and tired of dealing with all the support nonsense that I get when I'm playing strategist, and making that change, becoming a duelist and making things happen. Stuff like that, storylines like that, personally, I love to hear that.
Yeah, and his team has said, if you don't ban Hella, Cal will, quote, server admin, both in ranked and in pro play. So that has to be a thing you ban against them. And NK on the Bucky. This is such a solid team, where I was kind of looking at who is the leader on this team. And what's great is it's very democratic. Like, they all have their moments where they stepped up to bring ideas, to be leaders in their own right. And without a coach, to be this organized of a team. And there's moments of disorganization. They're telling me they kind of prepare comps like the day of, because again, they haven't had a lot of time, but they all bring ideas and they figure it out on the fly, and it's worked out to an extent. I mean, having to face 100 Thieves as your first match in the bracket's kind of tough, but this is very winnable for Envy against Shikigami.
Absolutely. You mentioned not having a coach again, but the one thing I find funny, I was just looking back at my notes. They banned Groot, Rocket, Luna every single map. Obviously, it could be specifically against 100 Thieves, but it's very funny because, you know, you don't have a coach in the back line saying, no, focus this for some reason, make this change. It's just keep it consistent. Let's make it happen. Let's see what we can do. That stuff cracks me up.
And you were cracking up probably watching Shikigami yesterday when they were spawn camping Shroud X. What the hell was that whole series? It had everyone freaking out, and it really just humbled Shroud X, who maybe came into that series thinking it was going to be easier than it was. And they have a whole coaching system. They have Coach Fox, who did a lot of work to prepare them over that week. They have Coach Ryan Guy. They have Analyst Duncan, who's all of their responsibilities have been to prepare these picks and these bans carefully, because that adds a whole new element to Marvel Rivals that can really shake up the best of teams.
Yeah, before we proceed forward talking about Shikigami, which I've got some notes as well, let's jump over and check out the watch party. Let's show some love to our watch parties as you see here. Feel free to drop in to these streams. We got Shroud, A. Tony Romero, Boger, Calamity, Flats, Necros, and SK all ripping and watching this stream with us. So go show some love, hit them with a follow, go use those Prime subs, and enjoy watching these games unfold.
Yeah, and Boger was like, oh, Doctor Strange, not even my favorite anymore. Meanwhile, that's like his whole brand. And SK, if you want to find like one of the most goated Psylocks in the game, she is incredible. And of course, we featured Shroud, who came on at the very start of our bracket. I think Flats will be joining us sometime during this invitational, and the rest are so entertaining. Shout out to the community who is supporting the pro side of things, these invitationals, and also giving their take on the game, because that's what's great about this game is there's no like right or wrong answers. It's everyone's different perspectives coming in.
Yeah, there's so many different just strategies and ideas when it comes to team ups, team compositions, the amount of heroes being added to the game, and honestly, the game just in general, in terms of balance, is in a really good state right now. They're not afraid to make subtle changes, which actually do shake things up. Me personally, after I saw a few of the balance changes, I was like, oh, I don't think that'll impact things. And then it seemed to be like the perfect little amount to make things happen. Talking a bit about one of the recent ones we saw with Iron Man changing his left click, just the radius, the splash damage, instead of it having to be an impact. You know, helps drive that a little players away from that right click play style. Small little changes like that absolutely change the game up.
And it's just changing the meta every single time. And Shikigami have showed us, well, people have been underestimating them for way too long. Days on the Wolverine was making Doom to look silly, which was one of the most respected Wolverines up until that moment. And Days also is like a big IGL, a big fight planner for the team. And Craze was telling us in the interview, like, sometimes Days has good ideas, sometimes he doesn't. And like, they kind of figure it out on the fly. And Amadian showed us, I think for the first time this bracket, like some Psylocke. It was incredible, just ignoring the Hela matchup, locks Psylocke, and then runs it down on the Hela, forcing the Hela swap off. So I respect the Giga Chad Psylocke out of Amadian.
Absolutely. We talked about Crazebang with an awesome interview. We made the joke, he PR trained, right? Just kind of handled things. It was like, hey, don't listen to the tweets sometimes. They're not always right. But did have that good mention, which I thought was funny in the chat, the Shikigami slingshot, or see how they played today. You mentioned some really strong plays. Days, for example, SVP to MVP back-to-back on some of those W's. The Bucky Wolverine, things are looking a little crazy on the Wolf, and you know how threatening that Wolverine can be. But just to counteract one of those things I noticed from the side of Shikigami is they are always banning out that Loki as we press forward into the ban phase.
That's going to be the thing, right? They've protected Groot every single game. We'll see. I think maybe they protected Mag too. I think the frontline is what's really shined about Shikigami, but I don't even think they've really revealed all of their cards as the Hela ban comes through from the Shikigami side. And that's fine because they've kind of been more about Bucky and Wolverine these days.
Yeah, they've elected to keep Star-Lord, Wolverine. They like the Luna sometimes, but Star-Lord's not something they're afraid to take as well, as we do see Groot getting banned out. And here we go into the lockdown phase. Who are we going to keep around in these compositions? I'm excited to see.
Yeah, Envy, they protect a lot of Magneto or Thing for either Space or I Remix. Mag and Thing is their frontline of choice. So banning Strange and Groot is actually good for them. So that's going to be following that. It's going to be the protect on the Luna because their strategists are quite important. It's been between Sleepy and Paint, depending on if the Loki is going to slip by this pick and ban phase.
Yeah, Ricky does a good job on the side. Oh, sorry, excuse me, because that was going to be the lock, but they're going to keep the Star-Lord, which is something I am used to seeing. That's actually 2 of the 4 in the last game that they've got here. Gonna get rid of the Warlock. Don't want those reses to happen, which we see a lot of value of that, at least in this tournament. It's so difficult to get a pick only for it to be reset by a res multiple times, just the passive and the ultimate alone. So I'm happy to see that shaken up.
Yeah, this makes sense. Again, the mag and the thing is the vanguards of choice for Envy, so to try and put a lot of teams in uncomfortable positions. But with this Loki slipping by on the Envy side, they like the Sleepy Luna, unless he wants to Loki, and then Paintbrush will Luna in that case. So they're floating some picks right now. We'll focus on the defense, but also the fact that this is a best of 5 lower bracket match. The loser is out of this tournament, but locks in, of course, a piece of that prize pool and a top 6 position. And we start on domination, one of the most chaotic modes, but a great tone setter for really how organized you can be as a team in these crucial moments, and also fights that feel like they never end.
Yeah, Sleepy gonna put down the res beacon just to get the armor out for the team. You do mention, and before you did mention, that Amadian's not afraid to pull out the Psylocke, which we did see there. Amadian, one of the few that are still running Psylocke. Psylocke has a ton of value, especially against when it comes to the rocket compositions, if they do stick towards that, because having one strategist defensive ult, it gives Psylocke a lot more play time, and or at least value, as we see Dinks doing the same thing with the rocket on this side. And let's see how this first fight pans out, because that typically is a big tone setter for how domination plays out.
Excited to see Crazy on the Venom, and this is to pressure those strategists. But then going up against a Loki, there's so many doppelgangers that you have to worry about. So I think Sleepy will be able to slip away, because he's brought out the Loki when that's not banned out, and Paint has to stop the dive with the freezes.
Amadian gonna head towards the left side, try to apply some pressure at a different angle. You'll see that a lot at this level of play, just constantly looking past in alternative angles instead of through the shields of the front line. So that needs to be a mindset you apply on the ladder, as things are kind of stalled out now, as Amadian is just building alt charge and trying to get ready to launch the blade.
The domain regen was popped. That's an important cooldown to mark, and this will give Amadian a chance, because you don't want to dash in and be caught, and he's going to look for that perfect execute. Doesn't want to be the first to fall. The point is unlocked. It was already capped by Shikigami, and they are quick to play on the low ground, but playing up close and personal is iRemix on the thing. This has been his one trick for quite a while, and how he's going to play in tandem from space, and Amadian catches an isolated target.
That's an awesome early pick there on to the side of Shikigami, but they do also, they are running that juiced out Bucky composition, as we are going to see the Kraken impact early. Remix going to be taking out Crazebang, but Shikigami, Days going to land that on Cal and say, hey, I am the Bucky now, as we do it again up into the sky, trying to find another onto iRemix. Ton of damage out, but he does drop back to the team and use that damage reduction, about 30%.
For sure, and Paint popped the Luna ult to just keep the team centered around the staircase side. The Vanguards are taking damage, but there's now a damage boost going down. Dinks and Shikigami holding down the point, halfway capped. Here's the re-engage from Envy.
Yeah, the Fate of Both Worlds gonna slow up the pacing a little bit, but the damage boost from NK gonna land and take out Dinks and Days. Really well done there. That communication of, hey, I'm switching to damage. Throw the whale. Let me see the whale as it lands and takes out 2. Make that 3 and 4, as Envy is gonna own this point.
Really good retake and combo off the Fate of Both Worlds. The damage boost plus the whale is a one-shot combo. Y'all write that down in your ranked games. But you got a Meteor M available for space. And as Boger even said, it's not even just an offensive ult. He do protect, but he also attack. And you can even burst down a Luna depending on how much charge you can get in that Meteor M. You can kill the Luna in her, or eliminate the Luna in her ultimate. So that's something to keep in mind for the upcoming fights, as you have Crazy with the Venom ult that could also get people quite low, and it's paired nicely with the Kraken impact. We'll see if he'll wait for Days though.
Absolutely. We also see that combination of when Luna's using that ult, you got to burst that extra health down, burst the HP where she starts at, I believe, 525. You burst it down and you throw this meatball at it as space is in the sky, lands, and it does trade back and forth, one on each side as the numbers are evened out. Ooh, again, the rest are going to be up as Cal going to rain down on Craze. And again, Shikigami still got kind of the numbers trying to battle back with 43, 44% on the side of Envy.
Yeah, for Envy to take that fight when they only had one strategist alive. Paint got Meteor M'd right off the rip, and you didn't have a strategist trade from Space's Meteor M, so it was all up to that Kraken impact of Cal and just the poking and prodding. He forced that crazy Venom extra health ability, so then he was out of the fight for quite a while. Venom great at taking space, but not necessarily holding it as well, which is what Space and iRemix are just flourishing at.
Envy does go, they are going to have percentage advantage, but they're also going to have alt advantage here as they're holding on to Sleepy and NK. And you did mention, obviously, right now the coordination is not going to be able to happen with Paint and NK again for that damage boost, but the whale is ready to be thrown. Sleepy holding on, ready to make the dance floor happen. And actually, Loki can make that happen as Ricky with a nice pick there on Cal in the distance.
And we got the domain region, the Loki crystals. Once that's gone, Amadian could let it rip with the dance of the butterflies, but the cap is trying to go through from Shikigami. It's 95 plus for Envy. They got the copy of the Sleepy ultimate, meaning there's probably a lot more strategist action. I'm seeing the Luna aura and no touch from the Venom. That is disastrous from the Shikigami side. They definitely could have bought themselves another fight.
Yeah, unfortunate. Not sure about cooldowns there for the Venom, but I think the touch is obviously worth it. Just one of those things that you're going to see early on here, right? It's going to be a little bit of a nerve-wracking situation. They didn't play the way they maybe wanted to. They started off the fight really well on the side of Shikigami, owning that point to roughly 70% off the first fight, which, you know, typically in a domination game mode, that could potentially be the game winner. But no, not able to happen as Envy just owned it all the way through once they retook it.
For Envy to turn around a fight multiple times in 5v6 scenarios. First, another fight where Paint fell early on the Luna, running one strategist, putting all the eggs in the Cal basket, and still winning that fight. To even that final fight where Cal's on the high ground solo, and I like that Shikigami were aware to pressure that and eliminated Cal. Shikigami build advantages. Amadian never even used the dance of the butterflies despite all these cooldowns, all these ultimates out. But I think that Sleepy copying the right ultimates at the right time on the Loki gives the extra armor, and we'll see if Envy will take map 1.
Yeah, Envy doesn't have to be as cautious to make sure that Paint is comboing, because if they do have that ultimate from Sleepy, when they pop out that Fate of Both Worlds, they can still have that communication to switch the damage and allow NK to get those picks, and we've seen a lot of success there on the side of Envy. Space doing the same thing with those Meteor M's. Remix is going to continue to be aggressive with those Thing ults, and as long as you land them post a strategist ultimate while they're grouped up trying to stay alive, it always seems to come as a shock and provide a ton of value for your team.
There's a dance of the butterflies in the domain region. You really want to wait for that low-key cooldown to be out, and vulnerability, the heals, and everything. But hey, it did allow for the first cap, so there's a silver lining somewhere. The Vanguard's in trouble though from Envy. Fantastic freeze from Ricky. Sets up the Kraken impact, and all Envy can do is scatter.
Yeah, that was really well done there by Daze to make a play off it. Honestly, Envy played it really slow in an honestly smart style, just waiting out some ultimates, buying time, and gaining alt charge. But unfortunately, Shikigami committed heavy into pushing them into that doorway and just played off it, allowing Bucky to reset quickly, get an immediate two-piece off the first Kraken impact. Just really well done there. And alt advantage still going to be on the side of Envy, but it's not far off from Shikigami, who can match some things and hit them with that dance, the Fate of Both Worlds, keeping them in the fight. So we will see how this shakes out as they're at 43%.
Oh, Amadian going for an assassination on some of these strategists, gets pulled by the Bucky and will be forced to dash away. Kraken impact in response from Cal. Look at this Meteor M though from Scatter to deal with the problem at hand. Cal, was he silent or silenced? Shikigami with the advantage, the Luna ult and the Venom ult to weaken, to dismantle Envy, but Sleepy matches a Loki copy of the Luna ult, and this was used later on in the fight. A lot more sustained from the Envy side, but they haven't capped the point, Shib, so it's Shikigami benefiting from how long this is lasting.
Yeah, there's a nice pick again from Scatter. Amadian going to do the same thing. They're going to keep this trend rolling as Ricky now finds iRemix, and now it's looking heavily on the side of Shikigami, who in that moment there is just going to follow up and sweep everyone. I did see Ricky try to get a combination with the damage boost on the Venom. Another one of those sleeper combinations that can sweep a team, but unfortunately didn't find a ton of value. And I say that as it might turn around here as Paint going to take out Daze, try to find a little bit of an advantage. 97% they have to touch right now, and I don't know if they can make it.
Oh my god, Envy got distracted by flankers, and Shikigami 100-0 cap after Envy were so close to turning it all around with a late Luna copied ultimate from the Loki to all the picks, but man, Shikigami were way too stubborn. They knew how to play a more passive style when they were at a number disadvantage to stay on the point, to keep on the real estate so that Envy could never flip. And we go to round 3 to see who will take map number 1 after Envy looked like in a commanding charge all along.
Yeah, the Garden is a much more open map. It's going to allow Crazemain to play a little more aggressively and head towards those strategists in the backline more freely. This is where Venom excels a little bit more, so it's pretty difficult to find value with Venom in a tight space like that, just because you're constantly going to be interrupted on your dives with various walls and breakable objects, and it just kind of messes with you. But here, we are going to see some opening as the ult advantage is going to be on the side of Shikigami.
And to keep the rocket around, that's the big difference between these comps. Of course, the Psylocke as well, but the Psylocke has not had as much impact because of this Loki. We'll see if Amadian will change up the way he engages, and Dinks could also give that revive. So all offense, all sustain. Maybe more utility on the side, but with NK, that team up, the freeze against the dive, this is gonna really ruin Crazy's life.
NK just trying to build charge now, 71%, trying to get the whale ready, make some sort of play. His paint is right around even with that charge. Is up in the sky we go. There goes the clobbering time, gonna land it with the meteor follow-up. Great combination there by Envy. Remix gonna find one, but right back out of Daze. Gonna take out Sleepy. The res up on Scatter as they are gonna keep the pressure forward. This fight is very back and forth. Up into the sky we go. Scatter looking for one, gets two, and down goes Pain and NK as Shikigami is now gonna have the advantage and take over the point.
The execution of ults was superb from Shikigami, especially the Kraken impact read from Daze to even spot and predict the teleport from Sleepy to his other doppelganger. And that was a doppelganger that wasn't moving. Daze has got next level wrinkles and the Meteor M to wait for the perfect amount of charge to burst down the Luna in the middle of her ultimate. Shikigami have more in the tank coming up with Envy on the approach.
Yeah, it's embarrassing for myself to think about how successful these Magneto ults have been on to the dancing Luna. That Fate of Both Worlds getting canceled like as more than I've ever seen, obviously, at this level of play. They just don't seem to miss. Crazeman going to be taking that space. But like you said, it's difficult to hold that space with Venom once you burn your cooldowns, unless you have this ult up, which I would not be surprised to happen right here. Down and takes out 3 with the damage boost from Ricky. There's that combination we love to see.
Shikigami are getting so much value off of their ultimates. Back-to-back fights off of just combos and really good reads out of their opponent. Now the ball is in Envy's court. We're going to have the ult advantage coming up. The clobbering time, you pointed out. It's the setup guide, the setup thing for the Envy squad. This has to get everyone weak enough for the Kraken impact of Tau, unless Amadian wants an early pick and spots out the doppelganger. No strategist from Envy, and it's almost 70% from Shikigami.
Yeah, this is the clinic right now. Like you're saying, they just have this pressure. They're owning this space, and the momentum is heavily in their favor as we're at 75%, and ults are pretty close in terms of economy. Envy gonna have a slight advantage here, and they're gonna have to use it to get this space back. They're gonna have to pop them in a non-offensive manner. Instead, just gonna try to take this space defensively, but we'll see what happens, as you know how Scatter is when it comes to this Meteor M onto that Fate of Both Worlds.
And the Venom is ready to die from behind, and Amadian there, and Shikigami ended the fight before it started but Envy, it's all up to now. The 0 to 100 comeback. It starts with the Fate of Both Worlds. Paint and healing and damage to set up Cal with the whale from NK. Envy threw everything at the wall, but will the win stick? All the damage being eaten up by Scatter with the Meteor M. While this Venom is frozen, Shikigami will be set behind, and finally Envy will see some progress.
Yeah, Envy did a great job there scattering during ults, maintaining positioning, still having eyes on where they needed eyes, but making sure that they were away enough to not get three-pieced off of any specific ultimate. Loved the take there. Dropping the whale early to get a pick was nice on the side of NK, but now they're going to be down. They do have that combination with Sleepy and Remix to try to turn that back in their favor. If you copy the Luna, you do the damage boost and allow Remix to pop that Venom ult, immediately taking out Amadian again. Now the tides are turning at 26%.
Remix has to be careful to also not get pulled by this Bucky. He used that extra health. that Venom can still be a liability, but Envy have bought themselves some time with that pick onto Imadian, and marking that Psylocke is important. Envy have had fights ruined in the past because of that. They also got the mini game of taking care of all the squids from NK, because the slows are really gonna hurt iRemix, and we don't get to see iRemix on Venom every day. Now trying to show Crazy how it's done. Shikigami with the ult advantage, ready to step up with all 6.
Yeah, and here we go as it initiates. You just have to win one fight here on the side of Shikigami, and they are going to do the Venom combination again, getting a 3-piece. Envy down by 3, make that 4th, they get one back from space, but no! Kraken Impact after Kraken Impact, Days says, let's end this right now, and push this onto game 2.
I can't believe it, Shikigami with the comeback of the century, losing the first round to following up with the next 2. Shikigami have been so criminally underrated, not showing up for Swiss, but putting on a show in our championship bracket stage. This is a best of 5, and now Envy will get to pick the map coming up. But Days, what a Kraken Impact at the end to pretty much ace the team, and of course he's your MVP at 26k damage, by the way. The next person is at what, 22k? What a performance.
Yeah, it really looks like Shikigami was willing to just put their cards down and open and just play off that Bucky combination with Rocket, really use that unlimited ammo to allow him to just put too much pressure on them, and then follow up with these insane ult combinations that we just saw so much value out of.
I just also gotta say, Imadian is giving us so much value. Like, yeah, we're like, oh my god, we're screaming, we're like losing our minds over these Kraken impacts. It's very flashy, it's explosive, but Imadian has also been putting on such good pressure in combination with his Venom player of Crazy to just sometimes go after the strategist. Shikigami won a fight before it even started because of the elimination of those strategists. And it's not easy to go up against a Loki, especially one as good as Sleepy. So to identify which one was the real doppelganger is very difficult. And for Imadian to get the assassinations, not a lot of people are running Psylocke right now, and Imadian is putting on a masterclass.
Yeah, so one thing that we need to discuss, which I don't think we've seen much in this tournament at all, is that combination with Venom, right? That damage boosted Venom ult just absolutely sweeping the team. 2 fights, which honestly I'd go out on a limb and say won them the entire game, because I mean, now I wouldn't be surprised if he's banned out at this point, but that combination working so fluidly back to back, having the wherewithal to understand when the cooldowns are down that are going to stop that, like things like Loki, just knowing that information and then having such success back to back is so big brain and so smart and so strong. And they said they wanted to work on the Venom comp, and I promise you it's clearly working.
And Envy got a lot to work on during our upcoming break. They've been shaken to be stirred, but do they have a comeback? We'll find out after our highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fun.
thunder! Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Grab the whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
Welcome back, everyone, as we saw a very exciting start to NV Shikigami going to Shikigami in the first map.
I can't believe it. The comeback sort of in that mini best of three reverse sweep, I guess, from Shikigami, from just building confidence to that point. I saw like points where Amadian had the right cooldowns marked off. Okay, Loki crystals, that domain regen is out. Once that's out, you got a lot less to worry about. But then there's like magneto bubbles. There's other things that could really ruin Amadian's day. On Psylocke, you saw a lot of hesitation out of him in round one, but then to Dance of the Butterflies come out, and even if it doesn't get a ton of eliminations, the amount of space or just pressure that you create, the cooldowns that you can force out, maybe setting up other people on the team to go for other ultimates. And then Amadian honestly was even better in the neutral fights, where he would flank in tandem of Crazy's Venom and kind of create go after the strategist so many times against Envy. So Shikigami just improved a lot over the course of those 3 rounds.
Yeah, I love the way you put that. It's essentially like playing a game of whack-a-mole. You know what I mean? When you see Psylocke randomly appearing, you just try to see if you can take her out before she takes out one of your strategists. And like you said, popping all, it's essentially a panic button for the other team. You know what I mean? It forces you to kind of be thinking and terrified during any fight, because you know that that slash is coming your way shortly, and you better have enough HP or at least somebody looking at you or a cooldown to keep you up. And they did force out a lot of those cooldowns, so they're able to find success with things like that Venom Ultimate.
And iRemix ended up swapping off of the Thing, which has been his thing for so long, to try and mirror the Venom, which is something we've pretty much never seen iRemix on, and he's still figuring out his identity on the Vanguard. And you saw Shift as like one of the best things in ranked right now. Like how hard it is for Thing to lock down such a mobile team, right? There's Venom, there's Psylocke that iRemix is trying to run after, and like you could only run so fast and for so long.
Yeah, see, Psylocke's in this weird place where, you know, she's considered dive, but she's also just like kind of in her own niche where she also does a lot of work towards things like, you know, Namor is really good into dive, for example, but she can burst those turrets like it's her job. And the Thing can be pretty strong into certain dive because he does obviously have Yancey Street, which shuts down some of the escape, but Psylocke is typically far away, so as you're heading towards her direction, she's just going to dash away and be invisible, and you're just lost in the middle of nowhere with no one to haymaker. So what are you doing? So yeah, Psylocke is just something we haven't seen much of in this tournament a few times, but very, very strong presence.
Yeah, because Days yesterday was like my clear MVP for Shikigami, and like, you know, it's a team effort. But now Amadian is really impressing me. We only saw like the Psylocke once from him yesterday, and now bringing out more and more, because Shikigami have been trying to avoid the Hella Mirror, and that's been banned out. So now to bring Psylocke in something that we haven't really had an answer to. They tried to bring out the anti-dive when NK is Namor, as you pointed out. The freezes from Paintbrush and Sleepy have been really, really solid, but it still wasn't enough to deter the dive out of Shikigami. So that was a really fun match to watch.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying, there was a lot of team play, a lot of combination ultimates, a lot of discussion. You could tell the teams were on point in terms of understanding ult economy and when to make a play. And we saw plays back and forth on both sides. I'm wondering now, though, are we going to see a change in composition in terms of what they're thinking for the side of Envy? I know they're not afraid to pull out that triple strategist and make Adam Warlock a presence. And Warlock's pretty strong into something like a Venom, at least buying your team some more time to deal damage. So maybe we'll see something like that to change things up on the side, because I know Cal can play that very well.
It all depends on which map Envy want to go to next, and they're a team that have tried to prepare as much as possible, but have had limited time as a team, right? Just a week before Invitationals, they have a week of scrims together with how many maps, and you have to think about a backup plan comp for each map with the picks and bans that can really affect you. Envy, I mean, just yesterday against 100 Thieves, their first pick was Midtown Convoy, which was very super close in OT final fight where Envy ended up winning, but that was very, very close. I could see them going to Midtown Convoy. I'm going to cheat and look, and it is actually Midtown Convoy. Okay, yeah. So I have the crystal ball, but that was something they won against 100 Thieves yesterday, so I think this is solid for Envy.
Yeah, we've had this discussion as casters multiple times, but teams just play very different in different modes. Convergence is so different than Domination. Domination, obviously, very focused on team conversation and big plays. It's not necessarily which team has better players in the moment, but it's more so which team is able to communicate through the craziness and make something big happen, because once you change the tides just a little bit in a fight, you get cooldowns out that matter. You talked about Loki Crystals, Magneto Bubble. Once those are out of the way, it's open season on making things happen, and Shikigami made things happen. We'll see what happens here as we get into Convergence.
And is this Hela gonna make it through? This is the server admin hero for Cal, and you just saw how much of a different team Envy are gonna look without that available. And even so, that the Bucky has usually been NK's thing, and he gives that Bucky to Cal so that he tried to run it. And you saw that this has definitely been a shift. Nothing wrong, but nothing incredible, as Cal's trying to take these off angles, and he's getting dove on by Venom. So Cal really has to be careful. It's just how far away from the team he's going to be playing, and just has to fully synchronize on Kraken impact plus what, or even if it's not with another ultimate, there needs to be like a quick execution on as soon as you see some low targets to go immediately pounce on them with a Kraken impact. And Cal has been keeping up surprisingly well against Shikigami and mainly Daze, who has, I think, a lot more time on the Bucky, but protecting a Hela, I think, is, I would say, it being important, but not a Shikigami just deny it right off the bat.
Yeah, we saw what Envy could do with Hela on this map, Cal. Some of those positions that, taught me. I didn't even know you could go into some of these high-rise locations through windows and play insane angles and flanks. So yeah, immediately going to shut that down, probably doing their homework from yesterday, watching their game. And yeah, I mean, there's not going to allow this Hela through. If you're not going to match it, then get rid of it is the way that I see it, as we see a ban of a Wolverine as well.
I think Star-Lord's another option. We haven't seen that from Cal, or at least it was a lot of the Bucky, a lot of the Namor, and Envy swapping up their comp. They're a team that are not afraid to play that and really relying on the Thing and Mag as their main vanguards. So really making sure that Space is comfortable. That's his best hero by far.
Yeah, there's a common misconception that since Mag's playstyle is so slow that he's just not him when it comes to the Vanguard, but he's been the most locked in, at least of this tournament so far, by my calculation, most locked in hero, just because of how powerful that Meteor M can be, and just that poke damage right now. Magneto, with that little bit of damage buff on his left click, enables him a ton more damage overall, and his pressure on those strategists in the backline, as we are going to see a Groot comp this game.
So the Star-Lord Bucky is going to be the duo most likely for Envy. We'll find out when the doors actually open. There's still a lot to discuss amongst the teams, but Envy and NK trade a lot on these different roles. Cal will be on the Bucky when NK's on the Star-Lord, so it's great to have them flex around. But will we see iRemix bring back the Venom, where that was something they ran on some other maps, not necessarily this one, but they'll stick to something that's a little safer with iRemix on the Groot and possibly Cal on the Thing.
I'm noticing that
the triple Vanguard? Okay.
Yeah, Cal gonna be on the Thing from what I am seeing, which, we'll see as the map opens up here if that's gonna be consistent. But this is a very strong map. Yeah, very strong map here for the side of Envy. And this is something that they're, they've shown a lot of success here. So you got to trust the system and what they're going to be playing. But this is definitely a unique comp, one that I haven't seen yet.
And I'm looking through all of their comps. They've never played Cal on Thing. This is a new look and a very vibes-based team as Shikigami roll out with some Storm and now some Squirrel Girl, probably just to pepper down these tanks. And Squirrel Girl, great for that tank pressure. It's a little bit tough to execute in terms of accuracy as a Squirrel Girl enjoyer by itself, but this bursts down the root walls so quickly and a fantastic root onto Space, who has to bring the shield out. So a great first blood from Shikigami.
The Squirrel Girl damage, like you mentioned, really strong into that shield, finding value immediately, getting locked down. Scatter trying to find another onto the Groot remix, running for his life as the KO does not come through. Well done on the retake there by Envy to force themselves back, but a ton of space bought here by Shikigami.
They're still rolling out with this Storm and the Squirrel Girl, the mobility of the Storm allowing them to just brute force their way. And you know, with how large Vanguards are, even if you're blind, you could still hit a root from the Squirrel Girl. So I think Envy are gonna get humbled real quick. iRemix's walls are gonna break, and he almost has to use them defensively, and that's a strangling prison from Crazy Side. One of the best groups that we have. But a domain regen is popped from Sleepy with Paint with the fate of both worlds, and a Storm ult as soon as that expires. Sleepy with a second Luna ult. The Eye of Agamotto on top, and all hell breaks loose. A huge team wipe in favor of Shikigami.
And they're going to try the portal block, or at least the shutdown right now, buying them some time, just kind of holding and ready, knowing it's going to happen. Very smart play. You saw there on the side of Scatter, who did want to hold that ultimate. So what you do with Strange is you try to get around 70-some-odd% on his energy, and then you initiate the ult, because all you have to do at that point, land a melee and a swing, and you are going to sweep the back line as we see an easy pick there onto Cal from the side of Crazemang, and Immediate on the Squirrel Girl, surprisingly getting insane value, just dealing a ton of damage with this lockdown, and no luck there on the Strangling Prison, as I think Envy's playing a little bit on their heels.
All right, a 4v6 turnaround, and you deal with the Squirrel Girl. You were aiming for the Loki. Dinks is still alive and well. Doppelganger teleported out. Will copy the fate of both worlds, and Shikigami are also kind of getting traded out. So despite a 6v4 fight for this offense, it's not going to go by so easily. You don't have a Doctor Strange on the NV side, so there's no easy portal. There is just going to be a recontest where they're going to play as safe as possible until they get all 6 back.
Yeah, we might see the combination here of Strangling Prison into Kraken Impact, a very terrifying combo because it will land on everybody, and the team just has to follow up. Once one goes down, everyone goes down, as we are going to see an immediate Galactic Legend. No value just yet. Shield gets popped. Space just trying to ensure that he gets enough, and there goes a lockdown as we're going to lose Ricky, the Strangling Prison out, and here comes Daze as 2 go down. Cal gets driven on Dinks, though. Will they find more value? Cal going to make that 2. Good off angle here, finding value from behind the enemy lines, and just dunk after dunk from the Kraken Impact, but it's still so back and forth. It's nobody's yet until Envy now going to own this space with only 50 seconds on the clock.
And like, I think Shikigami running a Doctor Strange, you're able to protect themselves a lot better during the Strangling Prison of the group, but the difference was Cal went on a flank. That's what he was trying to do in the first place until he just ran into bullets. So now that he was successful on the flank, that's what really tilted the scales in Envy's favor and allowed them to stabilize. Eye of Agamotto at the ready for Scatter.
As we start this next fight here, ult advantage on Shikigami, but no, Cal! Excuse me, NK gonna make the play, gonna land on Crazemang, make that 2 as Scatter goes down, forcing on another ultimate 3 as Dinks goes to NK, just playing with confidence now. 4, soon to be 5, gets the Penta, an absolute demon to sweep him up and force one last potential touch if it's possible. If not, this is gonna head towards a very good position for Envy.
Just a hesitation from Shikigami. This Doctor Strange Scatter was so close to the enemy team. I was waiting for the levitate to jump in. You just got to feed to go for a valuable Eye of Agamotto, especially against a Magneto that doesn't have as flexible of a shield as Doctor Strange does. Scatter really had to take a risk, and he hesitated, and it did not... it allowed Envy to be proactive, to pull the trigger on their ults first, and that's how Envy were able to eventually full hold Shikigami on their first push. And this was an Envy that shouldn't have even been able to defend A in the first place. They kicked off a 4v6 in the previous fight where Cal kind of ran in solo, got caught unexpectedly by Shikigami being closer than he expected. to Envy somehow pulling off a 4v6 fight comeback with good ults. Mainly Remix. These strangling prisons have been demolishing Shikigami, even with a Doctor Strange shield provided by the Shikigami side. But what's been critical is Cal's not afraid to go on a flank. Shikigami though showed us a cool look of the Squirrel Girl, the Storm, just to a look on how to deal with the triple Vanguard, but ultimately needed to go to something better, and it ended up not being too much better when they can't cap point A.
Yeah, it gives you that underdog story, right? When you see heroes like that being selected, it almost makes you, you know, it's funny because obviously they are ahead right now in the series, but underdog story just simply from hero selection alone. I did like what it looked like. I'm wondering if they held on to it, maybe if they could have got first point, because it was kind of working for them. I think they gave up there after a few fights there, but still, we are going to progress here on the high side. We've been seeing every team virtually holding this bridge position on the high ground, noting that they only really have to stuff them at this bridge choke. Early on, it doesn't matter too much, as we saw this side of Envy try to hold and get absolutely beat down in that first fight.
What a shot from Daze, the headshot on Cal, and this is disastrous. And to set up your squids to be always on the offensive, but the range from Namor could be pivotal, and at least Remix gets a trade and will force Shikigami to retreat, especially with how low the Star-Lord got. Scouter did get frozen, so the Shikigami kind of had to stick together, and this is really good progress from Envy. They're pretty much one fight territory from winning the map and tying up our series.
Yeah, Remix buying a ton of space. The sheer damage from this character boggles my mind. Just so threatening to virtually everyone and taking eyes away from that back line. Absolutely pressuring everyone. Remix doing a great job holding this natural cover to the right. Does almost get pulled, but unfortunately does not happen with a big strangling prison. Will they be able to find value? Has to retreat to get some HP back, and it is going to be a stalled point as both of them are going to be holding on to their dance. Invadable World's top. Here comes the Meteor M. Going to find value onto a Madian. Is this going to be enough for them to push through?
Oh, and Crazy is just feeding to try and get a good strangling prison, but then Paint has another fate of both worlds. 2 Luna ults, still 1 remaining from Dinks. You have Armed and Dangerous, the Kraken impact from the side of NK, and this is where all hell breaks loose. In just a few more meters, Envy don't need to win the fight, they just need to zone off Shikigami, and that's why everyone's just staggering onto the card when it comes to the defense. They can't allow this win to go through.
Oh, it's difficult. We see no Qs available across the board here. No one able to pop off, but we do see 2 as Space and NK find 2. Daze turns it back, but no, that's going to be enough as Envy is going to take map 2.
2-0.
Yeah, that was kind of a roll. Holy cow, just off the rip. Remix able to find that response, that trade to even up the numbers, to getting good freezes on the offense, to stall out Shikigami's rotate on the back foot, to once Shikigami just couldn't take a fight on their terms, they had to take a fight near the finish line, which is not a place you want to be. You don't have as much space to play with, and Envy just traded blow for blow, ban for ban, and Envy were just better at the end of the day. It was pretty good buckies across the board too, and it's kind of tough to pick an MVP. The Envy Vanguard side though, they really knew how to be aggressive. At some points that made you think, oh my god, they're going in solo, but Remix, the strangling prisons jumping in, everybody worked so well together from Envy, and to tie our series up.
Yeah, it wasn't a ton of time to showcase some play from the side of the duelists, but the Vanguards in those fights were really showcased. A lot of successful ultimates, strangling prison, Meteor M's, finding a ton of value. The sheer patience and understanding of cooldowns alone to make those valuable, especially when there's shield potential to stuff things like strangling prison, all those cooldowns we had mentioned before, you know, with Loki, with the bubble, etc., etc. Obviously, but the communication in those moments to find that much value, especially as a Vanguard and owning those points, was really well done by the side of Envy.
For sure, and that was Envy's choice of map, the one map that they took from 100 Thieves, the second map that 100 Thieves have ever lost this entire Invitational. That was Envy's bread and butter, and they showed it on that full hold. We got to go to a break, but when we come back, the ball is in Shikigami's court on where they want to go to next.
stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen.
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Grab the whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
Welcome back, everyone, as we are tied up 1-1 in our series. Just an absolute masterclass on turning that around. We talked about the Hulk strategy in the past where a team loses and they come back really strong as Envy takes that one back.
Envy, their Vanguards are something else. They're players who have played Vanguard type of roles in the past and some of the best in the business, and they really showed that today, kind of going back to their main heroes that they're best at, and held up a solid defense that, again, I'm so surprised they're able to come back on. Just the clutch potential of these duelists and Cal going on the flank, trusting his Vanguards to keep the attention at the front, really well coordinated. But now it's up to Shikigami to pick our next map, and I think it's going to be Shin Shibuya Convergence, because this was what they picked against Shroud X yesterday, and it was the map that they smacked them around on. Insane. They capped with 90 seconds and full held Shroud X after when they went on defense, and it was all up to that Venom dive. So we'll see if Shikigami can pull that off, if that's the map they want to go to. But that's a scary map to face Shikigami on.
Yeah, one of the things I like about the best of 5 series that we don't necessarily see in the best of 3 is teams really starting to open up their roster of maps, like where they're comfortable on, that may be more niche, or things that teams don't practice as much, don't scrim on as much because they don't anticipate playing there. And you're right, they did find a lot of value there, did get through the entire push with plenty of time on the clock, and then full holding after that is just the icing on the cake. So you are correct. I believe that is exactly where we're going to be going, as that was a perfect call there as we get into our bans. One thing I'm curious about is we did see Cal obviously getting really focused on those bans, getting rid of that Hela, which, you know, plays incredibly well. Force onto the Star-Lord, did see some success in the Star-Lord on that last run, but it does allow the more, you know, common bans, something like Loki, to get through the game.
That's the thing, is Loki gonna keep creeping through, because now you have 2 Luna ults, a total of 4 on the field, which really keeps these fights going and going forever. Sometimes you'll see Dinks go onto the Rocket, which has been a lot of extra offensive power that has helped tilt the scales in their favor. But ultimately, I think that if the Loki goes by, it's going to be a lot of more Loki and the Luna, which is so anti-dive with the regen domains, with the freezes, with the extra strategist ults that you get from Loki, but how flexible he is at picking which one. I think this is going to be difficult for Envy to overcome for sure.
And we do see the ban out of that Venom. They don't want to deal with it anymore. Get rid of the Venom. She just absolutely deleted off the face of the planet as the Hela. It's almost like recompense. They're just like, nah, I see what you did with the Hela and I raise you the Venom. Let's get that out of there, as they are going to continue to lock down Space's Magneto.
Yeah, Space has been trying to learn the other Vanguards. Not sure how flexible he is, but them consistently protecting Mag tells me, like, this is such a core piece to their puzzle to protect the Wolverine. Daze is a menace on the Wolverine. Oh my god, just off the rip against their opponent yesterday, Shroud X. That was no fun. Best of luck to anyone who gets kidnapped there by Daze. But the Loki slips by Shib, and that's going to be another layer to get through as the Wolverine.
Yeah, we're going to see Dinks locking that in immediately. Surprised to see it, allowing Loki, like you said, that double dance floor is tough to handle, but Envy electing to not, at least at the moment. We'll see what Sleepy does after the armor packs are thrown, but at least right now, only one dance floor on the side of Envy, but Invis, just so much value knowing that potentially the opposition's going to run that Wolverine, Invis being one of the only solutions. Besides, you know, the thing, not being able to get pushed around is obviously valuable against Wolverine. Still gets diced up by the claws. But, you know, Invis, outside of that push and pull is pretty much one of the only things that can shut him down, and if communicated properly, will get you the W, as we do see some switching here, as Paint's gonna go to that Luna.
Yeah, and for Shikigami, their backup plan, you know, they obviously run a lot of dive with the Venom, the Star-Lord on this very map, and now that it gets banned out, it was important for them to keep the Wolverine in the picture, and that will be swapped into. A lot of people like to bring out the Scarlet Witch to give that team up to the Magneto, just for that first, what, like 15-second window that you still benefit from the team up after the swap. But breaking through this point is gonna be a task of all time. Shikigami really struggled at this yesterday, so we'll see. It takes a lot of time to get through, to say the least.
Yeah, as we begin this first fight, a lot of the teams have elected to go around the building to the left, and using that positioning around the building kind of changes the speed and the style of the fight. Cray is going to dive in early on the thing, going to use that reduction to reset as a team. We are going to see the Loki clones just taking priority and holding like a wall in the front line. But this looks a little more standard of a fight than we do see on some of the other teams who try to make those outside skirt plays. Paint just dealing a ton of damage, trying to keep up Remix, who is at about 5% HP, but no, is going to stay in the fight, and nobody down on either side yet.
Yeah, good conservative position, and this is why it's so hard for the offense to win, because this backline can go back into the arcade and be in full cover. So accessing these strategists is so difficult. Sleepy also already has the damage boost, and we already have a Galactic Legend on the flank from a Madian.
Yeah, I think they thought they were going to sneakily get that ult out before Paint got there, but Paint getting that ultimate within a minute, very fast on the Luna. And here comes the Meteor M. Is it going to find value? The shield was up, and I believe it gets eaten. Well done there by Space to keep the team in it, but we do have that Kraken impact from NK ready to start launching here. Dealing a bit of damage, ready to set up as Cal on the Wolverine finding an off angle. Waiting, and here comes Daze. Lands the Kraken on the back line. He's going to find one, resets up in the sky. Here comes another. Cal going to turn that around, though. Get rid of Scatter, and the rest is going to happen for NK, so nothing happened on the side of offense at the moment, as Envy's just waiting out their time.
Well, the clobbering time to try and lock down this Wolverine, that's picked off too, and the kickoff on the Luna, but the copied Luna ult is what helps the twin, I guess, get through. Shikigami have a good chance. The scales in their favor. They need to slice down these Vanguards, but the healing is just too much. Shikigami kind of let go of the steering wheel for a bit, but now they're driving towards victory. They've warded away Envy, and that should be a full cap with... Oh, there is a Doctor Strange up from iRemix, maybe trying to portal through, but at the very least, Cal will be able to recontest.
Yeah, there was a touch to buy some time. The teleport could get there, and here it is as they do initiate down a number right now. Shikigami just going to keep this pressure on, though. They know where they're coming through. Keep the absolute raid as Ricky's going to take out iRemix. Space is going to get rezzed up, though. It's just going to stall this a little bit, but I still think this is very much in Shikigami's favor. But again, ultimates pop. Shikigami gets 4-5, and they are going to cap this first point.
insane setup by Crazy on the thing, and the damage that poured all over Envy was beautiful. Good recontest from Envy. Taking time on the clock is still valuable, and a brawl that builds ultimates is even better. But Kraken Impact will be ready soon from Days. Paint has to be ready to heal the team with the Fate of Both Worlds. Power position trying to be fought for there by Shikigami, which can create a flank angle for your Star Lords to get around. And Amadian, keep an eye on him. He could be a huge source of success, or he could be a liability depending on how deep he goes in.
Taking space and giving a KO. Two very synonymous things at the same time. It just depends on line of sight. Up in the sky we go. A combination there as the Meteor M's going to eat the damage, allowing them to pop off with Cal. Cal does find one as Days goes down. An early start there, but that is two ultimates utilized as we are going to pop the Fate of Both Worlds on the side of Shikigami. And here comes the dunk. Will we see the meatball land? Bang! No, it gets caught. Just like that, keeping them in the fight. And they are still going to be holding this area.
To dodge that Meteor M by going inside the doorway. That's a next level reaction. And here is the reaction. The retake. Amadian with the Galactic Legend. But Sleepy copied the Luna ult. NK is frozen. And Envy had such a good shutdown on Days' Kraken Impact. But this defense has been next level. It's resilient. You saw it on the previous map. You need to fully wipe Envy or they will not go down.
Yeah, great defensive positioning and patience right there. Don't overact when something is happening. You don't panic. Play slow. Let stuff burn out, especially if you're using some of these strategist ultimates. But we do see a trade back as Cal played a little aggressively trying to find another, and unfortunately going to turn the tides back towards Shikigami's favor as their spawn just a little bit closer towards this payload here as we are pushing forward. NK trying to find an early pick onto the back line, just building up that alt charge. No advantage yet as actually Crazemang does have the clobbering time as it gets launched. Doesn't land into anybody in the back. They're going to try to follow up with the Kraken Impact that just gets turned around and thrown directly back in the back line.
I think the Loki regen domain helped Dinks and friends survive the Meteor M. Defensively, great bubble on Cal, the Galactic Legend that can be more aggressive because of that. Picks in favor of Envy with Luna ults to spare. It's the one in the back pocket from Sleepy, and you're not even gonna need it. There's just nothing left in the tank from Shikigami to fight back against, and this is costing a good amount of time. Now, less than 90 seconds for Shikigami to get the point B.
Yeah, a massive miss there on the side of Shikigami. Crazemang tried to land a thing, clobbering time on the back line, and Days immediately popped Kraken Impact out of hearing that noise, thinking there is a free pick for me, but unfortunately, both of which found no value, giving the advantage back to Envy, who's utilizing that to own this space. Now we're back towards Shikigami ultimate advantage. Let's see how they play out with it. Remix holding on to that clobbering time. Sleepy ready to start dancing to even the odds a little bit, but we do see Amadian, and here it gets popped right now up in the sky. Galactic Legend trying to find somebody. Remix gonna put some pressure onto the front line and immediately now chase the strategist while there's distraction. Oh, it gets frozen during the clobbering time. Not able to get a pick there as they're driven back towards their team.
But still forcing out the Loki crystals from Shikigami could have still been valuable as iRemix is a menace. He's in the middle of 12 people. Ow! Is iRemix still alive? Shikigami had to use ult just to sustain, and now it's time for offense with Days with the Kraken Impact and being enabled by Crazy at the front side. There's no space being earned by Shikigami as the clobbering time from iRemix hits both strategists.
And up goes NK, getting two dinks. Ricky making a Madian, why not? Let's get more. Days goes down, scatter, and Envy gonna push this thing into OT and likely make this happen. Good defense on point two.
Just the trade of ultimates. Envy may have faltered, but they never gave up, and this is why most teams will ban the Loki. The level of sustain that you have with having two Luna ults and just the great bubbles that came out of space. This is why Envy protected Magneto every single time. His awareness of the battlefield is next level, and enabling Cal and the Galactic Legends is that extra bit of space that Cal can push into, having that extra level of protection. And for them to also shut down Days on the Kraken Impact, there were some ultimates where Days could only get one elimination, if not zero. Envy are quick to react, they're quick to strike, and it's a defense that holds on about short of point B. Very, very winnable for Envy, but this point of the map is very difficult to push into, so Shikigami, I believe that they could do a full hold as well. They did it against Shroud X, and they could do it here again.
Yeah, I was going to say, it wouldn't be our first time seeing it in this tournament. This is obviously a very defensively strategic position. You do have high ground, you have off angles, but you really kind of have the advantage in forcing the team down a small choke before they can get to that open area that you own. We saw really strong play there, a little bit, a couple missteps there on some ultimates. Teams roughly running very similar comps, except for obviously Sleepy going to be starting off here on Rocket just to give that armor pack to the team. We will likely see a switch on the side unless they want to boost out NK and allow the Z-Pack combination to take some space, but we'll see right now as we push in to the attack on the side of Envy.
And just a neutral fight, keep in mind the Bucky hooks. This could just, and with the thing, you know, that's front and center, it's, you know, immune to displacement. It's not the easiest thing to pull off, but the Star-Lord's going to combine in the sky. You got the Magneto from Scatter in the top right. Shikigami take angles. They pitch in, but Envy clapped them right back with 2 picks.
Oof, we just started the fight there. Envy just popping off, finding these off angles. Shikigami not ready for that pressure, and it happened quick as 2 go down and give them a point within 30 seconds. What a press there by Envy. One thing we're noticing now is these Magneto ultimates are finding a lot less value. Teams are learning strategies as the teleport comes in, but it does 3 bodies out. Cal gonna find 2. Soon to try to make that 3 out of the thing here. Gaining that ult charge at the same time, just feeding these duelists their ability to press Q as Remix takes out Daze, and they do get the first point.
Yeah, the portal back from Shikigami wasn't fully synced. There were some people who took the portal, some people who didn't, and it just wasn't enough chaos but created at the beginning because the portal that came from Envy's side was in the middle of a battle that was already taking place. That's why it had a lot more value from the distraction. Now Envy have built up a lot more ult charge from this unfortunate snare from Shikigami, and the time bank advantage that they have, 5 minutes to get all the way to point B, is quite incredible.
Yeah, they do have the advantage here too, because honestly, wow, well done there by Space picking out a Median early. They did not push the cart too far on the side of Shikigami. The Space taken as NK goes up. Cal gonna follow up 3, 4. They're just raining on the opposition as Shikigami is falling apart and pressing this thing forward. I think that is gonna go directly onto the side of Envy.
That's just it. Envy gonna go to series point with back-to-back map wins. Really insane stuff. Shikigami just had a Median setting up on the wall with his squids, thinking he had space and time to just go for the free poke with the tridents, but unfortunately he gets caught. And I also gotta save paint on this Luna. We never get to shout out Lunas because, you know, it's a Q-bot sometimes, but the frag potential of paint, just that initial damage, is setting up everyone for success, and that was a big reason Median even got low on that wall, was paint with the shifted primary fire to the rest of Envy following through. The comms are incredible, and the Envy guys have known each other for years, so despite this team, I guess, quote, coming together a week before Invitational, they're a team that have so much experience in esports, know how to shut up, know how to calm when it's right, and know how to react in time. And Envy showed us 2 masterclass performances.
Absolutely. You talk about the backbone of a team being the strategist and, you know, maybe not showing enough love all the time. And honestly, I think that is a problem that virtually everyone playing hero shooters has. But we did see just a lack of getting KO'd on the strategist side. When you have that ability to stay in the fight, your entire team has that ability to stay in the fight. And you see only getting KO'd 1 time and 2 time, I believe, 1 and 2 on the side of when it comes to Envy. They just absolutely had the best positioning. They played off those Loki crystals and they were able to stay in virtually the entire time. And it was just an absolute slaughterhouse on attack.
Well, we'll see if maybe Yggdrasil Path Convoy could be a map up Shikigami's sleeve. They picked that against Shroudex another time that they lost. We'll see if my crystal ball is correct, though, after this.
endlessly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen.
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Grab the whip. Do that with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
Okay. Another insane battle, but the tides are shifting as we see Envy now just putting on that pressure and Shikigami kind of losing their footing. What are you thinking, Lemon?
I don't think they have feet left under them after that defense, or Shikigami just fell over instantly within the first 30 seconds, as you had pointed out. Like, they had such a good setup of the Star-Lord on top, just raining down damage. You had a Magneto in the top right. You had kind of all these different angles from Shikigami hoping to collapse onto that choke point, but then Paint. Oh my god, we never give enough love to Luna, but that shift, that boosted damage from Luna got the Star-Lord low, and then the immediate reaction of Envy to go for the first blood onto the Star-Lord, and everything collapsed from there on out, especially when Shikigami's Magneto was in a different position, not on the low ground, not immediately able to transition to a defensive style. So Shikigami were split apart, cracked like an egg.
Yeah, there wasn't even time to react. It seemed like the pick happened just being in front of the Vanguards, trying to play a little more aggressively, maybe trying to get that spin to get alt charged, but unfortunately the whole team was ready and waiting, and those picks happened so fast, couldn't even blink an eye, own that point, and at that point, it was just a stagger fest. Not much you can do to retake unless you just somehow pull off a 3v6, but the odds of that happening incredibly low. As we do see these teams now, I mean, it just seems like Envy, like, awoken a little bit after that first game. They're like, okay, wait, we gotta actually, you know, let's put our shoes on here and start running, and they just walked through those last two maps.
Yeah, for Envy to also do well despite not having that Hela, one of their best heroes for Cal, and to coordinate the bubbles from space with Cal, and Space being able to keep protecting that Magneto allows them to have that setup to enable their duelist, while Shikigami are losing that duelist battle, to be fair, and less about the numbers, but that Envy are picking off the duelist of Shikigami. That has to be something to look at going forward, as the Hela continues to not be in the picture in any of these maps, and it's worked out for Envy to take care of the Venom too.
Yeah, ever since the Venom bans happened, things have looked a lot more smooth. We did talk about how Shikigami mentioned they wanted to work on that composition, and they found success with it yesterday and today. The first map, obviously utilizing that Venom as well and getting a ton of success. So since then, it hasn't been seen. We are going to be on Clintar here, and that is a very heavy Groot map as he does get locked down. Similar with the Spaces Magneto, was something we're very consistently seeing.
Yeah, Shikigami choice of map as they face series point against Envy. It's 2-1 for Envy, and Magneto protected, Groot protected, and these are the core pieces to the Vanguard lineups. But what is going to be the duelists, right? You still have Star-Lords. You have a lot. We've had a lot of Namors, surprisingly, too, where Amadian didn't really get to shine that previous map because it takes some setup time. It takes some space to poke down with the Tridents, and Amadian, the first to fall in that final fight, and he wants to redeem himself, possibly.
Yeah, truth of the matter is that since we aren't seeing this Hela locked matchup and we are banning Hela early, it's allowing things like Luna through, which opens up that Namor extensively and allows these comps that play off that damage boost, that healing window, and just find a ton of value on sustained fights. So it's opened up things a little bit to make it more of a consistent Namor play, as we're going to see Namor, at least so far, on both sides, I believe. So yeah, this is going to be a tough battle for the side of Shikigami, but they are going to have their group.
And Shikigami, they won this map against Shroud X in their series, so it makes a lot of sense why they've picked this. They had a defense that stopped Shroud X at point B and going on to win. It was the Amadian Psylocke that forced away the Hela that was floated out of that pick and ban. So Amadian not going to risk it yet since it's on offense. You like the range poke of the Namor better.
Yeah, and they tried to make the play with a rocket pack, but immediately NK is going to deal a ton of damage and just delete those armor packs off the HP bars as fast as possible to ensure that was not getting a ton of value. Playing around this brick right here is the way as a Vanguard. Got to use that natural cover. Natural cover is everything. Those sneaky walls above, very impactful. As anyone presses through, anybody that deals damages while those walls around will activate them. His Space is going to fall early. Ricky doing a good job finding some damage. Going to take out Space early, and the numbers going to be back on the side of Shikigami while they own this high ground.
Yeah, love the Groot walls from Crazy. As a Groot main myself, there's many ways to place them, to isolate the one, to play defensively, offensively, but to isolate Space in that moment so the entire team could focus him down was huge. But Envy do have responses, but I think the real estate and having Envy's backs against the wall is going to make this retake next to impossible from the defense.
Yeah, well done there. Just a masterclass in owning that point. Really no flaws, no feedback, nothing negative, as they are going to stagger Space here, force them back to the spawn door. We may see an early teleport play to try to hold them, or it's just going to be less fights. That, you know, here's the difficulty when it comes to this map right here, is if you don't take that early fight and they're able to push this payload up here where they're holding this high ground, which they are doing now, it makes it much more difficult to win and hold on point 2, because this space that they've taken, owning this high ground, forces them to stay back in cover right out of their spawn door here, right as they're entering the building, and it's a dangerous position to be in.
Shikigami are tempoing up a lot better, trying to go for those first picks, and Scouter's going to be forced away. The Whale plus Luna combos available from Envy's side first, and Amadian very, very close. What's the crack? No, it's not even the crack, it's just a pull from Daze to get a lot of value in the neutral fight as Pain pops the ult, and there's Cal with the Whale, and the walls, and the protection from the Magneto comes out, and Shikigami are still alive.
Honestly, that was a crazy placement of a group wall. I believe saved them, as Amadian gonna find one on Cal. The Space being owned here as they are continuing this rundown. Shikigami saying, I know you guys just did this to us. Now it's our turn, as they shove onto point 2. Will they be able to touch here? Looks like they might as they're grouped, but here comes the walls to buy them a little bit of time. Early pick there onto Scatter. Walls just trying to buy them enough to get the point. They do get the point just like that.
Wow. I love the positioning, the macro Shikigami to be at the choke points, to be in Envy's space at all times, and to get a late copy of the ult from Sleepy. There's going to be even less options from Envy going forward, and especially when Daze has a crack and impact, you have Dinks with the Loki ult too. Like, Shikigami are doing so well this map.
Yeah, I do like the pressure here. They're feeling more comfortable. It looked a little, sloppy. Envy. Nice job on I remix there, taking out Crazy Bang early, and the Kraken impact used. while they're at their spawn doors. A little difficult. I like the idea of it, but they are going to find one more as Invadian's going to fall, trying to find an off angle, being a flanker there, and it is going to reset the crack and impact. Not sure if it connected from this POV paint. Doing a great job with positioning, just keeping everybody up, and that's it. When you're playing a Luna like this and you have your clap ready, that left shift, you're actually able to heal, obviously, everyone and deal damage in a line. So if you align yourself looking through your front line and the back line or front line of the enemy, you just get so much value with Luna, and that's why she's in such a strong spot right now.
Fantastic neutral fight from Envy with the pull and the group walls from iRemix, but how about this Meteor M from the offense, the crack and impact to combine as Paint tries to rally the troops and dance their life away. A space with the counter hits Daze, and Ricky will continue to help the team heal through, plus the whale combo from Invadian. Shikigami will resilient against the pressure of Envy and will finally break out of their spawn.
That was a big old fish right there. You love to see the connection just sweeping as once again Shikigami is owning this space. iRemix is holding on to that prison, ready to cause some problems. Cal gonna be on, they're actually on the triple Vanguard right now, holding on to that Eye of Agamotto. They want to ensure they don't have any issues. Honestly, you can wall out with Strange if you're on the side of Shikigami and you feel comfortable. You may want to make a play there, but Spade's gonna take out Daze early, put the numbers back on the side of Envy as they are now gonna just pressure them back. There's the off-angle flank from Namor, trying to find a strategist. Space was trying to find a way to get to him, but no connection yet, as we are going to pop multiple ultimates. Did they have enough of the energy built up to make a play? Yes, they do, as down goes Ricky.
Oh, but to use the Eye of Agamotto and the Strangling Prison and a Luna ult from Envy. Did you need to do all that? It was 6 versus 5 and you had Shikigami on the run. And this is all about outlasting Shikigami. That's why you run the triple Vanguard. As the payload gets closer to the end, the respawn advantage will go towards Envy. And they may even want to stick around here and play that neutral fight of the pull with the Groot Walt choke point. But iRemix and friends want to play around this different cover to maybe even go for flanks. They've loved to off angle. Now the Strangling Prison for Crazy could be what helps break through Envy, but no!
Yeah, you can see just the alt charge when it comes to Invadian and Ricky right now, virtually on the exact same value. Goes to show you that damage boosted whale is coming, and they like playing off that right now as they do have alt advantage. Paint sitting on that ultimate, but it's not going to do much if that whale comes in and sweeps everyone. You typically feel grouped and safe when you're on that Fate of Both Worlds, but that is not what you want when the whale is ready to play, and they do have 4 as we are going to match it on both sides. Up in the sky we go as Getter not able to find anyone, and we're on a magic now for Daze to find Sleepy on the back line. That's a great early pick.
Daze has to find a health back too. Won't be involved in this fight for a few more seconds. Defensive Meteor M, but it's the offensive Luna plus whale combo. Envy did a beautiful job of blocking the other Meteor M, and he continues to enable his team. But what is this? What is this? The magical plays from Shikigami plus the Magneto's insane.
We may have just witnessed the first Strangling Prison Magic Wombo combo as they do find a full team wipe, force them back into the spawn door. Cal does have that Eye of Agamotto. Sleepy going to be ready to start the dance floor. The Fate of Both Worlds looking at Paint, and the odds are back in the favor of Envy on this hole, but there is a minute and 30 on the clock. Plenty of time for them to build ults and have one final fight to get home and walk this thing to point 3.
Yeah, Daze could even be like a pseudo Vanguard, and look how sustainable they are, but wait, Cal got his Eye of Agamotto canceled while on the flank. Shikigami have next level awareness, and they got the sustain, they got the Dark Child, and they could be having a full cap with a minute to spare with respawn advantage for Envy. It won't matter if they're wiped away.
With exactly a minute left on the clock, they push through and get 3 tacked onto the scoreboard. Now it's just on the patience of defense. Plenty of times to have successful fights. You just got to group now. You got to get in comms and you got to stay relaxed, because at this point, odds are in your favor. Nothing but an OT situation in worst case for you on the side of Shikigami, and I'm sure they're feeling good about that.
Oh, the shutdown of the Cal Eye of Agamotto, I believe that was a Luna freeze, is insane. That could have been the Envy retake of a lifetime if that would have gone through, because that could have been unblocked as Magneto was on the front lines trying to push into the Envy spawn room doors. So an insane effort from Shikigami to show us also one of our first magic appearances in this whole Invitational, and to play in tandem of the, like you said, the Groot strangling prison, to being bubbled by Scatter, to just brawling with the Vanguards like you are 1-2, and for Shikigami to adjust against the triple Vanguard from Envy, who thought if we just had bigger health pools, if we just live longer, then we'll out-sustain Shikigami because of the respawn advantage. Shikigami being further away meant Envy could eventually tilt the scales back in their favor, but Envy were shut down every step of the way. It took a lot of effort, but we'll see if Envy can go all the way as well.
I'd be lying to you if I didn't say that Magic had a ton of impact, drawing focus away. Triple Vanguard struggle to try to find a way to take out Magic, especially when Magic is being played by somebody as confident as Daze, that knows they are a strong Magic and misses that meta. Still showing that she can be played as meta as we get into our first fight. Scatter just going to try to put out some damage, roughly at 12%. We aren't going to see anything major in terms of ults off the rip here, as teams are just trying to play that natural cover. Here comes the group walls as we see Remix trying to wall off somebody. The same goes on the side here. Scatter tries to get a connection. Groot gonna try to find some damage as popped crystals out for the side of Shikigami, and we are seeing a stalled out fight.
And Scatter needs to keep the space. They're giving way too much to Envy. Envy are taking damage on the other side. I think it's the battle of the two Magnetos of who can enable their Groots a lot better, as Envy almost had half the point. They disengage, trying not to get isolated by those Groot walls. Stepping up is Envy and the rest. Paint with the first Luna ult, activates it immediately, and Shikigami will be pressured back.
Yeah, I mean, the difficulty with a Groot on the opposition is if you take that space, you might get walled off. You better have a cooldown to get you out, or somebody who's looking as up in the sky. Go Daze trying to find one. No luck there. As you didn't see the reset, Sight Guy lied. 4 go down as Scatter and Daze just run through him, sweeping the entire team. Gorgeous play there. And one of the things you saw, which I think needs to be discussed, is Daze actually used his uppercut to allow him to use the Kraken Impact as essentially like a roof over his head. If you uppercut with the correct timing and use your Kraken Impact, you'll actually bonk your head off the enemy you just punched up, allowing you to immediately use that ultimate instead of floating in the sky. Incredibly niche technique that is used by the best players. Incredibly well done there by Daze.
And Sleepy just hesitated on whether to use a copied Luna ultimate to keep the team together, but I think everyone ran away from him during the Kraken Impact there from Daze. But Envy did collect a tick just from purely zoning things off. Sleepy with the copy, the strangling prison from Remix, everything being thrown at Shikigami, who retaliates with their own combo, the Luna ult plus the whale. Shikigami still haven't clearly eliminated anyone from Envy, and if anything, this Luna has impressed me more and more from Paint. Meteor M to finish off some targets. Scatter in trouble, and it's a double kill for Envy.
Yeah, well done there, Space. Just getting so much value with those throws in the Meteor and the Meatball City, as they are going to clean the rest and own that first point. Well done there. Keeping their confidence up even after a sweep like that. And it just goes to show you, when you do get swept by ultimates, if they commit 2 or 3, they, you know, maybe some of those ults are considered a little bit of a waste. It's all about ult economy. If you just don't match it, if you don't panic and hit the Q button, you can come back for the next fight and make something like this happen, as they are going to try to buy this space. But if you notice, they aren't able to get their full team up here before this team presses through and is now able to contest them on the high ground, much like we didn't see on the opposition when Shikigami got up here really quickly.
Yeah, Shikigami already forcing them back with the Kraken Impact setup ready. Sleepy copying an ult, but Shikigami not too worried. Meteor M from Scatter to collect all that damage. Beautiful block there from Space. Walls off, playing protective. Kraken Impact goes in from the defense. Response, and it continues to reset as Shikigami are protecting Daze so well. The Luna ultimate from Paint and the rest from Remix as Envy go toe-to-toe. It's a tug of war between both teams.
Yeah, good pick there by Daze. Remix does fall. Numbers back in their favor. They're taking this space. Shikigami getting their footing. There goes the freeze by Ricky. No connection just yet. Gonna push them back towards the spawn. And there goes down one. Ricky, nice job utilizing what we're talking about. Putting some damage through. Luna, a force when it comes to Rain. Does have that hit scan on the left click and does showcase how strong that can be. One little known fact about Luna, you actually have almost virtually unlimited range with your left click. But when you do use that left shift, you do actually force yourself into a 40-meter, I believe, window, maybe 50, I can't remember the exact number, where it actually will not extend past that value. So sometimes it's not always worth popping that shift when you're trying to deal damage to somebody at extreme ranges. Good pull there by Daze, trying to find something on Remix.
Even better bubbles from space. He has kept those especially for his group player. That's why this front line from Envy has done so well in these convoy maps. But the whale, the two-piece from Invitational, and they still have the Luna ult from Shikigami to keep pressing into Envy. They have brought down their time bank to less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, really well played. Again, these fights are so back and forth. So much success with these ults, but no, not enough to turn the tides. As Shikigami gets that early whale double, and it just doesn't allow Envy to make anything happen. 3 ults up on the side of Envy. They're going to have a slight advantage with 1 over, but Scatter sitting on that meteor. We do also have the Kraken impact on both sides. Which one's going to get more value? As they're just trying to find a window, wait for some of these cooldowns to go down, and they are for sure having a conversation when they do.
Just a neutral fight. That's all Daze cares about. It's just pulling and trying to isolate with the wall. And as soon as Envy round the corner, they get hit by a truck. The Kraken impact will stay put. Has to deal with the squids. Now that that's out of the picture, wants to avoid the Luna ultimate and not feed into Envy. Smart, patient plays from Daze. But now it's his turn. It's his day to shine. And Envy will corner and stay in their place. Shikigami don't want to be too aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing a little bit passive right now. They're still holding on to those ults, not utilizing the ults in a wasteful fashion. Good flank here by NK, and it does have a massive pick. Make that 2 as a Madian goes down, and this is where Namor excels. Those flanks just being an absolute menace with 3 turrets down, 2 turrets down, but the ice turret might as well count as 2, as at this point, they're just buying time until this Luna ult ends so they can sweep the rest.
Yeah, good copy from Dinks in the 4v6. Took a big gamble to see if they could turn it around. And you don't get to see a Luna 3K all the time. Man, this is why they protect Luna in almost every protect and ban system. Envy, though, that costed them so many minutes. And they only have 10 seconds to go to point B. And there will be another fight for that point.
No, what's better than 1 Luna player is a player that can have 2 Luna players as long as you copy with Loki, as we saw them trading back and forth with picks there. Well done by Sleepy and Paint just to make things happen. Following up on the play initially by NK, who does have the ult ready again as a lot of cooldowns get used up in the sky with the meteor ram. 1 misses, 2 does connect, but here comes the whale, and it does fight 2 as down goes 3 on the side of Envy, and at this point they need to get back here fast.
Yeah, Shikigami have really stabilized. It's all up to Paint, the solo strategist for the day in a 3 versus 6 with respawns closer for the defense. And it's just a Madian locking down every target in his path, and Bubbles at the perfect time. There's the portal. One last touch from Space and friends. Envy took so long to round the corner to get to point B. They have no gas in the tank to push through. Shikigami will bring them the distance.
Holy moly, and we are again gonna be all tied up in this series. Just an absolute masterclass. Well done there by Shikigami, getting back to point and holding that point 2. Point 2, not entirely tough to hold on in terms of, you know, getting that high ground and off angles. Gives you some safety, allowing your strategist to get back and hide in locations, especially when Venom's banned out, because you know they're not going to be in too much danger of a dive. We do see Paint. You mentioned Paint playing really well, but yeah, you got to look towards the strategist on the opposition. Again, getting KO'd 2 times. Dinks is just popping off. Just really well done. And Shikigami on these Loki's just surviving every single fight.
And what a match one that we have going to game 5 between the 2 teams that everyone was not worried about, but are standing up so well. Just Envy were so stalled out, so stifled trying to round that corner on that previous map. But it's, I think, Shikigami tempering their aggression. That's what costed them map 3. They were trying to be above and around and circling around Envy, that Envy just clapped back at them literally with the Luna. So Shikigami took a more of a step back, played the neutral, played in cover, and forced Envy's hand, and that Envy hand was not looking good.
Yeah, I mean, just the retake fights just kept working out for him. It's all about patience and not getting staggered when you initiate. I mean, it's tough when you have Groot on the field to push up a little. You got to make sure you're obviously falling back behind those vanguards, because if you just overextend the slightest little bit, it can cost you an entire team fight. Obviously, these players at this level holding back, finding those windows, those angles to see everyone while still being in a safe zone, and still finding a way to burst through those group walls when necessary. We saw a lot of successful Kraken impacts. We saw some good flanks from Namor, but again, Shikigami getting back on their feet and showing they've got what it takes as they push that thing through with a minute still on the clock and held them on point 2.
And for Shikigami to be down 1-2 in the series to tie things up, they're a team that could make the ultimate comeback just like they did against Shroud when they took map number 1. So we got one more set of highlights for you, and we'll see you for the final map.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming.
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Grab the whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
We got our first game 5 of the tournament, folks, and kind of an unexpected one versus Shikigami and Envy. Shikigami one map away from pulling off their second upset after not winning any games from the Swiss. Shib, anything's possible.
Yeah, I think we're going to be changing it up now. Our first convoy, not just convergences. That is going to be a nice little shake of pace, and that could allow virtually anything to happen. One thing me and you talked about over the break was that the issue with taking spaces of Vanguard against a Groot, right? You better have that cooldown ready, because if you take that space a little too early, it's going to cost you. And especially when Groots are playing at this level, they know when they see that cooldown, they can walk on you a little bit, put that wall behind you, which recently got a little bit of an extension in terms of length, and just shut you down, pull you away from your team, and then force the team to come in like a tidal wave and just push everyone out back into spawn.
Got a lot of those tidal waves, those Luna plus whale ults, man, that went pretty back and forth. But yeah, we've been keeping our eye of the space versus scatter Magneto battle, but we also have to keep an eye on what Envy's choice of map is going to be to kick, or really close out our series. This is the lower bracket. The loser is out for good, and Envy are going to go to Yggdrasil Path Convoy. This is something they chose to unfortunately close out their series against 100 Thieves, and they were able to stop them at point B, but it was an insanely close map that alone Envy and 100 Thieves could have gone to game 5 against. So we'll see if Envy still have wind in their sails on this map.
Yeah, that was an insane fight. I still think about it. It lasted like 45 minutes, it felt like, as we just saw teams touch it at the last second nonstop. But I do believe we have the chance at seeing some Strange. In my personal opinion, Strange's best map by far does allow for a few, not just one or two, 3 separate, if not more, portal blocks that you can actually shut down after a team wipe. And that kind of value is Strange does lead him to either be banned or opened up for the picks. So I'm curious to see what we'll see on both sides here.
Yeah, Cal and NK rocked a lot of the Star-Lord Bucky, which is all the different angles you can take on that map. The sky's the limit, literally. And that's been fun to see how NK can shine for the team in tandem with just a Groot wall. You saw how powerful that neutral fight was, but what really stood out to me from Shikigami in that previous map was the tempo, the pacing. Hella's still not going to be included, by the way, and just Shikigami knew how to temper that aggression without feeding, and that was key to push Envy against the brink, not even allowing them to recontest for B. Shikigami got such a good push and tempo off of that. Envy couldn't get around the corner in time and could not push Shikigami away, even with the 6 versus 4 advantage. So for Groot to be removed, though, that'll change some things.
Yeah, I think that's a smart pick. I think on the side of Envy, I think they excel without that on the table, as we are going to see this very common, unique. We are going to see the very common takeout of Cal's Hella there, but we do see the lock-in of the Venom back on the table. Shikigami having a ton of success with Venom over the last 2 days, so maybe that will be something that allows them back in the door to close this thing up, but this is going to be a battle no matter what, and I can't wait to see how this shakes out, as we see no Strange, at least so far, on the table.
Yeah, to ban the Groot, Envy really took a risk because they've been first banning Venom every single time because Crazy was so annoying on the first couple of maps, and that became the first ban from Envy after that. And thinking, okay, well, you've forced them on other Vanguards after that. Surely we could just second ban the Venom, then the immediate protect. This is Shikigami with a Madian Psylocke on the domination map earlier is dismantled Envy. And just the early fight takes that Shikigami took with the Psylocke, a Madian was a star for me on that domination map, flanking and also neutralizing a Loki and being able to identify the right doppelganger. That's what I really loved about Days and just overall Shikigami's approach.
Yep, and here comes the setup now, as we are going to likely see people on the left side. We mentioned this yesterday, but you can actually get on the high ground left here by using just that standard pillar. You don't have to use a cooldown to get up on height. One thing that I see a lot of people struggling with in ladder, just a note to make to yourself. Use the pillar to the left, get up on this high ground. As we see the team setting up, NK going to be in the front here. The compositions looking a little different. Days trolling just a little bit, showcasing that Wanda, and a Madian showing the Black Widow. But wait a minute, not changing just yet, as we do see Ricky on the Mantis. What a change as we might see. No, and there's the change. I believe for a minute. Yeah, I believe for a minute. No luck off the rip with the early pick. Instead, they are going to keep the normal cop. A Madian going to be back on that Psylocke, though.
I really want someone to lock in the Black Widow for good, but just to make sure that Envy stay around this corner and as passive as possible, including if there's a Star-Lord hanging around, that could be a huge pick for Shikigami. But a Madian already pressuring that high ground, and with the tandem of the double duelist, this overwhelms a Madian off the rip.
Yeah, nice little start there, but the res is up. Amadian's going to be right back. Numbers evened again. You do see the Venom on the back line, drawing some attention away. Good attempt at an escape, but it's not going to be enough. And this is where things get difficult. Bucky does a real good job shutting down escape, and Cal can move around himself. Sleepy is going to be strong on the Loki. A lot of things that can shut down that Venom, including iRemix. Once he uses that Yancey streak, can actually shut down the web out as well. So we will see some struggles here, but you know Craze Mang loves that pick right now and has found success. So even if early on it's not working, we will see some plays happening as we start again on the next fight. We are going to see some angling from NK, who's thinking about jumping up there on height, does take the angle, and here comes the Kraken impact immediately. Got to get invisible boundaried, and the dunk in the sky is paintballs. Reset again. Daze gets 3, and it's just going to keep on going, dunking like crazy as we are going to lose Envy.
Shikigami with the ultimate shutdown. They are fearless. The Kraken impact jumping into the invisible boundary. It slows you, and to target the invisible woman to cancel the ultimate and allow all the dominoes to fall in Shikigami's favor. But wait a minute, we got a recontest with 4 meters to go.
What a jump right there. Immediately initiating with clobbering time. The Median gonna pop that. Will we find value with the dance of the butterfly? It does do enough as we lose Sleepy, NK, Paint, and yep, Shikigami just still holding this space. Knew where that fight was gonna be, and they find value as we use one more, which may not have been necessary, but still sometimes feels worth it in your heart, and just showcases they wanted to clean that up with another ult.
Yeah, Envy forcing out a lot more ultimates there, I think is still huge, and every second you take off the clock is massive, because the point B is going to be the most difficult part of the map, or the second most difficult part of the map to get through. And you've already had some good shutdowns from Envy to deal with this Venom, which was pesky for them before. They've banned it before, and it's Crazy that needs to match tempo. He can't go in 5v6 if the team aren't ready to match the line of sight and to keep him healed up. If there's like a unfortunate Bucky pull, you never know. So Shikigami trying to own the right side while getting some payload push, but as they rotate back, it's a pull on the Magneto!
Wow, NK gonna take out Scatter immediately. We are gonna lose Sleepy. Numbers evening out as Scatter does get res. The again, but no luck there as NK's gonna turn around and try to help the backline. NK falls there from Craze Mang. Once again, I did think that it was gonna go in Envy's fight, or Envy's favor for that fight, just due to ult advantage, because I thought Shikigami overcommitted a little bit, but looks like they didn't need it as they still have the space and are pushing towards point 2.
This bad macro from Envy to be on the right side and kind of disengage and be caught out in the open, and it was space that was isolated. Great punish from the pull from Daze. Now they built up ultimate, and Daze's Kraken impact was the whole reason they capped A. But they have to have a shutdown on Cal's Galactic Legend. It gets pulled by the invisible woman and does not get in range of his supports. Cal went in way too deep, and Ricky's invisible boundary may have blocked out those heals, that line of sight, as you got the dance of the butterflies from Madian, and Shikigami have more in the tank, but the respawn advantage is for Envy, and Sleepy sets up at the back to pressure back the offense.
Gotta show some love to that play right there as we have one more dunk again. Kraken impact on the entirety of the team. Venom gonna do enough damage to get the reset, and they are gonna follow up on this as Daze is showcasing why Bucky needs to be banned. Make that 3. Can we get 4 off the clone again? And that is just gonna be an insane push for the side of Shikigami as they take point 2.
A similar combo from Shikigami they've used in the past, the dance of the butterflies to get as many of the important cooldowns as possible. Think of the Loki crystals, the domain regen that gives invulnerability to stop the push away from the invisible woman, to the bubbles from space. As much as you can bring out with the dance of the butterflies, this allows the Kraken impact to really have an even bigger of an impact as Envy hope to stabilize. They're already getting maybe pulled off the high ground. iRemix is isolated, but the Thing can hold his own. Space rejoins his side, and Shikigami have an edge this fight.
Yeah, it looks like they're trading it up here, electing to go with the Rocket to try to help boost NK on the Bucky. Just trying to make sure that Venom gets less impact as we are going to turn it right back around. The bubbles out to make sure that they are going to hold on. As you see there, that window of the elimination does get deleted when you see that bubble pop. Immediately, the team has to force reset. It's a nice drop back there by the side of Shikigami. And here comes that initiation you just talked about with the Madian popping off, forcing out some of their ultimates. But we do see Paint popping that invisible boundary again. A lot of value out of these Psylocke ults.
And that Psylocke in the middle of the invisible boundary by themselves was able to escape. Now the offensive invisible barrier there from Ricky as Space tries to hold them back with the Meteor M. A lot of pressure now coming from Shikigami, forcing these Magneto shields. And the Galactic Legend, Cal with the bubble, focusing down. A double CC hits a Madian and Days, allowing Cal to go for the big finisher. And the Venom will escape. There maybe could be some punish as Cal doesn't want to press his luck too much. And Shikigami will be forced to just stay put.
We did notice before, in something to make a note of, is Psylocke's always going to appear post-ultimate after the Dance of the Butterfly, dead center in the circle. So the team needs to be ready for that, as we saw Sleepy make a smart play with Loki before, just start shooting with the firing line directly into the center, and it did get a pick. So we saw some luck there. You mentioned how they were able to escape as a Madian. Obviously, a really strong Psylocke does escape from that fight, but that kind of thing cannot happen once you've committed an ultimate. You got to try to make some sort of play. NK going to take out 2 and bring the numbers back towards Envy.
NK is hitting his shots. Beautiful bursts of damage hitting the strategist while Cal keeps a Madian busy. A big shutdown for Bucky could be a Madian chasing him down on the Psylocke, but the duelists are keeping each other in check, and Envy take back-to-back fights. A minute 15 though. Crazy, his impact has really been stifled on the Venom. The setups have been good, but the follow-ups are lacking when you can't round this corner as the pull almost gets a Madian in the line of fire, but a Madian and Shikigami are ready to retaliate.
Only 60 seconds left.
Just a masterclass on defense now, as here comes the Dance of the Butterfly. So much value and Madian showing by Psylocke still is here in the meta, and why Psylocke is so strong. Great heals there to keep, Space, the nice dunk on Days, and down goes a Madian from Cal. Team with a good set of patience, just dropping back and waiting for their time, and still making things happen even after the chaos. Being down 1, turning it right back around. Cal gonna chase. Great play here by Cal to try to get Craze. Craze, oh my goodness, able to get out of there, at least so far. And at this point, not gonna continue the chase as Cal's gonna set up for the ultimate of the Galactic Legend.
Venom needs to change. This is just so weak for point C. I'm a Venom enjoyer too, but your team can't follow up, and you need to hold space, and that Venom does this so poorly. And we'll see if the Venom can get people low for the Kraken impact with the invisible boundaries. Now on the offense are setting Envy back. They'll try to retaliate with their own duelist ultimates, and the Madian won't overstay his welcome. Respawn advantage as Shikigami throw every ultimate at the book at them, and are now exhausted of options and exhausted of eliminations. They really haven't wiped Envy or really gotten them uncomfortable enough. Overtime will ensue, and I don't know if Shikigami can finish.
Yeah, well done by iRemix to retake this. The team of Envy committed 3 ultimates on a Craze Mang, but I thought it was going to go towards Shikigami just strictly from due to that fact of not even getting the pick, but no, Envy finding their composure, sweeping them back around, and that is going to hold before we get to point 3.
Yeah, the Venom needed to swap. I've struggled on this point especially, and Crazy, he's been a target ban because his Venom is incredible on every other map but this area, because you have to round the corner, and it's kind of like you have to play this really from front to back, because as soon as you access those strategists, Paint would pop the invisible boundary, and even if you had Envy in an uncomfortable spot with no cooldowns, Shikigami had to make a decision whether to actually enter that boundary and to follow up with Crazy, which usually the pacing, the tempo is a bit off from Shikigami to press and be aggressive in those moments, because there was duelist battles going on of Cal versus a Madian. Days is hitting headshots non-stop, but still not enough for Shikigami to get the edge. So really good Vanguard play from Envy running the thing and Magneto to be able to hold that real estate against essentially a solo Vanguard of Scatter on the offensive side.
Yeah, one thing you mentioned, which I wanted to touch base on it, which I think is a unique strategy, is utilizing that Daze dunk with the Kraken impact immediately with Venom popping ult to try to activate the insta-KO and reset the Kraken impact again. I do think we saw success with that. They tried it again on that final point, which is why I believed Craze stayed on Venom there to try to make that happen. And one thing I did like was when Craze dove that final point, they used Kraken impact, they used Invis, they used Rocket, and I believe they used Star-Lord all on Craze Mang with the Venom, who was able to pop his ult to get shield and then the E to stay alive through all of that, and still Envy won the fight somehow, and the prolonged fight. So just a really well done job there by Envy to stay calm after utilizing and putting so much effort into trying to get that pick on Venom.
Yeah, Daze and Craze need to link up as best as they can to be the ultimate duo, but this time on the defense, and how you initiate on defense could be a little tricky as NK initiates with a headshot into a Madian. It doesn't look like they're revived quite yet, and Envy will continue with this advantage to press and force the Magneto cooldowns out of Scatter, and Daze will not be able to flank, and the rest of Shikigami will run.
I may have missed it. I don't know how that rocket res did not happen on the side of a Madian, how that didn't work out. But hey, you know, maybe they got the pick early. They found where that location was. It's pretty much consistently either in that building to the left or off to the left side. And they got it down early, so that pick was even more impactful. As we are going to continue pressing here again, right onto point. They might try the TP with Daze, and they do get back on point. And the team is going to collapse, trying to find this rocket. There goes the res off in an off angle. Good decision to go take that out before the fight continues. Nice pick there by Space and Cal to trade for Daze and a Madian, and that should be enough for them to get this first point at the end here.
Oh, it's still not capped yet, and yet the invisible boundary to stabilize friends on the Shikigami side, but they have no space to work with. It's all because of this Venom, and I guess Magneto's still lurking around, but these strategists are under fire, and they're holding their own, but that means they are getting their sidelines blocked off to be able to heal their vanguards. So Shikigami are stalling insanely well despite the circumstances, but this Venom needs to be dealt with, and finally Space has to redirect, but this is the stall of all time from Shikigami.
Holy moly, this fight feels like forever. I could have read a full book. Incredible play on both teams, or both sides of the teams here, just due to utilization of that ultimate and positioning. It was very difficult to take out Crazemang on that point. Did manage to battle so long that he pulled out the ult to buy a little bit more time. Ricky popped that invis boundary then again to keep him in there, but I just love the space taken by Space, choosing to activate shield during that choke to just stuff all the heals. Sometimes it's more valuable to eat heals than it is to get a pick, because if you allow your team to get the pick for you and your job is just walling off the back line from their front line, it can be more than enough as they do push towards point two. NK trying to get an early pick. Wow, nice pick there. Manages to get two with one shot as Scatter and a Madian go down.
Just the pressure of isolating that Magneto from Scatter and then pulling a Madian who just wanted to be part of the fun, and that was anything but that. But Envy are just going to hold these doors, and this is free push, and all of Envy are going to be committed to this. Galactic Legend is at the ready, and just when it rains, it pours. Dinks caught one of your strategists down. Ricky will have the invisible boundary, and this could be the only thing that saves Shikigami and salvages an upcoming defensive hold.
Yeah, I can see the momentum here for Envy. They are going to be down slightly on ult, but not by much, as Remix very close as well. And here comes the first fight. Top Cal. Nice work there, Cal. They're going to be immediately. Venom's going to stay in the fight, utilizing those cooldowns, but that's good to get out early. And here comes the invisible boundary following up here. There has to be value, and yes, Daze clutching what he needs to. Down goes three, as NK is going to get res. And at this point, Daze is just trying to follow up and force the rest of the team back into the spawn door.
Oh, Daze MVP when his team was down 4v6 and his duelist brother was down. He shows up with the Kraken impact to save the day for Shikigami. That was so over, which is the rocket from Dinks getting staggered out, Cal getting the edge against some Madian. Daze turns it all around, and they need to also cycle their ult. Still 2.5 minutes, lots of time for Envy, and just hearing a Madian and this Galactic Legend forces Envy to reset. Not gonna get too much value in terms of eliminations. Crazy has to try and get out, and this is not the easiest place to swing out of. Probably got pulled, and this is gonna set Crazy behind. Actually gets a revive there.
Yeah, very aggressive play by a Madian. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Probably likely burn some cooldowns, but just was so early on in the fight, and they were able to just kite back and stay alive without having to use anything too major in terms of ult. And here we go again, as we are going to pop Paint and use that invisible boundary. They're going to try to play off it, and they do get one. Unable to see a Madian through that boundary, gives them a free pick. Here comes the Magneto, not able to get any pick early, as the KOs are back in the favor of Envy, trying to make a full play here, as they don't have any other ults up by 2 at this point, and they are going to hold that tight choke. But we've seen 100 Thieves hold this doorway and make it happen. Can we see Shikigami do the same?
Man, NK got pulled in, and he's been an AK for this team. Always always getting first bloods in these fights, and now he gets Remix to give him the damage reduction. There's a portal, a scatter swap to the Strange. A few more seconds taken away. Not as much follow-up, even though there's a revive. Envy could catch him on bad spawns, and you got the Galactic Legend once again from Envy. A big investment now, and no bad spawns from the Shikigami side. A good contest on both point A and point B came out from Shikigami, but this is the ultimate fight. How much can Envy snowball from this point? This is the most difficult part that Shikigami struggled with on their offense, and Envy cannot give this space up.
Yeah, this is potentially a one-fight game now. It's all about building ults and making the plays happen, ensuring now the value of making those strategists pop all early is even more useful as NK again gets an early pick.
It's revive, but NK's not even done there, and it's a Kraken impact that gets shut down. NK is out and brought back in. The Rockets have been pivotal to keep this fight lasting forever as Cal has to get the edge against his other duelist, and he's got bubbles. He's going in deep. Cal is insane, and Pain has the invisible boundary. The more space he gets, the more that Envy can hold it using the strategist ultimates.
And the shield goes up as the boundaries popped. Here comes the dunk of the Meteor M. That is going to be, unfortunately, not important enough as it didn't find any pick as Ricky goes down. Envy starting to look better and better, and they're seeing this series end in their eyes now. The dream is becoming a reality. Can they get it done? As we do see some clobbering times. Cal gonna take out Dinks. Down goes another for Craze. And at this point, it should be over as Envy closes out the series and takes home the W.
Cal, what a push to set up that invisible boundary in the enemy spawn. And this produces a slow, so everyone was scattering. You had half of Shikigami pushing past the invisible boundary, half of them stuck in it, not able to see each other, not able to play off of each other. And this was the ultimate disruption. Envy carried the momentum. We needed them to on point C to go all the way to the finish line. A big congratulations to Envy closing out the game 5 to move on in our bracket to that lower semi-final, and that means we unfortunately have to say goodbye to Shikigami, who pulled off one of the best upsets that we had against Shroud X, that were down 1-2 in the series here and managed to make the comeback, but ultimately it was the race to the end that Shikigami tripped up on.
Yeah, I mean, what a battle. I'm sure both teams are so exhausted after a series of 5 like that. So back and forth trading. The alt utilization was gorgeous. Like, you talked a lot about those invisible boundaries, and they are used obviously very defensively to cancel ultimates, but just putting that window of invisibility up for your team to get a pick, we saw a lot of that. It almost is essentially like a gate to allow your team to focus one person. It forces eyes onto whoever is in that zone, and we saw that find a lot of value for Envy. Really well done there by Paint. You talked about that alt towards the end too, which just at that point, it was just too much in Envy's favor. They didn't have much to follow up on, but they didn't need to as they got multiple picks through the walls again. Gorgeous play. Space ending with 31-4, 13 eliminate final hits is disgusting. And NK with 19 as you talk about how valuable NK's been on that Bucky.
And even just looking past the numbers, NK, how many first bloods he got in these fights. I don't know what cereal he had before that game 5, because he was hitting a headshot after a headshot, beginning every fight on a good note for Envy. But Cal also had the game-winning play at the end, plus the Magneto bubbles from Space. Every time someone was making a play, Space was enabling it. Just great teamwork from Envy, from a team that got together last minute, but from brothers who have that sacred bond that have been together for years. A lot of them competing since 2017, now trying to show up against this new generation of talent and actually beating them. I would consider Shikigami, a lot of these players, to be that next generation of talent who are really blossoming their careers for the first time in Marvel Rivals, and that's great to see. And they finished top 6, which is way past what a lot of people expected from them. So a big shout out to Shikigami with how far they got, but Envy, they're now the dark horse of this tournament.
Yeah, I gotta show some love to Cal too. 41 eliminations and only getting KO'd 5 times with the most damage in the entirety of the game. Cal showcasing that you don't necessarily need the Hela to pop off. You can pop off on the Star-Lord. Plays a similar style with the hit scan, a little more aggressive with the spin to win, but you have that Magneto bubble to allow you to get that alt charge. And then at that point, you're just a galactic legend putting on the mask and going to town. And it was a ton of fun to watch as this team took it home. You gotta be excited for him.
it was just the duelist matchup of which one was going to make a mistake, right? Because the Star-Lord can be really squishy. It can be vulnerable if you don't use those iframes to perfection. And Cal has been caught in those moments and has been the first to get picked off. But this time he's the hero. And NK had to go toe-and-toe against Daze on the other side, on the Bucky, who was going to be the best one to set up the team for success, who was going to have the most impactful Kraken impacts. And NK was having a field day, even without those ultimates. So Envy had a lot of the fights even throughout the series where they shouldn't have even won it, and Envy just clutched up, and it made you question how the heck did they keep doing that.
Something in the water when it comes to that team. They just are so clutch. We made that discussion yesterday, how they always just seem to get the job done when the moment counts. And on that final point, like, it was just fluid. There was no real shutdown. I think one fight didn't go in their favor in that final point, but outside of that, it was just a walk down. They felt confident. You could see it. Unfortunately, Shikigami was forced to use some ultimates at times that they really couldn't do much about. Unfortunately, they just had to use them to stay in the fight if they want to make that touch happen. But we got to show love to Shikigami, who unfortunately now going to be out of this tournament, but really showed up when it mattered, and I think gained a ton of fans from the chat, just an underdog story and showcasing how strong they could be.
It's the Shikigami social media is also hilarious. And Envy, to be fair too, is yapping away. A big welcome back to Envy into esports. So excited. Just one of the OGs, bringing on some OGs to their team. They go to the lower bracket semifinal to face the winner of FlyQuest and Nightmare, which is coming up next. And we're getting one of these Envy guys in our interview here in a second to talk to them. But they're just a good bunch of guys who, again, don't have a coach. This is all just these comps that they're coming up with on the fly. They all have such tremendous experience being in professional esports leagues in the past. To Paintbrush telling me about the sacred bond that they share not only as friends but as teammates to figure out these problems, to stay level-headed, and to be down in series, to be up in series, but to know how to stay consistent. That's so difficult to do in Marvel Rivals. And the spacing, kind of funny with space, but the Vanguard play of their macro is what makes Envy such a fearsome team.
Absolutely. 13 final hits, if I'm not mistaken, from space. You know that those are from those Meteor M's. The Meatball Duncan, he's just all over those. You know, a lot of good picks there too. You know, Magneto significantly more of a threat with the recent buff. A slight buff, but just enough to be of impact because, you know, he's got a slower fire rate, does have that combo with the right click, but if you're able to output a ton of pressure onto the back line, it forces them to angles that they can't see their strategy or their frontline Vanguards anymore. And then those picks start, when they have to peek to get the heals off, they fall for it, and that ultimately went in Space's favor. He just played a great game and got MVP.
And speaking of that, we got the man, myth, the legend, the Space God himself joining us for our post-match interview. Everyone say hello to our Magneto GOAT. Hey, bro, how's it going? Congratulations on the win.
Good. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, Space, I can't imagine how hyped you guys are as a team right now. At least I would be. I don't know. Do you guys take that as, because I know like winners hate losing, right? Obviously, it was a close match. Are you disappointed, or are you riding that hype train ready for the next game?
I wouldn't necessarily say we're hype. I think we definitely made a lot of mistakes and we should have played better, but that team is really good at Venom, so, you know, we had to adjust it. We haven't played against it a lot, so we just had to make like some mid-game adjustments. There's a lot that goes on in the ban phase that you have to think about, but yeah, I think we could have definitely performed a lot better, but we are excited. Like, we're happy we got the win, and we're going to focus on the next match.
Absolutely.
I don't blame you for being stressed. As a Magneto player, you have so much on your plate. Tell me what goes through your mind in these fights, because you have to bubble Cal, you have to make sure iRemix is good. How do you communicate through these tense moments?
It's just like all like a flow, and you have to kind of react to what the enemy team is doing. If the Bucky ults, you know, I want to ult to counter that ult. I also have to see like what composition they're running to kind of decide when I'm going to use my ult and who I'm going to bubble. So it's just a lot of communication, which my teammates help me out with. They let me know, like, if they're the player that the mag is going to ult, they let me know and they call for me. So it's just a lot of communication and a lot of practice that goes into it.
Cool.
Real quick, I want to touch on this just out of curiosity. We've been seeing a lot of Rocket, obviously, in the last few games. Is it the beacon? I know there's a lot of conversation about Rocket nowadays, and obviously you're not playing in the strategist backline, but as a team, is that just something you like just due to his mobility, or due to his
a lot of it is due to his Z, like his team up. The infinite ammo is really strong. It's very strong in the neutral, and it's good against Venom, and then the res beacon is on top of it, and his ult is also very strong. He also has like pretty good healing for like a second support. It's not bad.
Sure.
And, you know, he has a good survivability. So yeah, I think overall just people are starting to see that there's more value in playing Rocket with his kit. But yeah, that's kind of where that comes into.
Awesome.
And to bring up sort of the Venom problem that you guys were facing, like I know iRemix at the start was trying to figure that out, but then you guys went to just straight banning it. But at the last map, it kind of slipped by as you guys went for what, the group ban first, and then the Venom was protected. How worried were you that you had to face that Venom again, or did it feel better because of the map choice?
I think the main thing was the adjustment of us getting off of Loki. We felt like Loki wasn't getting a lot of value, so we decided to opt for the Rocket, and that was the biggest thing that changed for us. And also, since we had played before against it, you know, we felt like we could play a bit better on that map and understood the timings in the map better, and just played a bit more confident. I think that was the biggest adjustments for us. But yeah, it worked out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, you guys look great on that map over the last few days. I know you're going to be having a ton of stuff you want to get to, and I know you got some more games coming up here. So just to close this out, anything you want to say to the audience or anyone you want to call out?
Thank you everyone for watching. I want to give a huge shout out to Boom Crew. They've been our warm-up for like the past 2 weeks. We always scrim against them, so I want to give them some recognition because, you know, they sign up for our warm-ups regardless of like whatever time they have to do it. So thank you guys, Boom Crew. Thank you all for watching, everyone that's supporting us. Big shout out to my teammates, my coaches, or my manager. You know, thank you all. I appreciate everybody. Thank you guys.
Yeah, it was absolutely great talking to you, brother. Good luck in this next set and keep popping off. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well done. You can see he's just ready for that next set. I mean, they're a confident team. You know, they've got what it takes to keep pushing forward, and they're disappointing themselves. You know, it's funny when you see people at this level of play who's that competitive and you get a win, but you know, it just wasn't the win you wanted. It wasn't as fluid, as smooth. You saw mistakes. So it kind of weighs on you, and you could feel that a little bit there.
Yeah, and those are a bunch of guys who have seen the highest level of championships, that have gone through the ringer and have had to adapt on the fly, have to improve on short notice, are having these scrim partners that are helping them get to the highest level that they can, and to adjust against that Venom that Space talked about at the end, bringing out the Rocket, getting rid of the Loki. These are all of really intelligent guys that have so many years of experience that can figure these things out on short notice. That's what makes them a different team, and why you can't underestimate Envy until you win against them, because they'll go the distance against you. They were the only other team to take a map off of 100 Thieves in this Invitational, and they move on to our lower bracket semifinal to await the winner of FlyQuest and Nightmare. Nightmare, a team that they swept in the Swiss. FlyQuest they haven't met yet, but we'll see who will meet Envy on the other side of these highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
Grab the whip. You'll mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
Welcome back, everyone. You cannot make this up. Our first ever Game 5, pushing the series all the way as Envy does take this thing home again with these insane matches.
I just can't believe Shikigami almost pulled off like a second upset. Like, that was so close to the end of that convoy push, but Envy clutched up, their experience showed, and they will face the winner of this upcoming match, which we have that hot and ready for you guys. FlyQuest versus Nightmare, which we had talked to Boga earlier on. This could be the upset match, and I thought it was going to be the second biggest banger after 100 Thieves and Sentinels later, so y'all will want to tune in, but this match is going to be fun.
Yeah, I mean, we had the conversation around, we thought that Envy was going to push that through pretty quickly, but Shikigami just relentless in coming back from that. But we did talk a bit about FlyQuest and Nightmare prior, two teams that are both very exciting and a little more unique in terms of their play styles, very aggressive for the side of Nightmare, and FlyQuest open to really changing up their comps. We saw some unique picks from them.
Yeah, is this team the real deal, right? Like, this is the narrative around them. Are they number 2? Are they number 3? Different players had different opinions, but after dropping to Sentinels, now they have to get the revenge. They have to go for a redemption run in the lower bracket, which somebody had to drop here. And yeah, FlyQuest have shown us so many different looks, from the Spider-Man Venom dive out of Spark Chief and Light, to our first Penny Parker showing out of Light, to even some Storm pushes. I mean, we even saw Squirrel Girl in our last series, so anything is possible for FlyQuest. I like to call them just like the innovators of this meta.
Yeah, and they're not afraid, which we see less of now. They're not afraid. And we see a lot of matching in NA, right? At least throughout this tournament. You know, it's been a lot of, you know, maybe that's one of the things that the chat has had words about. But what they are not afraid to do in the side of FlyQuest is switch it up mid-game, just to try to change the flow and find a way through a specific point that they may be struggling with whatever comp they're on. Like you said, you mentioned Light playing some unique heroes. I usually write down specific heroes that they like to rock with, but the list is too long with Storm, Spider-Man, Namor, Wolverine, Penny even at one point. Like, it could keep going. Based on what we just saw from Light alone, but we know there is a ton of talent on this team. You know, speaking of Energy, I believe Energy at this point has the highest final hits in a map with 27 in one of the games yesterday, which is insane.
And Energy is the guy that people think is just not real. Like, you would peel his skin off and there's like a cyborg underneath. That's just how scary of a hit scan this guy is. Not real. Hella has to be a ban. If you let Energy play Hella, it's looking pretty Jover. But of course, he can flex to the Bucky, and basically whatever Light doesn't want to play, Energy sticks to the hit scans, mainly the Bucky and the Hella. But these are the two most fearsome duelists that we have in our tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, and not even to touch the strategist backline, you've got obviously Cooper and Zelos. Zelos is running a little bit of that rocket we saw to help buff the Bucky, but then Cooper MVP'd, I believe, a few times with Loki in the last few days. So Loki play is definitely on the table here. So we might see that ban happening. So yeah, the side of FlyQuest also a really strong. We talked about the Vanguard line with Gaskin we touched on today. Spark Chief playing the Venom and thing. They just got a really solid composition and team, a team that could definitely push through this. But let's transition over to Nightmare, a very aggressive team that seems to either have a real big stopping or really tight matches.
Yeah, and they won decisively against Rad Esports yesterday to put themselves in this quarterfinal, and this was with a substitute player. Mace had a power outage, and I believe Mace will not be playing today either. I'll like double check our lobby, but Azure is going to be continuing to join us, and Nightmare was so over the moon with how good Azure was yesterday on the Magneto. We were talking to Belinia in the interview, and he's like, "Did you see my boy? Did you see him?" And I love the hype up that Nightmare have for each other as a roster that also sort of pieced together, or maybe made small changes as we go to play with a substitute and to still play that well. Nightmare are the real deal.
Yeah, Melinia's vibe was just different. I loved it. He was awesome. He went back-to-back MVPs too. That Hella Star-Lord played, not afraid to be aggressive and to be confident. You could see he had the conversation around, oh, we had a fluke. Just wait. Just let us cook a little bit. Let me show you how strong our team can be. And you can't keep listing off strong players. I mean, Luca doing a great job on the Divey, very front-facing, getting in there with things like Venom and Hulk. You've got Azure. You mentioned Azure with a sub, just playing a great job with the shielding tanks. And then you got to mention Kendrick with the Bucky play, just one of the best Buckies on the table as well.
And Nightmare, surprisingly, are a team that just perma-ban Hella all the time. Malinia, in like his very first breakout match, was showing up on the Hella, but have said that they just would rather not be with it. They're much more around protecting the Wolverine, the Loki, any of their Vanguard pillars. Like, Nightmare want to run a consistent Vanguard lineup if they can. Doctor Strange is very important, but Malinia, you're most likely going to see him on the Star-Lord to pair with Luca's dive. But Nightmare, I want to see consistent and clean play from them. They're ones that can really cause a lot of chaos, be almost too aggressive at times. But what I love is that there's a difference between feeding and a strategy, right? Feeding is when one person goes in too deep, and aggressive is when the whole team goes in, and Nightmare are always in your face.
Absolutely, and I gotta touch the strategist line too, right? They're so confident. We had a discussion with Baser, gave us a little bit of an insight to how the strategist line plays, but have just had a very minimal KO situation. I love when strategists play their life, because that just means they understand positioning and what is at stake and what risks they have to deal with at all times. You know, utilizing cooldowns and understanding your positioning around natural cover while still having an eye on somebody that's playing hyper aggressive, like you see a lot of the time with something like Luca, is so next level in the brain of a strategist. Being able to see that front line while still having good positioning to keep yourself in the fight without getting KO'd is so much to think about at all times, and it's why strategist is such a tough position.
And it's tough to play Bucky, and Kendrick is also a superstar on that he gets to sit back and all the bans are targeted towards Malinia or everything else, and Kendrick can kind of sit pretty. And I'm glad you brought up the strategist to go back to that. Like, Pizza Demon has been one of my favorite Invisible Womans to play. I've known this guy for a long time in terms of his competitive experience in esports, and he has had these subtle but such impactful plays on the Invisible Woman, whether of the timing of his invisible boundaries to pushing away Doctor Strange's in the middle of their Eye of Agamotto's. You're like such a key component to try and negate those huge ultimates, and Pizza Demon has had great boot backs in those moments, and also pulls. If it's not Kendrick pulling you in, it's Pizza Demon as well, and he has been a playmaker for Nightmare.
Yeah, I was going to mention it's the combo. They mentioned following up on the Bucky pull. You know what's worse than getting pulled away from your team once is having it happen immediately after when you're trying to use your escape cooldown. It happens a lot. You know, if you think of something like Hulk, the reason Hulk struggles a little bit more is Hulk's trying to go ahead and jump out. As soon as that jump is initiated, you're immediately going to get yoinked back. Getting rid of that jump, that holding cooldown, trying to get that space button activated, and then you're forced to face even more damage, so that escape window is canceled out. So they do a great job of that. I'm assuming we're going to see that combination, the Invis Bucky, unless it gets banned out. Hella obviously a threat when it comes to Melania. But yeah, both sides have some unique play styles and things that they really specialize in. I just want to see how they match up against each other.
Yeah, how is that gonna go? Because FlyQuest have only lost to 100 Thieves and Sentinels, like the big three or the big two, if you will. And where does Nightmare slot into that? I said sort of Envy's my dark horse, but really I think Nightmare would even be a step above that as someone who could contest that the big three. And FlyQuest, if they get beat by Nightmare, that would definitely put Nightmare in the conversation for a team that could upset this whole bracket. But FlyQuest got to prove that they can stay consistent, that they can bounce back from yesterday, and that they don't overcook too much on these comps, because when all the duelists get banned out, you'll see light on some crazy stuff.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they are in the conversation with some of the best teams, right? And it's still being so early on, we still haven't had a ton of eyes on, and you can show up on different days and you'll see teams pop off that maybe didn't pop off the first time you saw them, maybe during an MRC or something along those lines. But once they start finding their footing, once you get more comfortable in this environment, that's where you really start to see where teams rank with each other. So everybody has their own idea of where everyone's going to be, but it isn't until moments like this when you're head to head where that starts getting cemented. So I will believe, and I do believe, that between these two teams, both of which have been in discussion of, oh, they're going to be top 2, 3, 4 teams, you know, we'll see where that's going to line up here, because these teams, despite who they play and get this win right now, are immediately going to go back in after, you know, one spacing game right back against Envy. So it is going to start locking in these positions.
And Nightmare were a team that said in our interviews that they thought they could really beat Sentinels, that was such a winnable series. And I casted that one, and I fully believed them. That domination went to round 3, 99 versus to 99% against Sentinels in the Swiss stage, to another map that went the distance. And if Nightmare can play that close to Sentinels, there could be a chance for Nightmare to play just as close as FlyQuest, as they're about at the same level, but very different identities. As we're about to get into our pick and ban phase, Symbiotic Surface to kick things off, and this is where we set the tone, and the loser will pick the map following that in a best of 5.
Yeah, we've seen a whole lot of push momentum on this map where teams either have that momentum and shove through to point 3, or they get held up at point 2. We haven't seen a ton of point 1 holds. We did see it when it came to Shroud X, and early on, I think day 1, they did manage to make that happen, I believe, against Sentinels of all people in one of the wins that they took. So it was quite a battle there, but now, ever since then, we've been seeing a lot more pushing through that first point early on, battling over 2, and if 2 was a sweep, it seemed like they went all the way through to 3. We haven't really seen a ton of hold on 3 yet, so I'm curious to see how this is going to look right now and what they're going to run and ban as we soon dive in to the ban situation.
Yeah, Symbiotic Surface Convergence was the first map that FlyQuest had to do against Sentinels, and it was close. They got about short of point B, and then the defense, well, the Sentinels overtime capped against FlyQuest. Pretty competitive. We even got to see the Spider-Man Venom dive out of FlyQuest on that. And I think FlyQuest just want to get rid of their own Venom potential there of Spark Chief and Light, who have synced up in the past on that. But
yeah, it looks like they're taking Venom out of the picture because they know they can run it, but like we talked about, they've been running so many different compositions and willing to try so many different things. They just maybe don't want to have to deal with it just because of how annoying. Yeah, exactly. Luca also be playing a lot of those dive vanguards. So yeah, they just want to take it off the table. Loki's going to get locked though. That does help with that dive. Luna and Venom again locked off the table. Something that we've seen, I believe, from this team. They typically get rid of Luna, Groot, or Hela. There it is, Hela, pretty consistently on the side of Nightmare.
Yeah, FlyQuest had a chance to protect that Hela if they felt like Energy would have had the edge in that mirror against Malenia, because that's a pretty consistent ban from the Nightmare side. So that gets through. Groot, their Vanguard setup from FlyQuest, a lot more important. Gasklin and Spark Chief were incredible, especially Spark Chief on that Groot. Had some huge Stringling prisons against Sentinels and some maps that were really close because of the big plays. But FlyQuest need to close it out. They get such good fights, but sometimes choke at the end. So we'll see how consistent they could be against Nightmare.
Yeah, Nightmare has elected over the last 2 games to lock in saving Adam, so it doesn't surprise me that FlyQuest is going to take that off the table, as they are not afraid to ban Adam out as they did yesterday. But they usually try to keep Luna, Hela, or Groot around, so they did keep that Groot, as Luna and Hela are both off the table. Let's get into this first fight here as we see FlyQuest on defense setting up.
Yeah, you got the Gasklin, Magneto, and the Groot setup. We saw so much Doctor Strange from Gasklin, but he's showing us just how flexible he can be, and also told us yesterday like how much I guess still good blood, but not bad blood, good blood, question mark, that Gasklin still has with this former team of Sentinels, because this is not about like trying to have revenge or anything negative like that. It's just to prove himself as a main Vanguard on a squad and to represent such a prestigious banner of FlyQuest, and to be part of this team, to build them up to this point means a lot. But they're in the lower bracket, so no room for mistakes.
Yeah, it's a respect thing, right? You like to see people perform, especially friends, and seeing them up at this level. You mentioned they are in the lower bracket, but they are making their way up here towards the end of this tournament as we're close to the lower side semis. And here we go as the fight begins early. You can see on the side of attack, Luka gonna be on the Wolverine, which I'm not sure we've seen him much on Wolverine. I could be mistaken there, as Zealous is gonna hold that off angle with the Bucky, trying to get shields up. And here comes the Groot walls for days, a full structure being created as Spark Chief is going to immediately take out Azure.
Yeah, what the hell is Nightmare cooking? Usually it's like Mace. If anyone's going to be randomly on Wolverine that they're not supposed to, it's Mace, and he's not playing, and Luka's never played Wolverine in an official match. And this is quite a vibe-based comp, a day of, if you will. And, you know, these are ranked demons. They could play anything. But this is really weird, because Kendrick not on Bucky is confusing me as well.
Yeah, it's like, you know, they're hitting them with confusion comp, you know what I mean? It kind of gets their head a little bit. It's unique, it's different. You know, this is something we may have not seen that could have been in the scrimming side of things, a little bit off of the screen, but it seems to be, well, I was going to say working for them as they press in, but Energy going to get an early pick there on Luka as the passive was clearly gone, and the ultimate's in the side right now of Nightmare as they pop one. Out goes the invisible barrier, boundary, excuse me, and here comes the armed and dangerous. Are we going to get a cracking impact landing on anyone? Not from what I've seen yet.
Yeah, with the 50% ult charge that Luka had on the Wolverine, this is an important swap to just go back to something normal for Nightmare, because surprising FlyQuest has not worked out so far, and half the time bank has gone as a result. So they're sticking with the triple Vanguard, I guess. I don't know if Kendrick, now that he used the ult, would want to go to the Bucky, and Malenia sticking on it. So Nightmare trying something different for sure.
Yeah, I like the idea there. Luka with a teleport from the back, or just essentially walling off that backline strategist area. It could be good in a push position when you're driving the supports or strategist back into that corner, and then you wall them off like that. Could be a crazy play, because that wall has so much more value, that teleport has so much more value than just being a movement ability. And here we go, as we are going to see some damage out being traded back and forth. Ultimate charge gaining. Gasklin has ult out. Spark Chief going to take out Luka. Down again. Nightmare going to have to drop back because they don't have much. They do have the dunk, though. Malenia gonna find 1, 2. Malenia popping off, trying to look for 3. Can they make it all the way? No, out goes the invisible. Oh my goodness. As Zelos falls as well, and that could be enough to give him this point.
All right, a 1v6 out of Malenia to make this work after the fight started at a number disadvantage. The poke from FlyQuest was so strong that it just kept picking off the Wolverine before Luka could even approach, and then you have an invisible woman boundary halfway through the Kraken impact to support Malenia, and it's all right, Malenia, go eliminate the other team. And if that's the win con, I'm worried about Nightmare going forward, but Malenia is the GOAT after all.
Yeah, last 2 in a row, I believe Malenia did pop off on the MVP in terms of Nightmare's W. So Malenia, a ton of trust and faith and confidence. I mentioned this in past streams where we did say that if you're playing duelist, truthfully, I do believe you need to think you're the best duelist. I think it's part of the mental game that a lot of duelists, you know, I'm sure a ton of you guys in ladder have seen the egos of duelists, right? As a Vanguard, I'm allowed to say that without getting punched in the face, but it does seem like you need to have that confidence, because when you do, you just play better. If you start doubting yourself, you don't have the space taken, you're afraid to make ultimate plays, and it kind of messes with you, as we see a lot of success on that first point.
Just Nightmare going up against all the mains of the FlyQuest side, and Kendrick wanted to be aggressive, looking for a good strangling prison. When there's a Magneto shield in your face, you have to wait it out, and Nightmare are in trouble. They're now getting pulled and walled off by the just better neutral fight from FlyQuest, and when it rains, it pours. You have Energy who's putting shots from above. Nightmare, this is not the same team that went the distance against Rad Esports the other day.
Yeah, the momentum definitely seems slowed up. It seemed like that play was heavily driven off that ult. That Kraken Impact really had a ton of value, and they did obviously support it with Vaser using that invisible boundary. But, you know, you're right. Outside of that, it seems a little more favored on the side of Fly, who just feels like they're playing with a little more confidence, owning this early. We talk about how this point is, you know, it's not too bad to hold on points. We see a lot of fights end here, as here comes the dunk. Gaskin look for that Meteor M. Will they find value? Bang! Down goes Vaser. Good patience there, waiting for the last second to turn and find a new location. Not having eyes on does not allow that Invis to play confidently, as Light's gonna dunk on Kendrick, and Spark Chief gonna take out Azure.
This is tough. Light has shown his experience on the Wolverine, besting Luca, going for assassinations in the back, well supported by the team, and in the chaos that was an Invisible Woman boundary from Zealous, he's already like built up another, it seemed, or I don't know. Nightmare are just throwing everything they can at the wall and hoping that it sticks, and in a chaotic environment like Rank, like this is where Nightmare's playground has happened and where they've really grown and built this roster from. But this is Nightmare that need to kind of clean up this map one. They only have a minute left to push. We'll see how the Strangling Prison goes.
Yeah, and begin again with the dunk. That did land on a few in the up in the sky. Energy gonna try to turn that around. Energy, a very confident duelist, very strong duelist as well. Does get the reset there on Kendrick. Kendrick not on the Bucky. Has my mind blown on the Groot, though. Clearly a strong Groot, and here comes the third. Does find Purchase onto the Wolf, who does escape. So not gonna get another reset. Ooh, I might have spoke too soon. No, I did not. Hold right back. Energy trying to relocate back to the team, as the team is still holding at this very first entrance.
Oh, yeah, Nightmare could be stalled out a little bit. Scarlet Witch to give Azure the window of the team up for the next 15 seconds. The kidnap, though, from Light, taking the Magneto. The self-bubble to buy time. The strangling prison from Spark Chief getting the rest of Nightmare. But somehow, Azure saved himself with the Meteor M, and Nightmare's follow-up is on the way. But can the ambulance get there in time? It's the Invisible Woman barrier from Cooper's copy on the Loki. Nightmare have to take a fight in it, but they're also being slowed.
OT here in this position after that pick. Odds are back in the side of Fly, as they are up numbers. Armed and dangerous. Here comes the throw again from Gaskin, the meatball. Trying to find somebody, but the reset. Melania gonna get two. Energy gonna turn that right back around, though. Oh my goodness, a double pull. Here comes the ult tune from Energy. I feel it coming. Yep, and here comes the reset on those clones. Bang, down goes two. Turns around immediately. Nice angle, but unfortunately the bubble up to keep them in the fight. Energy gonna get another, and that likely will have to be the end here for the push on Nightmare.
Well, it's a good thing this is a best of 5. I'm such a huge Nightmare fan. I've been thinking they were going to be the ones who upset this whole bracket. But this version, this is some next level cooking, some next level experimentation that they're doing. Kendrick on the Groot. It's just, he's getting poked down on the approach. He's trying to go for like the 6-man strangling prison. And I think Gaskin has been holding his shield for his moment, and Kendrick is having issues getting value. You know, they're not, the neutral fight from Nightmare isn't succeeding with no Bucky pulls and like Groot isolations. That's definitely gone the way of FlyQuest, hence why that corner was camped out for so long. And Nightmare really figuring out the comp for them, and this makes a lot more sense. With Luca having his Venom banned out, that was something he ran almost on every map against Rad, because they figured out way too late how much of a problem Luca is on the Venom. But can Nightmare play something other than the Venom? This is what this next round is going to show. It's definitely still winnable, but FlyQuest don't have too far to go to win the map.
Yeah, looks like we're going to get some role swapping, and it is going to go back to a little more of a standard, what we'd expect from this composition. Obviously, haven't seen a ton of the Strange from Luca. Obviously, very dive heavy, does play that Hulk, does play that Venom. Hulk may struggle a little bit on this map, or, there's, maybe doesn't scrim well. Very curious about how that plays out, but I know their confidence. I mean, on defense, it can be tough to run him as well unless you have a lot of pressure. We are going to see here Kendrick back on that Bucky, though, and Melania on the Wolverine. So, I don't count these guys out ever because they're a confident team. They do get things done, although it is a tough position to be in right now.
Yeah, Melania's ace was the whole reason Nightmare even capped. So I'm investing in whatever Melania wants to play and Melania gets. He got pulled, was able to escape, and Nightmare tried to hold the door. There was a good pull from the Invisible Woman to get Spark Chief in a bad spot, but there's so much good cooperation from the FlyQuest side to even bite back and get a pick on a strategist. But that's the reason you run the Rocket Raccoon. But Nightmare needs to make the most out of this moment.
Yeah, Loki, a ton of pressure and a ton of damage once you have 3 clones out. That res was insanely massive for the side of Baser. Well done there to keep the numbers even. You can see just already the space being owned. When you all go against a group comp without running the group, it just buys you so much free space, and that's why Groot is widely considered one of the best, if not the best, vanguards in the game right now, as we are going to get these early strategist ultimates pop fly. Trying to find a pick there on Luca. Very weak. Does get it and manages to take this point for the pressure very early. There comes the copyright back as you hear a ton happening. Activated as we do get invisible boundaries on both sides. Here comes the reset out of the clones. Clones do not get healed up during that ultimate, so you can just continue the reset. Gaslit with a nice pick there. Zelos. Kendrick getting 2. Can he get more? Yes, 3. Kendrick gonna clutch up. Take out 4. Get that quad and allow them to hold on.
Oh, the point was captured. Unfortunately, there was even some progress, so Nightmare just gave up way too much space, and that's because Pizza Demon died so early. The Invisible Woman boundary was brought out second and 10% later than Zelos, and that's what gave the edge to FlyQuest to get so much of that space, because you getting slowed in that ult when you don't have your own is so painful. Finish line for map number 1 is within sight of FlyQuest, and they got 3 ults to do it, and they're pretty huge ults.
Yeah, momentum shifting forward. I didn't even notice the pick early. It was a Venn diagram of invisible boundaries that got me confused as energy. Gonna shut this down. It should be enough for them to take this at this point, as the numbers are just way too much in their favor, and FlyQuest is going to take home map 1.
Final score 2-1.
Well, it's a good warm-up map for Nightmare for sure. That was, like I said, I know where their peak is, their ceiling is, to play with Azure on that substitute yesterday, and how clean they looked against Rad. This is not Nightmare. This is some dream stuff. I don't know. It's definitely not a good side of Nightmare. So maybe after this warm-up, maybe they can have a sit down with each other during the break to compose themselves and get back to their typical roles. Kendrick back on the Bucky is nice. Melania, who can either go on the Wolverine or something else, and too little too late maybe, but just not being able to progress much further than point B is sort of what hurt Nightmare in the end. So good warm-up map, but also just good consistent play out of FlyQuest. Better strangling prisons, the Kraken impacts. It's protocol for FlyQuest, and it's another day at the office, and they won't be shaken.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked across the board there on the stat lines, virtually every single aspect of FlyQuest in terms of the Vanguard, Strategist, and Duelist outperformed the other side. I know it's difficult to outperform if one piece of the puzzle isn't quite fitting. It does impact everyone else, so it's tough to look at stat lines and say, oh, they got outclassed, because in the end of the day, it's very reliant on a team composition and a team flow and understanding. That being said, FlyQuest, it looked fluid. It just looked like a normal, like you said, a normal day at the office. And Nightmare they tried to do something tricky. They didn't run the Groot without Groot being banned. They chose to elect to not use the Loki, and Loki was getting a ton of value there too. It just something just wasn't adding up there.
Yeah, and Nightmare just don't believe in that Venom mirror, but we'll see how that's gonna go. It's actually FlyQuest that banned out the Venom, so maybe that is hurting Nightmare. They feel like that's their bread and butter, and yeah, that was a tough one to watch, but hey, good warm-up, and we got a break coming up, so we'll see what Nightmare have up their sleeve after this.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The other
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
Grab the whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
Welcome back, everyone. As we just saw an absolute shellacking from the side of Fly. What did you think about that match, Lemon?
That's disappointing. You know, as such a big fan of Nightmare, I've casted a lot of their matches. I know where their peak is, and I've been sort of saying that they could be the ones to upset this whole bracket. I said it to Boger. I said it with my chest. Like, this was going to be the match that Nightmare could upset, and they showed up like they just didn't warm up for this match. They're like that, or they're trying to innovate some next level stuff of putting their duelists on Vanguards and vice versa to try to go up against Light on Wolverine. But I wonder if what really killed them is FlyQuest deciding to ban out the Venom, where maybe Nightmare expected the Venom mirror of Luca not letting Luca play Venom. I think really hurt Nightmare.
Yeah, you know, I have no idea if that was something they'd worked on in scrims, but switching up roles, it's just such a difficult mindset. It's such a total different change in mindset. I mean, maybe they changed things up here in the past. They've locked in Adam in the last 2 games they had yesterday. They decided to try to run that Guardians comp. Maybe we see something like that to try to get momentum back in the favor of Nightmare. But I'll tell you what, right now, it seems like Fly's just got a good decision making in terms of bans and locks, because it just looked like a normal day for them, and they just walked right through that.
Yeah, you can't let Sentinels say lower bracket quest instead of fly quest. You can't let that happening. You got to get back to the upper bracket. It's going to be a journey for FlyQuest, and we'll see how easy it'll go, as Shin Shibuya will be the Nightmare choice of map. And to chat about that before the picks and bans come in, is this was a map that they won pretty decisively against Rad. Nightmare went all the way to have a 43-second time bank and stopped Rad short of B. And this was around the Hela, the Bucky, the Strange, and the Mag. So Nightmare are very much capable of running a non-Venom comp. They just got to show us that they can. And hopefully during this break, they were able to mentally compose themselves, because that's the big question mark, is can Nightmare have the mental for this level of competition against a team like Fly, who are sort of built for tournaments like this?
I just gotta say it, Chad. I'm sure you're looking at this banning situation. You're thinking to yourself, that looks a lot like my ranked games when you see all the DPS on the top there with nobody clicking on anything else, just obviously as a little bit of a troll. But we do see the ban immediately. Like we talked about, down goes that Venom, and like clockwork, the Luna from the side of Nightmare has banned Luna virtually every single game yesterday, besides one where they chose Groot instead.
Yeah, I don't blame FlyQuest for continuing to ban the Venom. Clearly, this broke Nightmare into pieces, having to mirror the Mag and the Groot, but we'll see what is protected. The Groot mirror will be forced again, and I think if Azure and Luca can figure that out, or just go back to the Strange and the Mag, maybe that could be just as good. But taking out a lot of the strategists now is limiting options.
Yeah, and kind of like we called, I mean, I did assume that we were going to see the Guardians comp just try to get some confidence back on the side of Nightmare as they do lock in that Adam, allowing them to run that Star-Lord combination, just to have that res. Obviously, Mantis off the table now, not enabling the full squad of Guardians, but could be enough if they choose to run that. So we will see what this looks like once we start, but we are going to have that Groot again, Spark Chief, Gaskin running. It's going to be virtually the same comp, except for we are going to see Light starting on the Star-Lord again here.
And Baser too, returning on the Rocket. This was sort of their pocket pick to enable Kendrick, who's gonna be back on the Bucky. And this was like the whole reason Nightmare even got the ball rolling at all. It's just the ball got rolled like way too late, where they didn't have a time bank to build momentum off of. So that was really unfortunate. But it sounds like off the break, Nightmare have compose themselves. They're going back to a comp they're known for, actually the exact same comp that they ran against Rad, and it was really solid for them. And they were big fans of how Azure played the Mag and how crazy he went yesterday. So Nightmare got to get back on the hype train.
Yeah, let's see what this looks like. Obviously, we have seen some shutdowns here on point one. Very defensible map, ton of high ground, ton of off angles. Strategists typically like to hide in that arcade. Does give them an opportunity to peek around while still having a little bit of a strong drop back point. And you do have that boost pack behind you to get you up on high ground if you need to drop out, head back. It'll launch you directly up to the high ground. So it gives you almost like a free escape. So strong positioning here as we see Azure try to open up the side of the map. And we start off the fight again. No group match. We are going to see double shield comp on the side of Nightmare, and we are going to have the Hellas through now, so we can see how Melania versus Energy looks in this first set of 1v1 Hella battles.
For sure. Nightmare have banned Hela almost in every single match. Just Melina, this is not his most preferred hero. Still one that he excels at despite how his feelings towards it. But Energy has been known as a server admin on this hero. As you have FlyQuest already advancing, using the mag shield. There's some pressure from behind. Cooper's taking damage. And maybe if FlyQuest are waiting for Light to get in position for a good kidnap, that could be the win con this early. But if Nightmare are going to keep giving up space, then FlyQuest are going to take it.
And here we go with the Kraken impact very quick as Kendrick gets tackled. Nice take there by Light, finding an opportunity and collapsing while the team was distracted. They are going to lose Luca. The res goes right back on Kendrick. Spark Chief going to find another with Azure, and they're just kind of making it happen again. The momentum just so heavily on the side of FlyQuest as they are walking this thing back through and starting off virtually almost getting the full point. There is going to be one on, as we are going to see Energy getting one pick on Kendrick. Down goes Baser, down goes Melania, and just like that, Fly is going to have this thing immediately.
Yeah, critical macro of Nightmare just backing away and hoping to just play off that Kraken impact, but you need that initial damage too to have that be a really valuable ultimate. And Nightmare, when you don't have space to work with, you have also less angles to operate around. And Melania just got pushed to the edge by Energy, and Energy, man, with a big diff in that 1v1. And no res from Baser that I see quite yet. So FlyQuest could really push the envelope here if they get a good Strangling Prison. But Spark Chief needs to push up, and I think they just want to get cart progress.
Yeah, the space owned here. Energy playing these long lines of sight, which, you know, Hela dominates those, does have the Goddess of Death ready to utilize should need be, but it is going to have a full 5 set of ultimates on both sides. Nightmare on the Rocket to help with the res situation and to enable the Bucky a bit, as we are going to see the Venn diagram, the double invisible boundary, and just nobody making plays yet. The 1v1 begins as Melania finds Energy. Down goes Spark Chief from Baser, and it looks like Nightmare is finding their footing.
Absolutely. Like, it was such a good start from FlyQuest to go in off their Strangling Prison. It was responded by the Pizza Demon Invisible Boundary, but what was the real kicker and the real killer is Luca's huge Eye of Agamotto is sort of off screen, but it stunned most of FlyQuest and allowed Nightmare to capitalize on that with a full team wipe when they did not get wiped by the trigger being pulled by FlyQuest first. So Nightmare have stabilized, but it's all up to this Goddess of Death and maybe a Meteor M to set the pace for Nightmare.
Yeah, it is still going to be an even spread here. Obviously, you know how devastating those Wolverine ults, that last stand can be. So you do have the Meteor M. And as I say that, they look for one and find nobody, as nobody gets taken back towards the squad. It was a good idea, try to tackle back towards the team, but no connection there, as we are going to have advantage back on the side of Nightmare, who's holding on in this alleyway for as long as humanly possible.
Oh, and Light isolates himself out of line of sight from his supports that can't heal him up despite the good tackle that he had. Now you got a Kraken impact. The res is coming in from Baser, a Goddess of Death. That is the only thing standing for FlyQuest. So I think now it's time for FlyQuest to lock in, because clearly Nightmare have woken up.
Yeah, Baser actually showcased, I think this is the third final hit now, the power of Rocket. When you hold the left click, a rare sight for, you may see a Rocket and a ladder rarely doing that, but when you have the confidence and the comms to ensure that you can make plays like that, not being afraid to go take out the Goddess of Death in the sky and then immediately following up and getting a pick, goes to show you how strong that can be in close range. So we will see the next start here as the Z-Pack gets launched, just to juice out the Bucky. Will Bucky be able to make things happen? Just essentially there to get rid of these group walls with a ton of damage, as we do see the immediate pop there by Pizza Demon.
Yeah, the damage boost, Baser, FlyQuest just smartly back away and sort of waited out. There were some moments where I think Spark Chief may have isolated Melina with the wall, and there's so much focus from FlyQuest on one of the star players there of Melina. This is really tough. Nightmare are just falling apart, and this is while FlyQuest are getting progress. The spawns are really close from Nightmare, and they also have a portal from Luca, and this could be an Eye of Agamotto that would be really clutch. We'll see if they'll even have time to execute as the payload's really close to being capped.
Yeah, the portal is out, and they do find some there. Luca having to drop back as they are able to get that ultimate out of place. First of all, I don't even know if Pizza Demon was in the ult, but unable to get a pick as they're forced back due to sheer pressure, as Light is going to start the rampage. Kraken impact on virtually everyone. The Rocket being left gets punched and lifted into the sky as they do take point 2.
Yeah, FlyQuest expected exactly what I did. Luca portaling in with the Eye of Agamotto, and it had an impact, but what was important is Spark Chief put walls forward so that there was no line of sight from any of the duelists from Nightmare to follow up with the stun that Luca hit on some of the players of FlyQuest. So FlyQuest are having really good reads on what to expect. They're good at predicting the ultimates coming out of Nightmare, and ult tracking is a skill that FlyQuest are doing really well.
Yeah, this is, you know, momentum still is on the side of Fly as the fight begins a little early. Spark Chief does have those walls, those early pressure, that space taking you're trying to do with Vanguards is negated when you have a wall that can shove you off your team as they are finding success. There goes that wall, and unfortunately down goes Luca. Good play there. These group compositions getting through into the shield comps is so difficult. I mean, obviously Strange does have the jump, getting them a get out of jail free card, but if that cooldown gets used for any reason offensively, you're in trouble as Melania finds energy. Nice pick there back.
Yeah, to shut down energy from going on a flank. Great reads from Melania to try and win some of these 1v1s, because that could also tilt the scales back in either team's favor. And FlyQuest may be behind on numbers. Respawn advantage for Nightmare. Nightmare are giving up a lot of space once again, and it opens it up for the Kraken impact from Light.
Yeah, and it will proceed. Looking for, oh, great bubble there. Magneto just understanding the wherewithal to see the low HP and know that it was coming that way as you're going to dump immediate meatball right on Light, who does get rezzed right back, though. Numbers are back even, and here we go as Zelos trying to put some damage out. Unfortunately, not able to make a pick happen as they're very close with 60 seconds on the clock. Gasplin trying to get some sort of ultimate off as they do have the ability to portal. Actually, I lied. 102 minutes on the portal, unable to wall off the enemy, so we'll not be able to see that happen here on the final point, but the idea was likely there until they teleported back. Melania gonna find another on Light as we do pop that boundary.
And now the picks go Nightmare's way, but man, the heavy work coming out of Luca to block the Goddess of Death, from Azure to block off to bubble off the Kraken impact. Like, I don't know how Nightmare didn't get capped on. It's all thanks to those Vanguards, and then of course a beautiful finish from Kendrick at the end on the Bucky. But keep in mind, Energy may want to go on a flank again. We'll see if he makes that decision against Melania, who's been marking him a lot better. And at this point of the game, it is so hard for FlyQuest to infiltrate.
Yeah, it's going to be a Q battle here shortly, as we will see everybody trying to find some value. Zelo's going to pop the rocket, but Melania says not today. A lot of those 1v1s have been going Melania's way, and there goes the Eye of Agamotto out. Doesn't find value, unfortunately not returned right back. As Kendrick going to start landing the Kraken impact. Down goes Gasplin. Reset again, make that 2. Can we have 3, 4, if you will? And just like that, Nightmare is going to own that pressure and stop him before point 3.
Once again, these Nightmare Vanguards are something else. That Luca block on the Eye of Agamotto was huge. And as soon as they can negate some of these ultimates, Nightmare have a better retaliation at the end. Just a team that's known to be so aggressive, really knows how to dial things back and at what point of the map to do so at. Just a lot of work being done by these Vanguards to keep the fight stable so that Kendrick and Melania can take their positions and bite back against FlyQuest. Still a very far push for FlyQuest. Even if you don't complete, this is pretty deep into the map, and Nightmare have to prove to us that offensively they can go up against FlyQuest.
Yeah, at this level of play, pushing it to that point, even getting this second point is a very strong push and definitely defendable. So it is doable here for FlyQuest, but Nightmare now feeling a little more confident. They struggled that first point, obviously, but found their footing in the second and were able to hold off on the third. They just kept getting stronger and more confident. Obviously, spawn advantage heavily on the third point for the defense, but still, it is a strong defense play there, and they may have gotten their confidence back, but Fly never give up on FlyQuest because they always believe that they can shut these teams down, and they think they have what it takes, and typically that kind of confidence yields results.
In this sort of setup, you have the Magneto and the Bucky on the high ground. If they get a pull, that's a win con. Spark Chief's looking for isolations. This is a choke point where just the 1 or 2 walls could be enough. We'll see how the neutral fight goes, and I've really liked what Light has been able to do on the Bucky to give them that first pick, but also Melania, how is he going to want to challenge this high ground position as one of the few players that can actually get up there? Then there's also the style of Melania being able to play with the rest of the team, so the Hela can also play conservative without being too isolating themselves.
Yeah, and then you do have that side of when you have an invisible woman on your team, you do get that guardian shield, allowing the Hela to take these weird angles and have a shield in front of them, which makes it even more terrifying. Burning that 300 shield down prior to getting into a fight with her, it makes it just insanely difficult. You need to have those comms, and you need to be focused on burning that down. It may look scary, but your whole job should be dealing damage and breaking that thing, burning that cooldown for invisible. But here we go again as we start these fights. It is going to be around this outside of the building. Something we mentioned previously on this map is those angles are not always fighting down main anymore. Great work there to angle off Spark Chief. Down goes the Groot, and that's a great early pick here by Nightmare, who has this momentum to take this point early.
Yeah, FlyQuest are just choosing not to chase down eliminations. Like, they had Azure really low, they had Luca low, and FlyQuest played too safe, and maybe this is not paying off. It's now giving 2 ticks over. Gasklin goes in by himself, and the rest of the team didn't have line of sight. They were maybe trying to set up an invisible woman boundary from Cooper and just didn't have the right pieces at least synced up in place. So FlyQuest definitely getting out-tempoed and could actually use more aggression, which is something you don't really say every day.
Yeah, so here we go again, as it looks like the favor's heavily on the attacking side. Will FlyQuest be able to get their momentum on this off-right angle of this alleyway? There is a ton of space being created by the duelist. Kendrick does have that Kraken impact. We do see Azure as well, ready with the Meteor, but very close on both sides to even those out. And here we go with the initiation from Azure. Can we find a pick? Tries to get the rocket out of the sky, unfortunately not turned directly around, as Light is gonna dump right back at him. Down goes Azure, rezzed out. Here comes the ult from Luca out of the invisible boundary. Good decision making there, tough to try to counter that. The group wall gets stuffed too, but still able to get a few, as we do have Hela in the sky.
Yeah, Pizza using the invisible boundary second. Cooper just helping the team survive. A big exchange of Vanguard ultimates of Strangling Prisons, Eye of Agamotto's. Luca getting decent value, maybe catching Spark Chief and maybe one other person, but just heads up play from Gasklin, not having as flexible of a shield to defend against that. As speaking of defending, FlyQuest are going to stop them at this choke point, and Melina has to find a right moment with the Goddess of Death, but has been focused down so many times. Oh, the damage boost coming up from Baser, and the poke battle continues.
Yeah, it's just right now a matter of these early trades prior to the fight. Obviously, right now, Nightmare does have ult advantage. See if they able to make something happen with the minimal usage, ensuring that they have that economy moving forward. Nightmare does pop that Baser ult, the rocket damage boost, trying to help out something like that Hela off angle. Unfortunately, not able to find any purchase, no KOs there. Still have Melina off in that off angle, still trying to rain damage onto the front line. Gasklin still getting just healed up, just support ult charge City, as he's just standing out here soaking this and allowing the off angle hidden strategist to just gain charge, as now the numbers are heading back in Fly's favor in terms of ult charge. And here we go as this fight Light with a nice early pick does manage to take out Kendrick. Great positioning there. Ooh, the dunk right back is your great decision, as he finds energy lacking in that corner and makes something happen. The group wall, the group off, and there goes 2 as we lose Melina on the Hela early on, but the fight is still being stalled here by the invisible boundary.
Luca just got kind of countered on the Eye of Agamotto, and somehow the numbers were even. The invisible woman boundary popped by Pizza Demon is what even kept whatever is left of Nightmare alive. And you got a Kraken impact that gets traded. Kendrick shut down. Great reaction at a Spark Chief. Now it's going to be the Meteor M, and it's blocked by the Doctor Strange shield. This Hela ult's not going to last too long, but it's a good enough distraction for the front pieces of Nightmare to push in.
Honestly, that's just a communication difference. I honestly thought that was going to not get a ton of value, but the team used that as essentially just treat it like a Vanguard. Got a ton of HP up there in the sky. Eyes turned around, and as soon as they turned around, they lost 2. Well done there by Nightmare. It may have looked bleak, but it was just big-brained, as Nightmare still got the space with 2 minutes on the clock, still pressing very much towards that point and trying to take this thing into a W.
Yeah, FlyQuest at a disadvantage in timing at the beginning, but they've really kind of traded off that time with this point B hold they have so far. Is Nightmare presents themselves 90 seconds to cap, just need to zone it off. It's the Meteor out, Knight's blocked against the Doctor Strange, or at least against a shield from Gasklin, I mean. And Lucas, speaking of Doctor Strange, has an Eye of Agamotto, and Gasklin has had his number. The Goddess of Death from the defense zones off Nightmare. They'll be ready to retaliate. A Kraken impact as soon as Nightmare have a window engaged on. Kendrick needs to go X Games mode.
Yeah, honestly, Energy, I think used the iframes from the Goddess of Death to dodge that meteor, which was really well played. And here we go with the initiations immediately again. 60 seconds on the clock. Everybody pressing the Q button. The trades! Energy gonna get one back on Melania. Luca gonna take out Spark Chief. Numbers back. Oh, the res immediately. Spark Chief back in the fight as FlyQuest still holding on here. Luca trying to take the height, unfortunately. Not able to get there. 100 HP does drop back and does get healed up. Trying to reset as a unit. But unfortunately, the duelists are forced out. Great positioning here from Energy. Trying to find a angle into the back line. Oh, yep. Great focus. What a bunch of plays. My goodness.
Yeah, this is why Melania has had to just babysit Energy this whole time and why everyone bans the Hella against FlyQuest. Also, so frustrating to play against FlyQuest with this rocket, the revives from that, plus the close respawn advantage. You have to be careful how far they go. They can get walled off here, but FlyQuest are just... They cannot be fully team wiped, and Nightmare have been so close. They've thrown Eyes of Agamotto's, they've thrown every ultimate. Now the portal to try and catch FlyQuest off guard.
Yeah, it was a good touch, and they did find value. This may be enough for them. The portal play potentially clutching this thing up. It is going to clutch it. Oh, my goodness. Good ultimate there as they are going to hit the sky. Energy going to try to get a pick here to hold on, and down goes Energy. Down goes Cooper as Kendrick is going to start sweeping, trying to get them point two, all from a portal play. Nightmare not giving up and making something happen.
Yeah, Luca just did kind of like just like the basic of Eye of Agamotto's, but just getting two has not been enough against FlyQuest, so portaling on top of them has been the play. This time FlyQuest didn't expect it. They have been able to read him in the past, and for them to also revive with Baser behind FlyQuest hurts even more to push those respawns to the edge. But only a minute now is left from Nightmare, and they still have to go kind of inside the base of FlyQuest.
Yeah, it was crazy to witness because, you know, on the side of FlyQuest, they push in heavy onto their spawn door. I don't think they thought Stranger was going to be able to get a teleport off after all the damage that they dealt, but they waited to the drop back. People were able to hold on, and the positioning and timing of those comms, everyone just collapsed in, even if they didn't go through the portal, and got there to point and made stuff happen. Kendrick popping off there with the unlimited ammo, the Z button. Oh, and here we go, trying to stop the Meteor M, but it does not find value as the double shield comp is very difficult to get a meatball there onto the back line. But here we go. As Pizza falls, Energy gonna press Q up into the sky. Unfortunately, natural cover here from the building, but they are gonna pre-press him. Well, that is a tough look, and it finally pressures through that wall, looking for the rocket now, who is gonna fall. Good damage there by Energy. Oh my goodness! They are able to find value. Great iframe there. And Fly does get this back with 5 seconds. Will they be able to hold on, or is this going to go directly back to FlyQuest, who's going to take map 2?
Yeah, series point, and I thought that was just such a good Invisible Woman ult from Pizza Demon to bring up that boundary as the Meteor M from FlyQuest was coming in, made Gasklin think twice, and FlyQuest are not a team that are going to take huge risks. So, you know, trading out the boundary for the Meteor M, FlyQuest waited out and then re-engage off of Light. Beautiful Bucky plays. He's truly been showing us how flexible of a duelist he has been to play anything from the Wolverine to the Bucky to the Spider-Man to the Penny. I mean, the Penny and the Spider-Man stuff in other series, but FlyQuest have, you really can't ban against them. They just haven't looked weak whatsoever, but at least we had much more better signs of life out of Nightmare. This is more of the Nightmare we expected to see, and for Kendrick to drop a 40,000 damage game and lose has to really hurt.
15 final hits, capping the entire lobby. I mean, you saw Light get 13. It was good work there as well. But yeah, I mean, just a tough look. It was really, you know, down to the wire. Did get to the final push there, a few meters off, but that's all that matters in this mode, especially when the spawn being so close. That was still a very good hold. Fly just showcasing how confident they are. Again, both strategists on either side doing a great job keeping numbers the same, but you got to show love to Cooper on FlyQuest with, I think this is the max I've seen in the tournament so far, 66 roughly K healing with that invis is obscene. Virtually, actually, you know what, almost adding the opposition together in terms of healing numbers. So really well done there by Cooper, who does get the MVP.
Yeah, just a lot less deaths from the FlyQuest side because they just, every time they would take damage, they would retreat, giving up a lot of space, which hurt FlyQuest's defense on the point. They just kind of left, and it's really hard to retake if you play within the arcade and try to go back in. So FlyQuest had moments where they were too far back, but then they were able to temper that and balance it out and take so much time off of Nightmare's clock to compensate over at the point B defense for FlyQuest. And to have the rocket respawns plus the respawn advantage of the doors being that close, it took Nightmare having to teleport on top of them and put their rocket res beacon behind FlyQuest for Nightmare to just break through point B. So it's really been a time factor for Nightmare to have such great ideas, but for them to happen so late in the game that to catch up to FlyQuest's pace has been it's been a very close map, but time ultimately being the factor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. Time, you know, it matters. When you take seconds off the clock, even, you know, pushing into OT on the second point was probably where the W happened for them, especially as getting as much space as they did. It was really only a fight and a half that they had before they could get to that push to get the W. So we did see some good plays there. We did see some really strong hella play across the board, back and forth, both really making some, you know, a ton of space. You saw energy with that dive in with the hella, finding an ult that found rocket, and then just a ton of damage across the board, coming back in, stunning somebody, and then escaping with the iframes with the bat. It was a gorgeous play. It worked out really well for him, and I think that's what won them that specific fight.
And yeah, the Molina versus Energy hella matchup has been so fun. What I like about Energy is, like, he gets within stun distance to get the diff on Molina, and I mad respect it. Nightmare were doing a good job of marking where Energy was, but with how far back FlyQuest were, you could have Energy still inserted in the same position, and it's kind of a big risk, the positions that Energy takes to be within stun distance like that, and it really was back and forth between these two teams. But it is series point for FlyQuest after all, one map away from advancing to the loser semifinal. We'll find out what happens after this.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fun.
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
Hey, well, everybody, welcome back. We have series point for FlyQuest, and I guess I was wrong. I thought this series could be close, unless Nightmare got a reverse sweep. They really had us in the first half if this is like reverse sweepable for Nightmare. But this was a way more composed and normal day at the office for Nightmare after that second map.
Yeah, it looks like they started getting the confidence back. We talked about that a lot. I mean, it was more so they looked more like themselves. They were making plays. There was everybody was finding a way to get value, which obviously in that first map did not look like that was happening at all. So it's definitely a step up. So if they keep that trend going, they could take this and push this to another map.
I hope so. Nightmare have been really good at domination maps before. They picked Hell's Heaven when they went the distance against Rad Esports yesterday to the Wakanda Convergence map, and this was a lot around the Luca, Doctor Strange, and Azure Magneto, which are a pairing that they haven't scrimmed a lot together. I mean, Melina was saying telling us yesterday in the interview that they haven't spent as much time with Azure as the substitute player, now having to come in over Mace. So this is still like a Nightmare pulling things together under unfortunate circumstances.
Absolutely. I mean, it does put more pressure onto things like Invis, Doctor Strange being one of the few, similar to Magneto, who can take Invis out if you do position yourself between, when you use Eye of Agamotto, if you position yourself between her and the Soul, you can actually deal double damage and sweep her out of the ult. So you will see Doctor Strange try to build that energy to around 75, and then if you do land it there, you should be able to one-shot Invis, which does apply more pressure. So changes up the mental state. We saw some success with that in the last map. I'm curious to see, if they get more value with it. They, had a pretty good stat line across the board there. So we are pushing forward as we head to a new map here, one they haven't seen these two on yet. We will be going to Yggdrasil, which I personally think is one of my favorite maps, and it plays really well for Doctor Strange.
Yeah, on that convoy map, that was something Nightmare won against Rad, or actually lost against Rad. It was very close, insanely close. I think I cast for like 5 minutes straight. Like that fight just literally never ended, where they were kind of supposed to win, and then the defense just didn't hold up. So that could be a good one. You got Mag, and it was off the Luca Venom, which we wonder if that's gonna ever slip through. I think FlyQuest have banned it now both maps in a row to not let Luca be on the Venom. And they really just believe in the Mag Groot or Strange Mag sort of mirror. We'll see what's banned first.
Yeah, it brings us back to the original season meta, right? The double shield comp being really strong with Hela. Obviously, Hela had a decline and then right back up with the recent changes to allow for some more pressure. So, yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. FlyQuest going to get rid of that Venom instantaneously. And, I could have called that for sure, too, on the side of Nightmare, getting rid of the Luna, which they've done virtually every single time. Take that off the field. So there goes the Luna. We'll find out who they lock in right now.
Yeah, how you build your comp around this, like maybe a Groot protect or anything like that. I would see Nightmare wanting to ban the Hela. Melina did well, but it's just something they've always banned, and they used to like kind of diving with the Star-Lord Venom, but now that that's out of the picture, is Melina still cooking with the Star-Lord? Would they want to get bubbled off and just trust in the MAGA? Not team up, but I guess synergy there. And Mantis is out. We'll see if Nightmare believe in the Hela mirror or not.
I think this is the exact same banning situation we saw last time. They tried to squeak in with the Guardians comp to see if it would be allowed. Unfortunately, they're going to take out Mantis, but still, they can choose to try to run that, but no, they aren't going to run it. Instead, going to go back to the tried and true, what they were rolling with on that last map, at least so far. We'll see if that changes as the map starts up here. But again, that Groot comp is tough into double shield. Groot just takes up so much free space as the shields push forward. And if you don't have that jump cooldown on Strange, if you don't have that bubble on Magneto, these fights can turn south real quick. And FlyQuest been showing how powerful that truly is. So let's see what they do here on attack.
Yeah, this is a map that can last a lifetime if you get to that point B with enough time to scrap. And again, the closer the attack gets to the end of a cap, the closer the respawns are for the defense. And that's where you shift to a more stall style. And that's how I've been describing FlyQuest throughout the series, is how much they play further back, laid back, and trust in their poke. And at times they've given up too much space, like in the previous point. Playing within arcade, it's tough to retake on that point. But FlyQuest, their level of how passive they play sometimes can be so frustrating as a team that wants to fully wipe them and be aggressive and go for picks to get progress. FlyQuest, though, they're the ones starting on the attack this time, and they have Light on the Wolverine. Their neutral was really solid around Spark Chief, walling off the tackle that Light goes for, while on the other side you have Kendrick that have, well, I guess technically double pulls, and that's their neutral win con.
Here we go as the fights begin. Taking that early space, Invis going to get some poke. Get a fair amount of all charge there on the attack. 27%, almost 28 off the rip with that really good placement. And here comes the fight. The group wall's up, using that jump, as we talked about, to buy the space back. Good tackle there. Nice work there by Light to get an early pick on Malenia, giving them the advantage off rip. The res is out now. At least they knew that they had that ready. So nothing major in terms of the trade. They do have rocket on both sides, so we will have that available for FlyQuest as we continue this fight.
Yeah, with the Star-Lord, you can hunt down that res beacon a little easier. I mean, the Hela can too, but obviously Energy is focused on being a laser. And FlyQuest, this aggression is really well tempered. A beautiful wall and pull from the FlyQuest side, and Nightmare don't really have a chance to retake.
Yeah, we saw back-to-back wall plays there, walling up the entirety of the team, leaving Strange vulnerable, and then immediately turning initially and taking out that Magneto after the team was walled off. I mean, it just goes to show you how strong this composition is. If you want the group to be available, in my opinion, you got to have something to answer it. They're trying here with the Bucky combination to put it on the duelist to burn these walls down, but unfortunately, even a fraction of a second being isolated is all it takes at this level to get a pick on the Vanguard of the front line. So just showed how strong that group could be as they just walked through the first point.
And just walking this like a dog, like when our Nightmare gonna kind of wake up and do something. It almost Light gets walled off from trying to tackle someone. This is good isolation. Slicing and dicing is Gasklin. And this the Meteor, and not gonna do much. A great block from the other side. Azure will be ready with his response. You got a damage boost from Baser, and Nightmare still hoping for a responding pick and a double tackle, but it's a three-man CC from the other side from Nightmare trying to disrupt, and finally some signs of life to push Fly to the edge before they could just full cap without much to say back.
Yeah, it shows you the power of off angles, right? Malenia just finding the back line during that battle, so it may have looked from our point of view that I was heading on the side of FlyQuest, but Malenia getting those few picks drove the team to reset. So goes to show you that you don't always want to be fighting down main, even with double shield. Find that off angle, get a single pick, and it can turn the entire tide of the fight. So that was just really well done there on this hold and this choke over on this right side, not allowing these duelists and strategists to get up to their vanguards.
Getting the Astral Flock out is pretty big, and the Goddess of Death, just so both teams, both Hellas can get their second lives, and a good Doctor Strange shield from Luca to make sure Energy doesn't get any shots or much damage into the fight. And FlyQuest have to round this corner. Their res is back up from the Malenia side, and it's Nightmare that are shifting things back and not rounding this corner, just holding their ground and hoping to draw out as much time from this FlyQuest bank.
Armed and
just a masterclass play back and forth here from these Hellas, just looking really clean, but it does go in the favor of Energy. Gasklin and Energy gonna find two more, and FlyQuest walking into point two here, heading in with 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock on the final point.
This is a lot on Malenia to try and keep Energy not to be a server admin, and you just saw that if Malenia doesn't chase that, if Energy just flocks away, then Energy comes and eliminates three. Like, you need to shut down Energy, and this is why everyone bans the Hela. This single-handedly could just give FlyQuest the win, because they have 4 minutes in this time bank, and Nightmare can try and draw out a lot of time from this corner, but they have to have a stable Vanguard front line.
Yeah, there is going to be a little bit of a pacing switch as we do see, actually, I lied. FlyQuest holding on to 3 ultimates. I thought they used a fair amount in that last fight, but no, they did not. Still have ult advantage on this fight. Gasklin trying to cut the left side. Energy going to walk it down main right now because all the attention being drawn to the left. Here comes the rocket. Energy again going to take out Malenia. Make that 2 as Azure goes down. The res gets popped. Malenia back in the fight, and here comes the strangling prison. Will they find enough value as we will see Luca now on the group?
Yeah, I don't think Nightmare have really won a team fight since maybe once on point B. Like, they got rolled and bulldozed on point A to just now getting farmed in their own spawn, and there's 3.5 minutes. If Nightmare don't win a fight here, this map is pretty over, because this time bank's going to be unsurmountable. And you even took Luca out of spawn before he was ready. Oh, wow.
Oh, that's a lot of time on the clock there. FlyQuest is feeling themselves, and they push this thing through with 3 minutes still for OT. Just a ton of time. You need Nightmare to have a conversation right now. The team's got to get out of their own heads, excuse me, and into the comms. This has got to change. You got to shake this up, because right now it wasn't working. I saw the attempts there, some switches in terms of the composition, but they ran back exactly what they ran in the last loss, and it didn't change anything for them. So I do like the idea of the teams trying to shake something up and do something different here.
Yeah, just Nightmare couldn't stabilize, and that's kind of the danger of convoy maps, of how snowballable, if that's a word, it can be. And there were definitely chances for Nightmare to strike back. Like, they were activating a lot of their res beacons from their rocket, and kind of being able to forgive that first pick is a lot. It's a second chance at a fight, a second chance at life, and Nightmare, I thought they were playing this far back style to just give time to Malenia to get a win, and it's just not the final boss quite yet. And it's a lot, you know, you have to hit headshots in this level of pro play. It gets all that damage. If it's a body shot, can be healed up quite quickly, and Cooper and Zelos have been on it, just being the heal bots in a positive way, you know, keeping their team pretty stable. And Nightmare just couldn't recuperate. They had one fight win on point B, and that's about it. I've never seen a time bank quite like this in pro play, but still Nightmare have a chance to do even better, but they have to go all the way at the end.
It looks like they're trying to get a little bit more of that anti-wall comp, as you do see Squirrel Girl coming out here, does a great job of burning those walls down. Luca going to be on the Groot, and Azure going to be on the Mag. They actually swapped right before the door opened, probably having some communication around what they feel more comfortable on, what they want to run here to match this, because they were struggling into that comp. I do think Groot is in just such a good spot right now. It's difficult to not play him unless you really dedicate a comp to this, which they're trying to do here. So Gascon on the off angle, trying to get Malenia, almost managing to make that happen. Good idea, good angle, and good shots there, but the fight still being kind of stalled, as we do see a bubbled up dive there from Light.
And the 1v1 between both Hellas. Energy always gets within that stun distance, and now has opened up the flank potential. Malenia will be respawned, so there's more on that plate. Remember, there's a Squirrel Girl, by the way. Fantastic pocket pick, and even the push away on the Invisible Girl against the Wolverine. Or actually, that was the pullback. This Squirrel Girl is to burst down these Groot walls and to force their way through the Vanguards, and then you got the Squirrel Tsunami to just rain down hell, but it still wasn't enough. Not with this Wolverine on the field from Light.
Cooper gets picked there by Malenia, but real quick, that was disgusting to see. That invis damage, throws out the orb, pulls the Squirrel right back into it when she tries to dash away, burning that cooldown, and then just raining and getting a solo pick while still holding on to that ultimate is dirty work as they try to get back out. Gasland gonna get ulted on, holding on. Here comes the invis boundaries. Malenia trying to get that pick on Cooper, and does make it happen. Well done there to use the right click and do enough damage. Strictly on headshots. Gorgeous play, playing off that group ult, which was really well done, if I might add, on the side of Luca, getting a full team with it, and that is going to help them push this thing forward. They needed that.
Absolutely. Bit of a slower pace, but they still will have actually one more fight to go for point A, so this could be even just another minute off the clock, and you got probably a res beacon being set up from Zelos, so let's see how many ults that FlyQuest can get out of Nightmare. That's sort of their silver lining. FlyQuest are not going to have as much space to work with, but Nightmare may just push this to the end. We need to see a FlyQuest touch, and they're going to come in at the last second.
Yeah, they tried to wall off. I like the idea there. Enough damage here. Yes, this is where Groot excels. You saw that, canceling out that Meteor M, because you can't eat the damage of the twigs raining on you, as Malenia got to fight a few, and they do get point one. Nightmare now getting some confidence as they are able to sweep and push this thing forward, and they do have time on the clock.
Yeah, FlyQuest got a lot of ults out of Nightmare, though, like 3 or 4, and this is going to be a lot less in the tank, and still 4 minutes. Like, you're going to have several cycles of ultimates going down, but we'll see how much progress FlyQuest will allow this, right? If they could force more fights, that means more time Nightmare have to spend to win those fights. And it's very hard to team wipe a team with two strategists, especially ones that have invisible barriers soon, at least Cooper soon. And that's Kendrick getting kidnapped there by Light, and he's eliminated.
Yeah, well done. Just those offerings, you got to be always ready for that. It's so difficult to handle. Great placement of the walls as we see FlyQuest utilize that. Remember, you can deal damage around the walls as a teammate, and they still will attack as... Ooh, they're trying to follow this up. Great Guardian. Oh, my goodness. Fly. Just so back and forth here, finding value post-ultimate as they do drop 2 more and own this space.
Good win for FlyQuest. 3 more minutes to go. And that Invisible Woman barrier, again, that's the next level sustain, but we always underrate the line of sight block that produces. So Pizza Demon conserving it for this fight means if they can take an aggressive stance, putting that invisible boundary in the opponent's space is going to slow them and create a lot of chaos that could favor Nightmare coming up.
Yeah, it's just been a consistent story here. We're seeing just really strong play. Obviously, some big plays there from Nightmare to take over the first point, but FlyQuest just acting like it didn't phase them, and we're up in the sky now. Kendrick is going to find Brew. Nice pick there. The reset, make that 2. Kendrick on a rampage. Going to keep running the team, trying to hide. Get out of there. It's like a horror movie. You got to run for your life as they are pressing. Another pick there by Energy to turn it back in their favor a little bit to get rid of that res as Baser does fall, and they do retake this space, I believe. No, Nightmare's still holding on up here. And they are going to reset. Should be able to retouch, though. Not going to have to utilize the Strange, but those walls are going to make it difficult to get through these tight chokes.
And Energy picking off Baser is just a strategist left behind, and Nightmare, that'll get him back for this next fight, but a momentum that was really killed from that moment. Fantastic job, though, from Kendrick, and they put a lot of eggs in the Kendrick basket. He's won them fights solo before, but this off angle from Energy needs to be kept in check. Molina needs to help, and Baser is down again.
Yeah, they are going to get this face back. I'm surprised. Nightmare looked really good there for a moment in terms of confidence as you're going to take out Energy, but it gets turned right back around as Luca on the group falls. Energy going to get rezzed up, so numbers still heavily in Fly's favor. The dunk from above. Meteor not able to find value. Sparksheet going to take out Kendrick. Another KO, showcasing how strong this group. Good ult there just to try to sweep and stagger, and they are going to get 2 more as FlyQuest is showcasing they've got what it takes to proceed in this tournament, trying to end this with 1 minute on the clock.
And FlyQuest can cycle their win conditions. Now they have the Wolverine ult and the invisible boundary if things get a little hairy. And that could also be to counter the Strangling Prison from Luca coming up. And Molina has to find a moment where, well, there's not going to be a Doctor Strange in your face this time. And how are these ults going to be used too early? FlyQuest are always pushing Spawn, and the Strangling Prison plus the Kraken Impact is hurting FlyQuest. Maybe this defense pushed their luck a little too much, but Kendrick isn't getting the resets, and he'll manage to get to safety as well.
A very unfortunate chance. They're trying to get the pick. Was very close to making it happen. Great focus by the strategist in the backline to see that happening and not allow it to proceed forward, potentially winning the entire fight from 22 seconds on the clock. At this point, trying to get this pick to turn the tides in their favor. That position is going to be very tough there. Gastelum going down is massive for Nightmare. It doesn't look like there's a res up right now, so they won't be able to own back and turn the numbers back even. Here we go as we get the invisible boundary up in the sky. Melania going to take out Energy, and once again, Nightmare has a chance at pushing this into point 2.
FlyQuest also reversed a lot of progress with how much spawn pushing they were doing, so it's going to take a lot of effort out of Nightmare and just keeping their backline safe. Look at the Strangling Prison. What is going on? And this backline's in trouble, and try to get out of it and try to forgive his mistakes as a Shore, and the Meteor Ram doesn't eat up enough damage, and Nightmare will start from behind, but Kendrick gets them back on top.
Oh, the very unfortunate news is that Melania did have ultimate there when they used that Kraken Strangling Prison, which honestly, may have been a discussion they had prior. Did they do actually get the point there? I thought it was going to go in the favor of Fly. They committed a lot to stuffing Melania prior to that fight, trying to make sure they could not get that ultimate off, which they weren't able to do, but still went in the favor of Nightmare as they push towards point 3. Nightmare may have found their footing, but they've got 1 minute to shove this through. No mistakes now to try to tie this up and push to OT, but even in OT, Fly with 3 minutes.
Yeah, with how extended this fight will be, FlyQuest could also just push your spawn if they win. So this is going to be the best chance for Nightmare. And they don't have Vanguard ultimates. You also have Azure on his last leg as Light tried to go for the ult, and it doesn't hit. One win con down. A great wall to try and hit this Magneto, and it's capitalized on by Azure.
They're moving with this momentum. Great bubble there to save Luca on the side of Azure with a, making sure that Wolverine did not connect. The res is back up for Luca. The fight's back in their favor. Melania, great pick on Spark. They are clutching up in this moment. Something you want to see as a Nightmare fan. They're starting to get their footing. Melania, they have ult advantage too. This is starting to look towards their favor. 28 seconds on this final fight. And you know the Wolverine is around, trying to ensure he doesn't get that early pick, holding them in their spawn door. You can actually deal damage through that little window there. A lot of people don't understand that. You can actually apply a ton of pressure, and look at this. Yep, there's the revenge as Melania is going to find energy on that off angle, and this could be a W towards Nightmare, pushing this into OT.
Stabilization, though, with the invisible boundary from Cooper. Great marking from Melina, as he pointed out, against the duelists that were going for flanks. But it's all about this defense and this Meteor M. And it's nicely negated from Azure, the Strangling Prison from Spark Chief. And Nightmare are still healthy on the front lines. It's the Goddess of Death to rain just that. And the energy's going to pop his. Another life and more health to play with. And the Goddesses are going crazy. And the front lines are starting to crumble. And Nightmare are running out of gas. And they just can't wake up.
Oh my goodness, it's back and forth like crazy. The numbers are now being traded. Fly gets two more, Melania gets energy. It's so back and forth. The rest is gone for both sides. At this point, it's one last fight. Who can get it done? It looks like Spark Chief's gonna get another. Down goes Kendrick. The lockdown, and down goes Melania as it's starting to look like Fly's gonna take this thing home. Here comes the Wolverine. Light takes out Baser. And just like that, FlyQuest is going to take home the W and end the series 3-0.
A really unexpected result against Nightmare, who I think we're going to give them one of their toughest challenges in this bracket. FlyQuest to move on, showing us clean, consistent play and staying composed when Nightmare started to literally wake up in map 2 and 3. Very, very close at the end, but a gifted map 1 also means FlyQuest had such an advantage going forward to force the non-Venom mirror of whether it's the Strange the Mag or the Strange the Groot. And here it was Nightmare that did manage to have some pushback and got to point C against a lot of expectations, considering how much of a time deficit they were at on multiple of these convoy maps. And I gotta salute people like Kendrick, who, if it wasn't for him getting Kraken Impact aces, Nightmare wouldn't have seen the light of day on the rest of these maps. But I like that Nightmare were able to bounce back after a map 1 that clearly didn't start on a good note. But for Nightmare to go out this way, I'm still really disappointed, because I know their ceiling was way higher than what they had today, but are clearly facing circumstances internally or whatever where they're playing with substitutes. And that's not hate towards Azure. This is just kind of a new game plan and stress to have to play in officials in a lower bracket with not the pieces you were intending to have here.
Yeah, it's who shows up in the moment. One of the most impactful quotes I heard from Vinny, 100 Thieves, did say something about just depends on the day, who's there on that day. And I don't think this was Nightmare's day. Did not look like it across the board. Melania and Kendrick did a great job getting a ton of final hits, really popping off with that Bucky and with the Hella, just doing a great job finding value. But unfortunately, as a team, just not able to make much happen off that. They did put a lot of resources into Kendrick on the Bucky with that rocket. 31k damage. It did showcase the amount of damage, almost doubling the opposition in terms of what their max DPS was. But in the end of the day, it's all about final hits and energy, leading that with 14 over the 12 and 11 on the opposition. So really well done there by FlyQuest, showcasing that they're a very strong team. 3-0 at this stage in the competition shows you that you have figured it out. They've only gotten better as this has gone on, and they aren't afraid to change things up, but they didn't need to as they ran that group comp insanely well, never having the group banned out one time with 10 final hits.
Yeah, Light is a menace on every hero he touches, I swear. The big tackles that he had on point B, to trying to assemble a flank with energy on point C, to those being snuffed out by Nightmare. I'm glad they were staying aware and were still communicating through what looked like really dire straits of just having only a minute against a, 3 and something minute time bank locked in by FlyQuest on their cap. So it was an uphill battle for Nightmare, but I like that they just never stopped climbing. They never stopped giving giving up, and they put on the best of show that they could with the circumstances that they had and stayed as mentally composed as they could until the end. But it will be FlyQuest moving on to face Envy in our lower bracket semifinal. But remember, y'all, we have to go and see 100 Thieves versus Sentinel first, I believe, and then we go to that lower bracket semi. But we also have an interview coming up, and we're waiting for someone from FlyQuest to join, because this is also a lower bracket journey that's gonna be really impressive to watch if they can pull it off.
Absolutely. I mean, FlyQuest, once again, you don't want to gas them up enough. I mean, at this point, I can't gas them up enough. They just looked great out there. All 3 games, it never looked like they didn't have it. Maybe that final fight, obviously, being, really clutch on both sides, back and forth. The kill feed was red and blue instantly. The KO feed, excuse me. It just seemed like it could have gone either way. But at that point, FlyQuest still had 3 minutes in OT, should have gone to OT. So I don't think they were too stressed. But even in those clutch moments, they showed up. They showed what they can do, especially with these group comps at this meta. It is tough to match that. And they did a really good job.
And especially Cooper, who was our MVP, but also an MVP level invisible boundary at the end. As soon as Nightmare were about to get to that finish line, you had an invisible boundary that was perfectly placed towards the defensive spawn to make it so you had to take a fight so close and away from the payload, away from safety in FlyQuest's face. And that was something that Nightmare really struggled to make a decision. And Spark Chief will be joining us very soon, because that Vanguard matchup was quite close once the tables kind of evened out on map 2 and 3, but he put on a show on the group today as well.
Yeah, I think he deserved a ban, if I'm being honest. I mean, it was just so much pressure. It's so difficult to always be using your cooldowns defensively to escape a group wall. Obviously, they made the switch there to try to apply a ton of damage onto the walls with the Bucky and Rocket, which, at this level of play, they consider, a lot of people maybe in the chat are saying, why didn't they run Punisher? Well, at this level of play, the survivability that Bucky has outside of Punisher, who doesn't get any additional health after using abilities, similar concept of a limited ammo, Bucky having a better ultimate, he's just the better choice for this situation at this level. So that's kind of why it was matched in that fashion. Unfortunately, it just didn't seem like enough. Able to get 10 final hits, 22k damage, most on the team with those walls, 62k damage blocked. It just was a really strong group performance, so I'm excited to have a conversation with him.
And looks like Spark Chief is ready. So let's get this group master in this call right now for our post-match interview with a clean FlyQuest sweep 3-0. Let's say hello to Spark Chief on the Vanguard. Hello! We could barely see you, but what's up, man? Congrats, the sweep. Oh my God, you made that a quick day. How you feeling?
Pretty good. We love winning.
I would too.
Yeah, I have to ask you, man, I do feel like this is a group meta. I'm sure you'd agree, obviously, as a group player. Do you think that the Bucky, and I need to hear this from one of the pro players, do you think that the Bucky rocket is enough to stop those walls? Is it enough damage, or do you think there needs to be more?
No, I think Rocket Bucky is like really good to make it really hard to like abuse, but like it's still just like broken. Like you have to pick that character. Like there just has to be like more than like 3 X factors to make him not picked or something.
And speaking of picks and also bans, like I wanted to see the Spark Chief Venom, maybe there's some light Spider-Man, but you guys like banned it out. You did not want to go up against Luca. Can you break that down for us?
No, well, we just know they just don't play Groot, so it's like, why make our lives hard, I don't know. They just don't play Groot, so why not just enjoy life? I don't know.
I need to ask again, I mean, in terms of obviously one of the top performing Groots in the game, a really strong group pick, and is one that we all had considered a specialty for you. Is there any secrets to landing those strangling prisons? Is it just a cooldown based situation on shield, just waiting for that Magneto to pop that shield and then it's an immediate play, or are you always waiting for something like Bucky to make a play off of it?
I mean, I like to compare it to like how you would land shatters in Overwatch. Like it just comes with like how much you play it, right? Like obviously there are like tips and tricks you can give out, but like it's like a gene thing, right? Like there's people that like hit it, there's people that don't, there's people that ult walls, there's people that ult shields, and there's people that don't. Like it's just really not something too elaborate. It's like the more you play, you'll either get it or you just won't. Like it's just really it's that simple.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, very, very intuitive. I'm going to have a word with my parents about not giving me the good Groot ult gene, though. But what was your reaction to map 1, though? That was, like, I was expecting this match to be really close and like it was another day at the office, but map 1 was really weird for us.
That was just like someone invaded the kitchen and like did terrible things to everyone in Nightmare's like kitchen. Like I don't know what happened. Like I don't know what we were thinking, but if we wanted to play Wolverine without Mace to the face, I don't know. That's just like not something that should happen. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I know you guys have, well, now you're going to be having another series today, so we don't want to hold you too long. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Do you have anything you want to say, shout out anybody before we say goodbye to you?
No, I mean, obviously, just shout out everyone on my team, all the staff, our org that loves us. I think it's been so cool. This event has been so cool. Everything has been great, loving. Like, there's been so many great stories coming up and that are forming still. And I don't know, I think this tournament has been awesome so far. So, like, it's just awesome overall. Like, everything's so cool right now. Like, life is awesome.
Yeah, I've been having so
much
fun. Yeah, it's a blast,
yeah,
man.
it is so much
really
fun.
Appreciate your time. Yeah, for
thank
sure.
You, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, goodbye.
Bye, buddy. Nice talking to you. Man, just a demon on the Groot. 10 final hits, most damage on his side. It just 50. I mean, you see 62k damage block, and you're just thinking to yourself, that's so much value right there. So really well done. He worded it best. Don't know why it wasn't banned, but we'll take it type deal there. So well done and well deserved on the side of FlyQuest.
And keeping his tips close to his chest of just not wanting to share how you grew ult, just saying you just know and it's just intuitive. Well, it's not. Well, I'm not as good of a Groot as him, but I'll have to watch more of his streams as also their upcoming match because they're going up against Envy later today, y'all. You'll want to stay tuned. They'll have a small break because coming up next, we'll have 100 Thieves versus Sentinel. Check out the highlights of the series because FlyQuest had an amazing sweep.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your fries, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can.
Oh yeah, coming through. My favorite time.
Fierce rage! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you.
Maximum pulse!
Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free! Just embrace the light.
Lights out. Vivid's defeated. Us against the world.
It's my turn to shine.
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
Grab the whip. Go back with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Marvel Rival Invitational. If you're thinking you want to switch tabs, don't. If your pizza delivery is here, cancel it. We've got a huge matchup coming up right now with the 1 and the 2 seed. We saw crazy matchups prior to this. Dogman joins me today. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good, Cozy, man. I was about to call you Shib just because of what happened yesterday. We've been going back and forth all over the place, man. So it's good to see you, Coz. It's good to be back with you, dude. And you bring a good point. I think like today's been awesome so far for matches. This whole weekend's been amazing. So the last one that we just saw, obviously, FlyQuest to win that 3-0. I think it was pretty close, like every game has been so far. But with this new meta that's sort of taking shape, a lot of the teams are playing the same thing over and over again, Cozy. And I think we're going to see something very similar in this upcoming match with the 100 Thieves versus Sentinels.
Yeah, listen, we've had crazy matchups for the last 2 days, really. And finally, the clock, it struck midnight there for Shikigami. Cinderella story, as we've been calling it. Hey, they made it 2-2. It was close there at the end, and excited to see what happens in today's matchup. A lot of you guys been waiting for this. Again, 100 Thieves versus Sentinels, and then the loser of that will be going down and doing the lower bracket finals. So they won't be eliminated. We'll move on to finish out some of the lower bracket. Now, these two teams, by now, we saw them play Sunday, but this is a whole new day, and we've seen what a whole week can do to kind of restore confidence and get the practice in, obviously, with someone like Shikigami and what they did. And so excited to see what changes here, because these two teams they've done a lot of the same, especially when they verse each other.
Yeah, they kind of have, and it is a matter of, like you mentioned, with the change, right? That's going to be the biggest difference, or the biggest opportunity, I guess, for like Sentinels, because from what we've seen out of them and every other team so far, like you talked to me about this off broadcast. 100 Thieves is beatable, right? They're definitely not this ungodly, form of a team that can not be taken down. Right now, they are beatable, especially in this meta. I started a discussion with you a little bit, but I think that this sort of Bucky group meta, or whenever you ban the group, or whatever, I feel like the composition in the meta specifically is kind of getting, I guess, closing the gap. This feels like a gap closing meta almost, where we're not seeing just pure dominance from like one player or whatever, because every Hella at this point in the tournament, with these top 4 teams, specifically these top teams in the upper bracket, everybody can compete with each other, whether that's energy, whether that's you have Delena, whether that be Rymazing at points. It feels like everybody's sort of matching each other right now, Cozy.
Yeah, 100%. And we've seen actually the Sentinels get rid of Hella a lot. Right, amazing. I've talked to him. He loves to play, or he likes to play Hella. It's fine, but he hates her as a character, right? And somebody saw in the chat yesterday, it's like, isn't that every Hella main? I felt like that wrapped it up really well. I mean, yeah, this is at this point what we've seen in the tournament. You got a little bit of Bucky rivals is the name of the game, right? I mean, we've seen so much just snowballing from that character, and he's the one that, you know, Hella sets up the plays and then the snowballs and carrying on, whether it be the point push or the objective from there. But man, listen, we've got the Lakers Celtics in the 80s, Goku versus Vegeta. This is a rival. You know, they are big against each other. TTK, we've heard him talk about it. Everybody at this point, you know, Kurova talked about it as well. So I'm pumped to see if, you know, the cracks starting to show for 100 Thieves is going to come even more to light tonight.
Yeah, they might for sure. I like how you bring that up too. Like the fact that these two teams have been playing against each other so much throughout this entire year, basically, of Marvel Rivals esports. You know, through the beta, both of these teams, we've talked about it ad nauseum. I'm sure you'll want to talk about and point out specific players. I know that we wanted to talk about specific matchups. Cozy, is there any specific matchup you would like to talk about between these two teams?
Interesting things, guys, if you missed some of the early Invitational. First of all, you know, 100 Thieves, they've only lost twice. Both times were on Midtown. So interesting, a little bit of map design. Sentinels happen to love Midtown, so it's going to be interesting to see, you know, if that comes into play. I'm almost certain we're going to see Midtown tonight. But on top of that, yeah, both teams, what they excel at the most is, first, the strategist play is top-notch. And we've seen this trade-off with really Amazing and Delina. Delina getting the upper hand lately, but that kind of Hella v Hella, Namor v Namor, whatever it might be, that's huge. And, you know, they flex between a lot. The 100 Thieves actually allowed them to play the Revive comp with Adam Warlock on the T'Challa map there in the last time they played, and they still won. And so it looks like we could get a little bit of anything today.
Yeah, we really could. And, you know, it's going to be interesting to see what maps we do go to because, like you said, with Hall of All, they allowed it. You know, we seen yesterday when there was a triple strategist composition, they played it on Spider Island, I believe. And it felt like the flanks were never working for, like, the enemy team's Namor or whatever it was. It just somehow, some way, because of the fact there's just not that many flank angles, because the map's so linear, it was hard for the other team to play 2-2-2 against triple strategist, and then obviously they had to mirror it at the very end. I don't know if a team like 100 Thieves will falter to that same degree because obviously they're a much stronger team right now, being this far into the tournament, being in this upper bracket. So I'm curious to see how that works. Like you said, that is the huge thing that we have to find out. Can the triple strategist composition work versus 100 Thieves?
Yeah, and sometimes like this, the stats and the scoreboard doesn't tell the story, right? And the last matchup they had, I don't think it did that. Sentinels were actually really close to winning that and at least, you know, getting a 2-2 scenario. Envy and 100 Thieves, I can tell you for sure that scoreboard doesn't show what happened in that game. I mean, that was a crazy, I was staying up well past a 6-hour broadcast that I had just to watch the result of it. And so I think it's going to be razor tight, these two teams. You know, typically when you look at rivals going against each other, after a while, if one starts to win over and over, they don't even look at them as a rival anymore. So I know Sentinels, they need and want to win this to show what they got.
Yeah, they need to win it, right? We'll have to see if they can do it. I mean, it's definitely in any team's potential so far in the tournament, but like you mentioned, with Sentinels specifically, I mean, there's that rivalry that's been brewing, and like you said, who knows if it's even a rivalry to 100 Thieves right now for sure. And you know, since we're waiting for the lobbies and the matchup specifically to kind of come through between these two teams, I think we should probably talk about maybe these specific like players on each team, right? Like you mentioned earlier how, you know, 100 Thieves, they kind of let what Sentinels play into whatever matchup they wanted to, right? If we talk about maybe even their vanguards, right? We talk about Vinny comparing him to Hogs on their side, right? Both of these vanguards, I feel like in the upper bracket, their hero pools are impenetrable. Like they both have so much flexibility. You know, in Vinny specifically, I suppose.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny. Vinny likes to obviously play Groot. We know him as a Groot, but even more interesting is when Vinny goes against the Sentinels, he's almost always playing the Thing. He plays a lot of Thing versus the Sentinels because they do love the double shield comp. They love the Magneto Doctor Strange thing, obviously being a great, you know, play into that. So we've seen a lot of that from Vinny. TTK going between Strange and Magneto. He's able to flex to either. I think his Strange is obviously phenomenal. But we saw him hit just clutch Meteor. I got to say, the Meteor in plays, the Magneto ults, for those that aren't familiar with the names, have been top-notch on this tournament. I mean, a fantastic play over and over. TTK has been great at landing those. And on the other side, Sentinel, you look at Hogs, who, Hogs, again, I always looked at him as a kind of a Hulk player, a Venom player, but we're starting to see him play some other roles. He played Magneto yesterday, actually fantastically. I know you were casting that game, and he was able to close things up there on Spider Island. And I personally haven't seen Hogs on a lot of Magneto. So he's starting to get more flexible, which I think is important because Vinny, it can be a little bit of that jack of all trades. And then, of course, Kaluj is fantastic.
Yeah, Kaluj has been sort of a star player for them. And I like how you mentioned Hogs' hero pool, adding in that Magneto. He definitely needs to still improve at that hero a little bit just because his other characters are so high level right now. It's something that he definitely is working on. Similarly to how, there's another character that Vinny also is sort of on the outside of his hero pool. But if we want to talk about the series that just happened with Nightmare playing against FlyQuest, I feel like a large part in why Nightmare lost was simply because of hero pool flexibility, right? I mean, Luca's a great player on a lot of the Venom, a lot of the Hulk, but when we talk about having Luke on anything else, you could see, just in terms of having their vanguards constantly change heroes, it seemed like they're a bit uncomfortable at points, right? And both of these teams in the upper bracket finals don't really have that too much, right? Like you said, with Hogs playing, Magneto's a little bit out of his hero pool, but still he plays it to a high level. It's not like he's a weak link necessarily.
Yeah, you bring up a great point. I mean, first of all, FlyQuest, going back to day one, they said we are the most flexible team, and that kind of came to light here at the end. They were able to really showcase, the different comps that they can pull together. Bringing it back over to a little bit of what Sentinels have. When we look at the strategist game, it's so cool to watch, a heavyweight matchup there, essentially, between Harvey and Aramori. Those two perfectly know what they're doing. And then, of course, not to discount what Kurova and SJP do, both really good as well, doing way more than the healer role. They're definitely, playing to their max. And the way that they're able to perfectly time out the ultimates, never tend to stagger, they tend to always stagger them. But we have seen them head-to-head, and at one point, all four went out at the same time. So that, we've seen a lot in this tournament, and I'm going to be curious if the nerves get to them and if this, all the bright lights on this big matchup is going to start to, weigh on the players.
Yeah, it's a great point. I think both of these strategists, you mentioned it's a heavyweight battle for sure. It's because of the fact that they do have that flexibility now, right? Before, with Sentinels and MRC, it felt like Aramori was kind of that Mantis player, had to play Mantis a lot of the time, simply because Mantis was super strong. Since Mantis has not been necessarily phased out of the meta, but seen more in these triple strategist compositions, it's been an improvement from Aramori in other areas, right? Playing a lot more Luna Snow, Loki at points when need be, and then for 100 Thieves, it feels like every tournament, I can't really say there's necessarily like a weak point of their roster, right? They're always one step ahead of the meta, right? And constantly putting SJP on the right heroes, Harvey, their backline can kind of play whatever. And, in Marvel Rivals with this protect ban system that we have in place, you kind of do need to have that. And that's sort of why this is the main point, I think, so far of the tournament, Cozy. To me, at least, it just feels like flexibility is the most important thing and it's going to lead you to more success.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about flexible play, and when we look at the duelists, obviously we said Amazing Delena, but what's interesting to me is going into this, look, I make a lot of content, and I talk about a lot of the top players in the scene and duelists, and there's so many names that can be kind of stacked up there with, who is the best. But looking into it, I've got to say, Terra, Afrasy previously, the flexibility that they have, but on the other side, also Super Gomez. Both of these, you can see at times, really can flex into the role that they need to play. Super Gomez, they call it, letting him off the leash. We've seen him play phenomenal Wolverine play. But Terra just seems like it doesn't matter what he's playing. He's going to get the value. Winter Soldier, Wolverine, Star-Lord, you name it, he's got it.
Yeah, you're a great point. I mean, Terra is that guy and has been so far really the glue, it feels like, for this team, right? Like you said, just being able to flex to whatever he wants to. The only thing that I maybe would want to point out here, and right, we're nitpicking at this point simply because, these are the two top teams in the upper bracket finals, right? Both of these teams are 100% insane on pretty much every hero. This is the SSS tier, basically, of the scene. When we're talking about maybe like you mentioned earlier with Amazing on Hela, it's not necessarily that he's weak at Hela because he's dominating every other Hela on ladder. It just feels like when he's playing against the 100 Thieves, and specifically Sentinels around that Hela, it can fall apart at points, right? It really can. And it's not new the fact that Rye Amazing's bad at the character. It's just 100 Thieves. And I would go as far to say, even like with FlyQuest and stuff, they play around the Hela a little bit better. That could be a team issue, that could be a hero pool issue or something. But for Rye Amazing specifically, he's been better on the Namor. He's been better on some of these other heroes. It feels like his hero pool is sort of not matching the meta necessarily, which is kind of unfortunate, right? Because timing is everything. And, we already know Rye Amazing is one of the best Magic players in the game, right? He's so consistent. And Super Gomez on Star-Lord as well. It's good to see that character being played by him a lot of the times. And if we look at 100 Thieves, I think their weak point with Terra specifically, and it's odd to say because I feel like Terra played Winter Soldier first, like before anybody. It feels like he's sort of slowing down almost. Like you said, he can kind of flex it and play whatever, but when we see, I think even the game yesterday, when we played against the 100 Thieves in Envy, NK was honestly playing better than Terra. And it's not necessarily to the fact that Terra is like bad at Wolverine. It's just there's other Winter Soldier players that are playing so good right now in the fact that, NK is existing. We look at Kendrick as well. Kendrick was so good on Nightmare, right? He was an insane player. And then also with FlyQuest, right? They have Light who can also flex to those heroes. So, there's a lot of there's small, tiny, nitpicky things that we could say about 100 Thieves and Sentinels, and that's going to potentially cost the series for either of these teams.
Listen, I love that you brought up looking at Rye Amazing. I've been talking to him since really like alpha. Guy is incredible, and I think you're right with the match with the 100 Thieves. There's just something that goes on there, and typically they ban 4 bans on Hela that they've done in this tournament, Sentinels, and 5 bans on Groot. So I can almost promise you it's going to be Hela or Groot tonight. Luna, I guess, if they ban or they save Loki, we might see a little bit of that. And then on the flip side, 100 Thieves, they have 4 bans on Adam Warlock to shut down Kurova. We saw yesterday, I think they banned maybe it was Star-Lord, and Kurova's like, I don't care. I'm still going to play Adam. That's what I play best. And then he popped off. So when we're going to see an Adam ban, I'm almost certain of that. If we see, the problem is, though, Delina can flex to Namor pretty well, but I think that's where Rye Amazing has the best chance. Not saying that his Hela doesn't match up, but we've seen now in a couple matches, right? The proof is what we have to look at history. And it's that Rye Amazing probably wants the Namor.
Yeah, he definitely prefers it for sure. You're 100% on the mark there. It's just it's something that he likes to play. Still, even then, like, I don't know what it is, but Delena on Namor is just absolutely terrifying, right? His flank timing and just like constant pressure is just absurd on that hero. So, I don't know. It's going to be a tough matchup regardless of the meta, regardless of what happens, because like you said, you only get 2 bans. So, I mean, if you're going to go first ban on one hero, guess what? Then they're going to protect their second favorite role, right? So there's going to be a lot of that happening in the sort of head-to-head in the match between these 2 teams.
Yeah, without question. I mean, if you looking at the matchup, I mean, again, we say we're nitpicking, but it's so interesting to see the different play styles too. Delina is an aggressive player, and that's what he thrives on. The flank routes, the things I was watching a matchup with them a few nights ago, and Delina, it looked like he was coming from their spawn, and it's like, it's crazy. He's throwing, he's Namor, he's throwing turrets behind them, picking off strategists. Like, he goes for I would say the big risk, but obviously the bigger reward that you're going to get from that. Rye Amazing, has just a different play style. And I think that's what's great about Rivals. Even though you could be the same hero, we see mirror matches. Sometimes the difference is just how they play those heroes.
Yeah, that's a great point. I feel like with this team, with how Sentinels plays, it's almost like you would prefer, if specifically on Hela, that you put like Gomez's brain into Rye Amazing's body almost, because Gomez is like one of those really aggressive players, like you mentioned, similar to Delena. In Rye, I think, is that very consistent, frontline presence, right? When he plays Iron Man, he was just absolutely disgusting back in MRC. And then now coming into the main game, when you play Hela, in the middle of these fights, you need to make these flank rotations, right? I think what happened in Europe with like VP, for example, and previously in the Psylocke meta, it's almost the same kind of play style. Like in the middle of these fights, a lot of these Hela players will realize what's happening, but go for a quick flank, and will probably just be able to take down a back line or whatever it is. And, you have to be able to trade it a lot of the time, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on these Hela players.
Now, to back out a little further, want to bring up something that I saw that was very interesting. We've obviously talked about 100 Thieves being mutants, Sentinels being Nightmare previously. Did you see the piece on how, Nate Shaw wanted to sign the Mutant cast and how he finally got them on the team. And there's a couple, orgs looking at them, trying to get him, and he finally, pulled the trigger and got that. That was such a cool story, of how that come together. And at this point, man, I think it's 6 official matchups in a row, maybe 5, that 100 Thieves has beaten Sentinel's roster. Like, it has not flipped in a while. It's beatable. I think 100 Thieves are beatable, specifically by Sentinels. We'll see, man. We'll see if this ends up, keeping up the huge rival, because it would be awesome to see 100 Thieves have to go to the lower bracket, get put against adversity, because when you're at the top, sometimes it's smooth sailing.
Yeah, and they've done that previously, right? I think that they've sort of coasted at points, right? 100 Thieves, at least, before we got into this tournament circuit with the Invitational and then MRC coming up. So they thought, okay, let's take a little bit of vacation, come back. And like you said, a lot of teams wanted mutants, right? At the point, I got a little bit of like orgs reaching out, right, to myself, to other people, just trying to figure out what's going on, because a lot of these organizations that are now just getting into Marvel Rivals have no freaking idea. It's just like they have to get a general manager. They have to kind of poke and prod around. And if somebody that gives you bad advice, right, or whatever, well, great. Now you just wasted all this money signing a team that, is not going to be able to compete for #1, right? All these invitational teams, I think, so far have a chance. So I don't want to say like any team has necessarily made a terrible decision per se, but it does feel like, you have to kind of get lucky and talk to the right person. Also, you got to throw a bag towards them, right? So it's like, to have the best team, you got to pay the best team, right? And for 100 Thieves, I imagine they're getting paid like the best team, considering, like you said, there was teams looking at 100 Thieves trying to get them, and then Nate Shot's like, boom, here's a check, come play for 100 Thieves, and now we're here, right?
Yeah, I mean, hey, Shikigami, they showcased, like, you can't count anybody out. Literally going 0-6, they called it the slingshot, and then almost winning yet another match. Beat Shroud-X's team, and then went, toe-to-toe there at the end. And so, you're right, it's still so early developing in the scene coming together, but I do truly think that, listen, we talked to, I believe it was Nevix, and we've also heard this from a couple people. The format that we might see from the team, or the team comp, right? You've got 2-2-2 being the common, especially in pro play. We've obviously seen the triple Vanguard. We've talked about that so many times, and it always comes from a Magneto save from Sentinels. Every single time, that's the indication of what they want to do, with the Loki ban coming from 100 Thieves to stop that. Is it going to stop? Or are we going to go right back into that? Are they going to? It feels like to me, Sentinels has at times an identity crisis of like who truly that team comp is or what they are.
Yeah, I think we'll see a little bit of variance in those bans. I think it's starting to get to the point where it does feel kind of map dependent, right? And this is what I was sort of thinking about, and it's not even necessarily easy to tell, but like we said with Spider Island playing this triple Stratus composition, I feel like that was just a super good map for it when they played against yesterday. It was FlyQuest, and it was just seems like FlyQuest they got the Namor, they got the Luna Snow. Why are they not like doing better? But it's simply because of the fact that Energy like is so used to flanking on the Namor and getting these pickoffs and stuff, and there's like no chance for him to do it on a map that doesn't have those flank angles. So we're going to potentially see stuff like that happen. I think this is maybe why, leading into your earlier point, Cozy, with Midtown, why 100 Thieves may not be that good on that map, right? Because maybe simply due to the fact that Delena, it's harder to get those angles off sometimes, or to control them. That could result in potentially them playing the map a little bit worse. Obviously, it's probably a little bit of a reach, but obviously there's a hole there that I'm sure you'd like to point out about 100 Thieves on Midtown.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's cool to see Midtown being a newer map, and it honestly has probably been my favorite. I always enjoy Midtown, and I feel like Yggdrasil's path always, just coughs off just awesome matchups and whatnot. When it comes to Midtown, yeah, I mean, first of all, I've talked to the players beforehand, and they told me that was their favorite map, and when it came into play, it was pretty obvious there. And we see the playstyle change drastically from Sentinels, especially. Super Gomez almost always favoring the Wolverine. He's great and clutch at those kidnaps early on. When we look at, what we saw last time from these two and when they went together, they played a domination map. 100 Thieves won pretty dominantly. I mean, it was really, it wasn't really close. And then Yggdrasil went to Sentinels, and they had their fun there. Domination versus Convoy. Do you think teams... I just haven't seen a lot of domination love, right?
No.
Have you seen too much?
Yeah.
I mean, we've only seen, a handful of domination games. Is there a reason for that? The team comps obviously changed pretty significantly.
My only assumption would be the fact that like maybe domination's a bit more RNG or something, Cozy. Like, I don't know. Like that's about it. Like if you lose first fight,
Yep.
It's kind of
the
it's
first
just
fight.
over, right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's always because the snowballing of the ultimates at that point, right? So it just continues to kind of go crazy from there. Listen, we're getting everything ready for you guys to watch this matchup. We're excited, to hop on in there. To turn the page just a second and look at that lower bracket, I want to just point out a couple of what we've seen there. Envy, obviously, keeping it racer close with 100 Thieves. And I know this. FlyQuest, they want Sentinels again. You have someone like Gasklin who comes from Nightmare previously, was talking to him. He wants it. I know he wants it. I'm excited because he's been playing phenomenal this tournament. And so it's going to be interesting. If it is Sentinels that does have to go down to the lower bracket, we could, in fact, see someone like FlyQuest really punch up to you, right? The 1 and the 2 right now, I think 2 maybe is up for debate. But down there, Envy, FlyQuest, who do you have as the favorite there? We were talking about that a little bit.
I hate to say it because, like you said, with Gaston, he's a cool guy. Love FlyQuest. They've also, were coming into the tournament. I feel like they were favored to at least be this top 2 team, maybe to even dethrone 100 Thieves. To be honest, I feel like in this current meta, they're gonna hate me for it. I know the coach is gonna freaking chew my ear off, especially if they win. But personally, I would favor Envy right now. I don't know what it is, but the current meta. Well, actually, I do know where it is. I feel like with this current meta, with the Rocket Raccoon, both of these teams like to play. They like to play Rocket Raccoon alongside the Bucky. And right now, it feels like for FlyQuest in a lot of their fights, they do really good at these neutrals. But I don't know, maybe I'm too simple to understand it. But the combination that Envy and both Shikigami were doing, it felt like it was at a little bit of a higher level because they were constantly overlaying Rocket Raccoon, see you later, the Cosmic Yard Amplifier with the Kraken Impact. And this just results in team fight wins no matter what. That ultimate combination is absolutely disgusting. And when we saw FlyQuest versus Nightmare, neither team was doing that, right? It was so odd. Eventually towards the end, it seemed like Nightmare figured it out. But for FlyQuest, they just don't do that combination. There's obviously a lot more to it. There's a lot of, Vanguards being able to pop their ultimates the right time. You talk about the Meteor M, that's a huge aspect of it. But I feel like the core gameplay in the current meta feels like it's Envy favored for me.
I love that too, because if we look back, I can tell you when we started this tournament, I don't think people had, really Envy in their radars. And we actually talked about, I think yesterday, when I was speaking with Lemon, how that extra week matters that much more for teams that needed a bit more time together as a team. Shikigami showed that they were able to really elevate, and Envy showed that too. They've played together in the past, but getting even more time, just getting things solidified. When we talked to Shikigami, they talked about how we had a plan, something we practiced over and over. And one thing they pointed out was the pick ban phase and how massive that is. I know as a viewer, it could be like, okay, they don't get to play that hero, but how that kind of works out, we see things like baits. People sometimes bait a pick and try to get, something rolling there. The impact from there is where a lot of the aggression starts and how the game plan kind of shifts from that. Looking at the pick bans, man, Luna Snow, still top of the ban list right now, alongside Invisible Woman, tons of that. But when it comes to the 2 teams coming up next, it's really just Hella, Groot, and Adam Warlock. And so to talk about a little bit with pick and ban, exactly, why is that important to shut down, key heroes, especially when you have Sentinels / 100 Thieves that they're multifaceted. They have so many things that go for them.
Yeah, I know there's a big discussion kind of behind the scenes on, like you said, with the pick ban kind of existing, and then there's kind of a mini meta almost in it, right? Because in the pick ban system, the winning team gets the pick first, right? Gets the ban first, rather, right? So what happens is losing team picks the map, and then the winning team gets the pick first ban, right? So with that back and forth, right? Winning team gets the ban first, losing team ban, then protects, and then winning team gets to protect, then bans. So there's this interesting dichotomy between back and forth, and it's almost the pace is kind of still set by the team that wins, even if they don't have the map choice, right? They get to kind of decide first, or at least react to whatever the losing team does.
Yeah, for sure. And listen, I think we could see some things different. For me, I think this matchup is going to go relatively the same. Looking at, you mentioned earlier too, talking about the meta and how it's been figured out. I think I would agree with that. Listen, we went into the tournament and I saw it being discussed over and over. Is Bucky overpowered? Is he too good? And it was, no, not at all. Now it's kind of leaning the opposite direction. He's snowballing too much. What's interesting about Bucky and Hella is you don't see them ban all too much because there's always a player that can play one of those on the team, and they're fine to stack up their best player. Nobody thinks they're the 5th seed. Nobody thinks they're the 4th. Everybody going in. I was talking to Nightmare today, and they're like, we're not going for anything but first, right? That's what we're going. That's the mentality. And so you see these kind of Bucky and like Winter Soldier, he's almost just off the cusp of getting away from being banned. And the only person I've really seen ban him is actually Sentinels.
I think the difficulty in banning Bucky, and I don't think it would be a bad idea for sure, but you know, I think the difficulty is that the kind of Bucky's a sort of easy character to play almost. I don't know. I don't want to like crap on the character too much, but like at points, it's pretty straightforward. Like all you have to do is just kind of spam the front line, fish for hooks, and you know, most people should be good at that, right? And that's the difficulty with, you know, deciding to get rid of him or to have somebody not play him. It's like you probably should be able to play Bucky at this level, just considering how the character plays. Now, there's a few standout players for sure that I feel like we've noticed, Cozy, but you know, like there's no real reason to ban him out, I suppose, considering there's more important bans at the moment, like getting rid of the Hela for Sentinels, who, you know, like they can't really play it at the same level that 100 Thieves can. You know, maybe obviously we'll see them adjust, but with their play style, I don't know if they just can play the Hela exactly.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy to see Nightmare allow FlyQuest get that Hela so much, right? The way that, you know, you mentioned it a bit about how we've seen people rise up across the board and how good they are. If you look at somebody from FlyQuest, Energy is insane Hela. Delena, insane Hela. When Team Cup wise, though, we haven't seen like much dive at all. We've seen a lot of Venom, actually a tremendous amount of Venom, and I'm stoked for that. Venom was nowhere near the meta, you know, a season ago. Now really making his way known. I think a lot of that has to do with Magneto, again, 60% picked in higher level play altogether. Yeah, we'll have to take a see. Is there anything that could surprise you? I mean, FlyQuest is the only one that plays really the dive comp.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe Sentinels will think this triple strategist meta is going to pan out for them. You know, who knows if they're going to play a lot of that. I mean, just want to see if it works out, kind of. But we're going to go to a short break. We have the players sort of getting into the lobby. When we come back, we'll see you guys for 100 Thieves for Sentinels. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Back.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
For something truly fantastic. That was simple. I've got you. Double the failure.
Maximum!
Let me return the favor. I'm as strong as Ben. Success. Double the failure. Double the fun. Success. Watch out, turret's armed. Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other Frank out. Denizens of the deep. Typical air breather.
Maximum pulse.
I am Groot. I am Groot. We are Groot.
Plasma burst!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick! Ball Yuan Shouyi. Perfect hit! The dragon unleashed! Qiguan Changlong! My fist is unrivaled!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? Anybody want some nuts?
Oh yeah, coming through. My favorite time. Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. World Stampede! Just embrace the light.
Lights out. Vivid's defeat. Us against the world.
My time to shine.
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Grab the whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Ran the table. Sweet.
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
For for something truly fantastic. That was simple. I've got you. Double the failure.
Maximum!
Let me return the favor. I'm as strong as Ben. Success. Double the failure. Double the fun. Success. Watch out, turret's armed. Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other Frank out. Denizens of the deep. Typical air breather.
Maximum pulse!
I am Groot. I am Groot. We are Groot.
Plasma burst!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick! Ball Yuan Shouyi. Perfect hit! Dragon unleashed! My fist is unrivaled!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Squirrel one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? Anybody want some nuts?
Oh yeah, coming through. My favorite time. Let's race!
You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Time to go nuts. Ha! Hey, check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free! Just embrace the light.
Lights out. Rivet's feet. Us against the world.
It's my turn to shine.
Human Torch in the house, yo.
looks so hot. Boom goes the meteor. No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky. Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Whoa! Ha! Ha! Grab the whip! No mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Ran the table. Sweet.
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Now for something truly fantastic. That was simple. I've got you. Double the failure.
Maximum!
Let me return the favor. I'm as strong as Ben. Success. Double the failure.
Double the fun.
Success.
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other Frank out. Denizens of the deep. Typical air breather.
Maximum pulse!
I am Groot. I am Groot. We are Groot.
Plasma burst!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick! Ball Yuan Shouyi. Perfect hit! The dragon unleashed! Qiguan Changlong! My fist is unrivaled!
I outnumber you. I still need you. Your powers are mine!
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Squirrel one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? Anybody want some nuts?
Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time! Let's rage! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Maximum pulse! Come on! Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
Technical difficulties, guys. You gotta love them. Listen, they weren't technical. We were actually just building up the suspense of the battle coming up here. 100 Thieves, Sentinels. I'm joined by Dogman here again. Guys, thank you for waiting. How you doing, buddy? How we doing?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Obviously excited for this matchup still. You know, I think the anticipation, like you said, just kind of he's been eating away at us, man, during this break as we're looking forward to what should be an incredible matchup. You know, obviously took a little bit of time, but I mean, this is going to be an exciting match. I mean, obviously, Sentinels have a lot to prove today versus 100 Thieves, who have been so consistent throughout the lifespan of Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, you guys have heard everything you need to hear about it, from the rosters to the legacy that both these teams had. And here we are. We're jumping into our first match. Hell's Heaven in Domination. Again, I expect, yep, there is the Hela from Sentinels, and we're probably going to see the Adam Warlock ban, or no, the Winter Soldier. Dogman, love to see some things mixed up a bit.
Yeah, you talked about that ban, Cozy, before, that it potentially could be a thing as Wolverine Protect comes out. And honestly, this is a smart move by 100 Thieves, kind of looking to the future. It's not that Terra necessarily can't play that, but it does play into their strengths. And meanwhile, Namor Protect on this side, maybe forcing a Luna Snow ban, but it's going to be an Adam Warlock ban on the other side, so they're fine with that matchup, Cozy. We have such a unique Protect ban system here, man.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we know for sure that the Sentinels, I mean, there are 5 bans on Groot by now, 4 on Hela, but the Bucky is definitely a little bit different there from 100 Thieves. Thought maybe, yeah, it would be maybe the Loki. So that means they're comfortable with the Loki, but even with that, we don't see anybody, you know, flexing over to that. Obviously, Harvey will be playing it, his notorious role, but looks like Aramori is going to go with, well, probably actually she'll flex into that. They're going to be doing the armor packs, and potentially we end up seeing that. But we're ready. The lights, the anticipation has built up. We're here, man.
Oh yeah, we're here, and it's always Cozy. It seems like you've had this map too multiple times, and I've like yet to see. I mean, I've seen like one domination, but we're always on Hell's Heaven with you, man. I don't know what it is.
This map loves me. I don't know if I love it. It's you know, it depends on who I'm playing against. Wolverine obviously goes crazy on this map. You have a lot of opportunity to kidnap and throw him off an edge. We see Terra locking that right away. Kind of surprised that Super Gomez is not repping it, but he is on his favorite role. Chris Pratt himself, Star-Lord, and we have Hogs on the Thing, which is definitely we've seen some from him today, but overall this should be fun. No Doctor Strange to initiate the fight. They're both just walking.
Yeah, just walking. You know, quick speed boost out of spawn from Aramori to go over to that Jeff, but the rest of everything, you know, across the board, pretty much the same. Obviously, it, you know, despite Wolverine not being played for Sentinels, and I kind of favor that composition, Cozy. I don't know about you, but generally at the moment, I feel like Star-Lord has picked up in the meta, and it's almost like Wolverine has dropped off a little bit.
No, definitely. I think, listen, Star-Lord has so much just instant damage against the Hela here. As we initiate the battle going right away, we're looking at SJP as Luna, an absolute lethal force as the strategist, just keeping the team alive. And we've got Aramori going with that Loki up top. Right, Mason trying to pick down on the bottom there. When we look at the ultimates, Harvey's swiftly building up that ultimate, getting things going, and Terra looking for Kidnap. That race built up all the way, going for Right Mason, takes him down, kidnapping, and there it is. Terra opening up the fight, the first elimination of this huge matchup, going to 100 Thieves. Kurova goes down, Hogs, Delina, and there it is right there. 100 Thieves taking the first point.
A great move by them just to play it patiently, not avoiding a lot of the damage from Raimazing. Like you mentioned, and that was a nice spot for Sentinels almost. Like they just kind of surrounded the point, kind of choked out 100 Thieves, and it didn't really matter as, they just had a good position with Terra. And look, Delena's setting up on a little bit of a high ground, cheeky angle. You could just sit on this pixel spot almost.
It's a great clone spot for Loki, and I love this is Delena doing what they do best. Ooh, we have Super Gomez going in immediately, taking out Terra. No passive to save. That's a huge pick into the Legendary now, and he's trying to follow up on that. The Loki Lanterns do come out. That's a big ability to get the proc on early. TTK trying to switch things up here as he does get the pick on Kurova. Massive. And Harvey trying to keep things alive with the Luna ultimate. And this is already starting off with some heat because usually the first match point taken is going to go to the same team. But we've got Sentinels trying to make the difference as the world comes out, does not connect.
Yeah, no connection. They have to come back through with the Meteor, but then there's the Iron Curtain. Now TTK comes back through on the other side, waiting for cooldown. And absolutely connects flush. TTK, what a follow-up to wait, be patient. The Vanguards of 100 Thieves do it again.
Man, TTK told us yesterday he plays controller because he just hates mouse and keyboard, and it doesn't matter. That man connecting the shots. Huge play. Terra already has that Wolverine ultimate ready to go yet again. Kurova does have, eliminated early, does have that ultimate to give them some protection. We have the clobbering time, but not much to follow up with it. Galactic Legend coming closely for Gomez as they're closing it into the fight yet again. And we don't have much. Harvey getting the ultimate here now, ready to go.
Playing it slow at the moment. Aramori able to take down TDK off of a very aggressive Hogsult. So we saw the fight start out with a clobbering time. Vinny could not save his team with the copy, so that puts Sentinels in a good spot now, which, they desperately need considering all things, but this has been a problem for Sentinels. In these mid-fights, they just can't finish to the degree that you would like to see them. Now, on the backside, with the boost, they're able to take down Super Gomez, and yet again, the follow-up just not really there from Sentinels. They do still have the Fate of the Worlds to keep everybody healthy, but down Super Gomez, can they really get it done? Amazing does have the ultimate, but clobbering time absolutely shuts out Sentinels, and they do it 100-0 pretty much at this point, right? Just nobody else here. The Whale just going to save it into the next round, and 100 Thieves take round number 1.
Terra picking right where we left off. What I want to point out there is the tremendous use of clone management so that the Star-Lord Galactic Legend from Super Gomez was just wasting those bullets, just putting them all over, and there was really nothing happening from that, and they could just snowball from there. Terra doing a good job keeping the rage the entire time. Obviously, a great way to build up during the Luna ult that we did see from Harvey there, and that was a very defiant win from 100 Thieves. And we go into the next set here, looking at SJP with an ultimate. Other than that, maybe a Meteor M coming in the first fight. We're amazing, locked and loaded. We have Hogs for the setup, and Kaluge also going to have the Meteor M. Obviously, big favorite in ultimates for Sentinels here.
Yeah, big favorite in Sentinels, but they do have to take advantage of it, right? It seems like over and over again they'll find those opening picks, man. But I mean that kill feed is not exactly ideal. Not something you like to see if you're Sentinels, considering they got 100 owed. They just need to have the follow-up, Cozy, man. It feels like they get that opening pick and they just run out of steam.
Yeah, honestly, I would love to see Super Gomez flex into the Wolverine here. He plays such a good wolf. This is a pretty good map for Wolverine here. The next one even better if it does in fact get to that here. And we'll be going here again. No Doctor Strange. We're just going to be walking up to the point here. And if I'm Sentinels, I'd probably want to go ahead and get the match started fast, the fight started fast. With the ultimate advantage they do have. We're going to see if Kaluge opens up with the Meteor. Do they try to set it up with Hog, trying to build up his ultimate here as the team starts to collapse? Gomez going down, trying to get something going, trying to get a pick early. It's going to close in and gets the pick on Delena. Massive pick there. Now trying to close in on Harvey as well. Terra going in, getting a kidnap. Rage builds up all the way. And here is Kaluge. Does he get the connection? No. We get the kidnap in reverse. It's the sweep. It's the reverse strip there. Kaluge Gomez going down to Terra. Aramori up. It is a ultimate firework. I've said it over and over. The Michael Bay special. Sentinels, though, getting 2 more picks. Massive.
Yeah, that was almost nice by 100 Thieves, but Aramori with the perfectly timed Fate of both worlds and then the Whale to connect, right? Just getting the combination was absolutely insane for Sentinels, but 100 Thieves still kind of fighting into this. They want to make this scrappy right now. Harvey's sitting with that clone, ready to go, gonna pop it immediately, get back to full HP, keep everybody healthy, waiting to use it to last minute. Meanwhile, Sentinels just disengaged it. Right here comes the show, the dance floor on the main. Hogs just gonna fall immediately, could not escape the damage boost and the follow-up damage of Delena, who just came back from spawn. So even though Sentinels won that first fight, Cozy, it didn't matter. They didn't even cap the point. In fact, it's 100 Thieves to get it first.
I mean, history repeats itself. You just said it was tough closing out the fights there, and they had 1 pixel to go on the cap. Could not get it. And man, unfortunately, Super Gomez got the picks needed and then just fell into that Terra ult. Terra doing what Terra does best, as I was highlighting before, in a sensational duelist. Ready to go for yet another kidnap there for the Wolverine. Delina in their cheeky spot, and now they've got some big ult advantage. Now, Kurova does have the ultimate ready to go. Airmore going to be close in that next battle, but this is going to be tight, as if you look at 100 Thieves, they don't have strategist ults ready to go.
Legendary on the side, met by the Meteor M. Here's Delina to play it slow, just looking for poke on the backside of the map, just constantly out of range, kind of just being a nuisance towards Sentinel's back lines. Amazing wants to duel it. Meanwhile, on the front line, there is a Clobber in time. Hogs then comes back with his own, also has the damage boost. Delina sitting back with the Whale, wants to go for it, doesn't connect. It connects on the Kaluge, but with no damage boost, they're not going to have the follow-up damage. The Legendary on the other side, Kaluge does not have anything to match it. Is it going to get the value on the front line? Obviously, he's going to go take down Vinny. So the damage was there with the copy of Aramori. Can SJP and 100 Thieves do it after they come back with their own Fate of Both Worlds? They are down a member of their team. Here comes the Whale towards the point. Going to slow down Terra, force out some bubbles, force out some cooldowns. But you still have Amazing here on the bottom left, poking out this tank, making sure TTK is in a tough spot. And eventually, we'll be able to follow him up. The rest of 100 Thieves have no ultimates unless Delina was to hit like an insane pick or something. Right now, they're just going to have to play it slow, and eventually he's going to fall.
Dang, there it is. I mean, we've got the Magneto pick into now Namor. There was a lot of staggering of ultimates there, dog, man. I mean, it was kind of one of each. We didn't get the Luna matchup with the Whale to get the enhanced damage. There's just, honestly, a lot flying out. We didn't have anything to follow up on the Clobber in time, but now we're kind of back already. Hogs has his Clobber in time, ready to rock and roll. They can follow that up with Kalush if they do choose to go with that combo. Amazing trying to build him up. There's the Clobber in time right away. Not going to be, obviously, followed up with the Meteor as they're inside, but the turrets behind them getting Harvey. Huge pick. Amazing, getting some momentum for Sentinels. Gomez following up Hogs as well. Terra goes down, and just like that, they're able to get something snowballing here.
I like that proactive play from Sentinels. You talked about how you would want to see them play in an aggressive spot like they did. Hogs there on the left side angle, just going immediately with the Clobber in time to shut out 100 Thieves. They didn't use any ultimates, but that didn't matter. Amazing on the right side, able to have the follow-up into this next fight, though, Cozy. We're going to have a big one, right? Every ultimate coming online except Hogs with his Clobber in time, which could make a difference. Here comes into the sky. Dax, Star-Lord into the sky, gets matched by the Meteor M, but eventually has to throw it out. So Hogs, Kalush, and the rest of the crew still playing it back, ready to go with their Meteor M to potentially match out. Here comes Fate of both sides and the Whales, but nothing to fall just yet. Here comes the Meteor M from Kalush, misses again, but it doesn't matter. Terra caught at a position in the back line, was looking to go aggressive, does get found, but 100 Thieves still have ultimates to work with. They could still turn this. Kurova eventually going to pop his own Fate of Both Worlds into the front line of the Clobber in time, potentially to keep everybody healthy there as Hogs got yet another one out there. Everybody's still playing relatively healthy as well. Vinny does go for an aggressive ultimate, but does not have the follow-up damage just yet from the rest of his team. They're trying to make their way into the point, but without any ultimates, in the pure neutral game, who comes out on top? It's Hogs with the punch, the follow-up onto Terra, shoves him out of the fight again. That Wolverine removed out of the objective yet again, and Gomez has built another one. He comes out with the ultimate. Nothing's here to match it. Over to the top side. Can he find any eliminations? No. Fate of Both Worlds to match it, and this fight will continue even longer.
They finally got the wild animal in Terra on the leash, but not before 100 Thieves can fight back here. It was a little bit too long. The K-pop bass dropped. There was endless dance floors. It seemed like there in the battle. There's at least like 6 of them going on. Beautiful recovery from 100 Thieves as he was looking rough in that Galactic Legend. And my gosh, I mean, they were able to remove Terra from most of that team fight that seemed to go on now for about 10 minutes. But at least they were able to get that point to 99%. Going to be one battle left. And as you can see, massively, Sentinels have just about everything in their arsenal. And if they can kind of time out Aaron Mori's ult just right and get at least 2 picks, this Whale is going to be massive to set up. They might wait, though, for the Kurova as they're closing in.
How does 100 Thieves get this done? It's such an ultimate disadvantage. They're bringing the fight. Clobber in time to start it off from Hogs. We usually see a lot of these players on the thing commit that ultimate way later. Here comes the Whale over the backside into a Meteor M. Kalush has not hit one of them just yet, and happens yet again. Unfortunately, no connection. On the other side, Vinny, what a huge Clobber in time. Slows down Sentinels on their push, but it's Terra to fall. Amazing with the peel, comes over the top side, throws out the squids on the right side, fights Delena, who's getting all the support on this front line to both their front line and the back, but he's still able to come out on top. Amazing with 3 in this fight. They get the flip as well in overtime. 100 Thieves, they still have players here, but do they want to fight this, especially against the Fate of Both Worlds here towards the point? TTK is moving, but everybody's far too late to the objective, and we're all tied up 1-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you came for. Pour the coffee, refill the snacks. That was something, man. And we talked about Delena versus Raimazing. And really, the turrets and the slow combo with Chilling Charisma from Luna was able to slow down Terra often. And that's really what helped them out. Great use of ultimates there at the end. That was as close as you get. Again, this was like Coachella out there, man. There was so many Luna ults. It was absolutely ridiculous. That was what you get with the Lokis. You get 48 seconds of pure just health immunity as things are able to build up, get their ultimates, and things continue to snowball till the picks are made.
Get ready.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Cozy, that was Sentinels playing a lot better, right? I mean, you talked about how in the first game they couldn't really get, you know, the follow-ups, and still it's kind of happening. Like, I don't think Kalush has hit a single Meteor M, and I know that's just meant to kind of counter Star-Lords at points, but there's no Star-Lord in their team, so I don't know. His connections haven't been there. Specifically, 100 Thieves has been doing such a good job playing around it almost.
Yeah, Hogs is playing just a phenomenal game as the thing, too. Really getting everything rolling for him, getting just so much AoE damage with that punch and building up at the right time here. And this is going to be about a fair fight as we head into the next point. Now, Kurova obviously having nothing in the arsenal. We're going to have a little bit of the favor go towards 100 Thieves in terms of strategist ults. But Gomez can open up right away if he wants to, but they probably want to get some of those clones out, turrets out first.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about in the Wolverine and Star-Lord matchup. But anyway, just right into the fight. Gomez comes through on the top side, forcing cooldowns out of the Namor and the crystals. Here comes the Meteor M, deep into the back line to force the other team's crystals. And Gomez over the type does get kidnapped, but it doesn't really matter for him. Able to fly back away. Data both worlds engaging from 100 Thieves. Everybody from Sentinels has to back up because they don't have any strategist ultimates on their own side. Whale also committed from Delena, and that's just far too much damage without any strategist ultimates. 100 Thieves takes the first fight.
Yeah, I mean, that kidnap was just enough to really just stop. Oh, that was a beauty. Just to stop the Galactic Legend at the tail end there. That was great from Terra. And the Whale, although it didn't get the eliminations, was just enough damage. They could not recover from that. And that was just a perfect masterclass on how to get that first point, get things going in your favor. Harvey playing lights out right now, has his ultimate ready to go. Vinny does have the clobber in time. Follow-up could come from potentially Terra here. But Raimazing is going to look to see if he can get that crucial pick there potentially on Harvey. That would be massive.
Definitely looking for it. Comes back into this fight, though, through the main side with Delena on these off angles. It's been so brutal to deal with. There isn't a member of Sentinels to deal with them. Meanwhile, they push in through the other angle. A lot of squads just able to do whatever they want. Here comes the Meteor MTK looking back to see if anybody's a target, but they're just not just yet. Also, Kurova came back in with the Fate of Both Worlds, but no follow-up necessarily just yet as Harvey popped his own right to continue this strategic advantage, and they actually push even further, try to go with the last stand, not going to go to find the eliminations, but they push him off for now. Here comes Hog again. What a huge ultimate from him. He's been so clinical with them so far, and that gives him the edge until Delena on the flank, able to get one. Fatal Rolls on both sides, coming back again. You talked about it earlier. Coachella is here to stay. Delena with the Whale to bring it back for 100 Thieves. They were down so many in that fight, but it didn't end up mattering. 100 Thieves now 70% on the board.
I mean, the Whale was the difference there. If you saw from Raimazing's no damage to do the follow-up from the Luna, and instead, I mean, the reverse happened there, and it was just done. There's nothing more they could do, and Hog setting up beautifully with that knock-up. I thought that was it, but then Delena with the huge pick on Kurova to slow them down, getting that strategist pick. It is just so important and vital in these team fights right now. 88%, really looking like 100 Thieves is comfortable right now. But again, we just saw there could be flips in the action. Hog's trying to make his way into the initial fight here. Terra trying to get that kidnap early on, going for the thing here. And can he get the damage in? No, here's Gomez going with the Galactic Legend. And there goes the Lantern's crucial ability, Dogman, off cooldown.
Yeah, using that, also forcing TTK's Meteor M, so both teams sort of feeling each other out at the moment as Kalush hits back with his own Meteor M. Also Terra with the last stand, almost ready to go. Looking for that damage in before he goes for a coffee. Also comes through on the backside. Is everybody stay healthy? No, Hog gonna fall. Here comes his Terra into the back line to shut out everybody from Sentinels. The strategist removed. Everybody else gone from Sentinels and 100 Thieves. Although the last round, Sentinels looked a lot better, and a Whale just is there at the very end. Not going to save it for the next map. 100 Thieves going to win on Hell's Heaven.
Oh my gosh. Just Terra elite play, fantastic. Really the clutch Whale at the end. There's many moments to highlight, but that's what you want to see, right? Some would say it's scripted. It was too close there of our first heavyweight matchup of the Titans. And hey, we said it how many times now, Coachella? This is I expected to see it, right? I expected to see the Luna MVP. Great one at that, by the way. My gosh, looking at why the MVP was, deserved for SJP there. looking at it. I mean, 10k in damage is fun, but 44 overall healing and just a great level of play from honestly everybody. I think everyone played really well there, especially the Vanguard play from Hogs. Fantastic to see. But 100 Thieves showing why they remain the big brother, at least on that map. But there are plenty to go. This is a best of 5.
Yeah, there's so much to talk about. I think that, we could talk about it for sure on the other side of the highlights once they come. But, a lot of the general play style of 100 Thieves was so clean, man. It just felt like before we've seen other teams when Wolverine's not working out, like they just swap back to Starlord or something. But 100 Thieves, they had their plan, right? It was on the second round, the Wolverine got picked off one too many times. But then we go on to that third round, Wolverine seems to succeed with all that cover. And it was kind of maybe map dependent or something, but these characters are also close together in like a tier list if we're to make one.
Yeah, we didn't even see like the kidnap off the map. They were able to tame the Wolverine, keep it on the leash, and Terra was the kind of that difference in the fight. These players are so good that, again, it comes down to that perfect team coordination, and we saw just the Masters at work when we got to see the damage flip into the well. That really flipped the tide for them. But you know what? You got a little confidence from Sentinels there, getting that match, and pretty good at that. Really, there was nothing to point out of major mistakes being made, anything close to that regard. Amazing, played great. Delinda stepped up, to the plate and did his thing. But Terra, I talked about the flexibility and what he can do. And I thought potentially we would see Super Gomez, pull off the Galactic Legend. But guys, let's go and revisit it. And then we got another matchup. Let's check out the highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen.
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
Well, we promised the chaos. That was everything and the kitchen sink, my friend. And listen, close matchup. I can almost tell you what we're going to see heading into the next map. Obviously, the loser gets to pick the map. And hey, 100 Thieves, they lost twice on Midtown Sentinels. That's their map, as many team knows. I probably assume that's what we're going to go in. And do you think we see any type of hero change from what we just had?
I think for maybe for Sentinels, I think that it's a hard choice, right? They got the matchup that I think they wanted. Yep. And especially, if we do go to Midtown like you predicted, there's a good chance that, we see something very similar. I mean, we've seen triple strategists sort of work for them. Maybe not on Midtown. It's kind of interesting. Sentinels struggle versus, I think, FlyQuest on this map, actually, when they played the triple strategists. So, we'll see if they do want to prioritize that. I know for 100 Thieves, they're kind of ahead of the curve with their bans. I know I was talking to you about how it felt like Terra was sort of not necessarily slowing down per se, but just the other Bucky players, the other Winter Soldier players have just gotten so good, right? Kendrick to name one of them, right? There's so many guys that are matching Terra, if not playing a little bit better. So I'd be curious to see if they want to continue that ban and maybe give Terra an advantage in the Wolverine.
Yeah, typically when we do see Midtown, we see Super Gomez on Wolverine. There's the Hella ban right off the bat. Again, you cannot give that to Delena. Just way too good at it. Heading in, though, we've got the Loki ban. So I was curious why they let them have the Loki there on the Dom map. Obviously, it just enables triple Vanguard so much more. And they save. They save the Winter Soldier there.
What the hell?
Want it in the map. That's awesome, man. They save the Winter Soldier, 100 Thieves, as we get the Added Protect, which is going to force either the Star-Lord or Mantis ban here right after Sentinels finishes their ban.
Why? I suppose with the Bucky, it's going to be good versus triple strategists, so there's definitely a option there for them. Also, they're not going to be against Sentinels if they play triple strategist with the Bucky on their side, right? Because of the fact that they have to play something else. Wolverine ban comes through on that side. Maybe 100 Thieves trying to bait out a fact that they would play Winter Soldier or something, but a Star-Lord ban to counter any synergy with Adam Warlock. So a lot of prioritization towards duelists this time, it looks like, Cozy.
Yeah, Gomez is going to lean out of the triple Vanguard. I thought with the Wolverine ban, maybe they would try to get that, see what would happen. Kalush now switching over to Dr. Strange. Hogs on the Magneto. Again, don't see a lot of that from him, but we did see yesterday was able to rise up and play the role well. And it looks like we're going to get the triple strategist comp. We've got Kurova playing what he does best. Kurova, of course, in Russian means cow. And man, that was my fun fact of the day, if you did not know. And with the right macing on Mantis, listen, I've seen games where it's really worked out for him, and others, it's just weird not having him on that duelist role. But Mantis is such a threat at times.
Yeah, I mean, he played that game yesterday where it was just popping off on Mantis. So, if any team can make it work, it is them. And versus FlyQuest, they look really good on Spider Island. I feel like Midtown maybe affords more opportunity to Delena with these flank angles, and this sort of tests at least my theory with how some of these comps can be very map dependent. And for triple strategist, I feel like it's a little weaker on this map, but I'd be curious to see how it works for Sentinels.
Yeah, going to be interesting for sure as we are looking at the high ground approach. Harvey has been playing a fantastic Invisible Woman when not on Loki. That's been the main role whenever he's off of his god there. And Kurova, if you don't know, he is so good at him. It's like another Hela for them, but Hela not being available for the other team, obviously. Now, moving in, Eramoy, quick Scarlet pull, but is going into the Luna pick as Harvey already being able to build up quite nicely with the percentile on the ultimates, and they're giving a lot of push here to the Sentinels.
Yeah, like an L-shaped formation on the high ground just to stay with Delena on the flank, and then also to secure that right side, make sure Ryan Mason can't get anything, and then Harvey just drops back. The rest of the team, coordinated disengage from them, it looks like, just to make sure they set up Sentinels in a weird spot, not waste too many cooldowns. Obviously, you're going to get that one out of Delena. But right now, they're just playing it slow, Cozy, right? They're waiting, building up towards those ultimates, looking for some damage, maybe some pickoffs. Vinny can keep himself constantly alive with the walls, so it's very hard to dislodge 100 Thieves, except they just have to get walked on. Meanwhile, on the other side for Kurova and Sentinels, you can see how much pressure they're under. Traded back and forth. Delena on the flank, able to take down Rai and or Amori. Rai has the self-resing, same thing with Kurova, so it would be even in a 5 versus 5 if they both res, but not if Delena says anything about it. Gomez shut out again, also has Broke the Whale, but here a counter push by Ray Mazing with a very aggressive Mantis ultimate, and then the res also pops proactively from Kurova as Sentinels try to just walk on 100 Thieves, and it's sort of working right now.
Yeah, it's surprising it's working too, because if it's not Terrence, Delena, just huge presence with the bubble floating up, and then you have Harvey protecting with the shield, able to kind of rain down those trades. Deluge with a giant meteor. Can he get connection? No, not at all. Harvey's able to escape there. Now Delena punishing the supports from the back. Delena once again takes out Airboy and Rai Mazing. No pass to bring them back. TTK finishes off the trade with Hogs, and my goodness, it was close for just a second there, but they ended up sweeping up the job.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Hogs, he chose the wrong target with his Meteor M, just went after the strategist, not Delena, who didn't have any cooldowns to stay alive from it, and because of it, yet again, 100 Thieves showing they know how to play around this Meteor M so well. And look, I mean, they're setting up again, Cozy. They've got their flank squids ready to go. Gomez have to look towards that for a second. They know Delena's over here on the flank. Immediately, Aramori wants to commit to the favorable world. But look who's here over the top, over the high ground to follow through. Rai Mazing trades back one, but Delena's already found Kurova, and I don't think he has a res. Nice hook from Gomez as the whale came through and did not connect onto anybody from Sentinels. Now, they're finally afforded the opportunity to walk up towards 100 Thieves. They've already used the Iron Curtain as well from TTK, so you could potentially try to walk up, get some extra damage into those tanks, into those Vanguards. Portal to try to come back. Terra swapped over to the Doctor Strange. Delena still on his hero. Also, here is the Giant Groot ultimate that doesn't necessarily have the follow-up because of Delena using the whale earlier. They try to come back through with the invisible boundary. They have the sustain here to do it. Also, out of position now is Hogs, pulled towards the rest of 100 Thieves, and they're holding on.
Yeah, down one strategist doesn't matter. They had the ultimates at the right time. Beautiful patience from Delena on that whale. Did not connect, though. And then just absolutely goes on a tear here. And listen, with the Adam Warlock and the burst healing that he has to do, all those turrets, all that consistent damage, has to be really careful when and how. And after that Mantis ult, I thought they were going to be able to finish off the close there. But nice switch from Terra, getting to the point, and now they've got an Agamotto ready to rock and roll too.
That's going to be terrifying to go against. It's nice against to go against Terra on something that's not Wolverine or that Bucky, but like you said, that Eye of Agamotto is going to be terrifying. Sentinels wants to walk in. They've walled off that front side from the side of, or 100 Thieves walled off Sentinels as they walk up, right? They're just constantly taking space, but so much pressure's coming through. Oh no, with the big wall onto Gomez. He's gonna fall. Also, Meteor M in the sky. Can you find the elimination? Where is he throwing that? That just entered out of bounds territory for this map. That was insane. Kurova, though, gonna bring everybody back with the resurrect. Here comes Vinny with the ultimate afterwards. Once all these strategist ultimates eventually wear off, he's waiting for it at the corner. Here it comes. In comes Meteor M with the Eye of Agamotto, though, but it's TTK there with the fuck. Oh my God, TTK in overtime ruined Sentinels, and they are stopped on the first phase of the match.
It's insane. I mean, we have one Meteor M going to Marvel Rivals 2. It's just gone. I mean, absolutely out of the map. And then the exchange there. Obviously, there was the Magneto shield, so he's unable to throw it on the Luna. But, I mean, any other value probably would have been better there. And just elite ultimate play from 100 Thieves there on the map that Sentinel loves so much. This is going to be tough. But you know what? Last time we saw this, it was the same defensive hold, and they were able to hold them out just a little bit more. And they did just as good as of a defense, 100 Thieves, against Sentinels last time, and Sentinels did just a bit better. So it could be the same result here. We'll have to see.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a very defensive-sided map, but I mean, you casted a game that went to a tie match after nobody even tapped a tick, right? So, like, you know more than anybody, Cozy. Anything's possible, and I don't know, man. Sentinels, I hate to be that guy, but I don't think they've connected on a single Meteor M, right? Whether it be Hogs or Collusion. You know, obviously you can blame Sentinels for that, but 100 Thieves, I think that they somehow, some way have just, like, made... I mean, look, they're in their heads, man. Like, this is like a baseball player when they're freaking out. They got the yips, right? Because, like you said, he just tossed that Meteor M Hogs did to Marvel too, man. That was so sad.
I mean, TTK not going down at all. The 12 eliminations from Delena. This is what we've talked about. 100 Thieves just doesn't seem to have a huge weakness, right? You take one thing and they come back with, you know, the right hook, if you will, and it's going to be a tough job here for the defense. They've risen up to the occasion before here. Again, they're going with a completely different comp. We did not see last time we had the Wolverine. They're going in with the instant grab with Toulouse finishing off the job on Terra. Great way to open things to get Ultimate's building and the whole team morale up after what was a tough first point. Now Toulouse just trying to get some nice poke damage here as he backs up from the team. That Magneto in there as Hogs as well, able to have the double shield action. Couldn't see a flex over to the thing for Vinny, but now they're pushing forward. The group play always banned from Sentinels. They gave it to Vinny. The group goat himself. And we're going to see what happens here as the fight collapses.
Yeah, you can 100% see the struggle with that. It's a great point. I mean, Vinny just kind of walking on Sentinels. The pressure is a lot currently onto Kaluge and the rest of Sentinels alongside this duelist over the high ground. I mean, Rise was stuck behind the car. Please, he's trying to lay it. Nope. And everybody else is just grouped immediately to Terra with a huge ultimate. Just connects with the Kraken impact on the 5 players of Sentinels.
I don't know if 100 Thieves did an all-nighter and just played Midtown all map. This is looking like a different team that we saw on this map previously. They knew it was their weak point. They lost twice on it. They were like, you know, shame on me once, but they definitely fixed up a lot of the critical errors or just team play strategy that they had. Now we've got Aramori coming in, initiating the show right away. Fate of both worlds to get things going, keep everybody protected. The Strange Portal coming in. Armin J just cracking impact. Can it have an impact? Dogman, this is going to be close.
It's going to be close, but then in comes the Strangling Prison on the right side. Delena over the back, takes down Korova, even shoots bodies. I mean, this guy is so confident that they're about to win. You have a little bit of stagger coming from Sentinels, but again, TTK shuts it out, at least forces out a lot of cooldown to the back side. Sentinels staggering in now. I mean, it's absolute desperation out of them, and nobody else is going to be here, so 100 Thieves are going to go up another map in the series to put themselves on map point already.
It's right now, it's literally Big Brother mentality, like just going up against, trying to have a different result, and the same thing just keeps happening. And I know Sentinels, we've seen reverse sweeps happen. It actually happened to them, so they can flip the script, but on your own map, something you're comfortable with, strategies that you probably built out if this thing happens, obviously did not go their way. And can we point out, obviously wasn't Rocket the whole time, but Harvey taken over as the MVP. But honestly, just about anyone could have gotten it. TTK, a phenomenal performance there from the Magneto, having just about everything landed and the big impact there on the team fights. Man, that was special. That was 100 Thieves special.
That was 100 Thieves special indeed, man. I don't know. Like, it's tough leaving Delena open like that, like he was. And then, I don't know. For the sake of Sentinels, I would just like them to hit like a single Meteor M just to like see the ball go through the net, you know, almost, and you know, feel a little better about that.
Dude, who looked at me said Kobe when I was in like elementary, and the basket went like, you know, the paper went way out of the basket.
To the next yard.
Yeah, listen, that's kind of the story on both these maps now. We had the whales that weren't connecting all the way, finishing the job, and then we would see Delena get the 5-piece on the whale, right? And then same there, TTK, obviously, you know, not much more to say than when you get rid of 4 people on their team in one swoop. You know, that's about all she wrote. Now, guys, really good highlights going to come from that. Probably we're going to see that Meteor M. Let's go ahead and check them out.
endlessly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen.
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Grab the whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
Hello, welcome back, guys. And we just have 100 Thieves reminding them and really just saying this is not even a rivalry, but a reminder to them who is the best right now. And we even saw Flesh Wounds come from Envy to them, but it looks like they got their Kryptonite right back from Sentinels. Gotta say, man, that match, insane. You could highlight just about anybody, but who stood out to you?
Yeah, I think you talked about it before we went to the highlights. TTK has been brutal on the Magneto. The rest of the team of 100 Thieves obviously playing around him so well. Everybody's kind of ducking, bobbing, and weaving. You could call it the strategist, but I mean, just in terms of highlight plays alone, he's near the top.
Yeah, listen, Delina, Namors can get a lot of damage built up, but I wanted to point out Delina and just the insane positioning this guy always seems to have. If you notice on that top bridge there, he was just scoping him down, like, from the Triton top, getting amazing, and they were just blowing through those passives of trying to revive and go back to it. The guy is just such a stud when it comes to where to go on the map to get that cheeky kill, and he's often changing it up and surprising them, and Amazing and others were definitely surprised. We head up into potentially the last match, Yggdrasil's Path. I actually told this to Dogman. This is the map that I expected to see after Midtown. We kind of get the same rotation here. Great map. Obviously, Delina not going to play Hella. Sentinels shutting that down again, and in return, they're going to give up Harvey's Loki and shut down theirs. Too good on the triple Vanguard on this map. And they're going to stick with the same strategy. They're going to save the Bucky, and we've got the saved Adam from Sentinels, and we're probably going to get the exact same thing, the triple strategist approach, unless we get something different. Luna, though, getting taken away from SJP.
And Luna going to get removed. No Namor going to be available for the side of 100 Thieves. Obviously, that tosses into question, what do they want to do, right? This is a decent spot to be in if you are Sentinels. Look, they're making them think a little bit, right? Because that means one of your players either... But Delena is going to have to be on to the Bucky, and also you have to now force out the Mantis band to make sure they don't want to play triple strategist because, maybe this confuses things a little bit, right? Does Terra play on the Wolverine? Does he going to go back to play the Bucky? And, for Delena, he's going to have to play the Star-Lord, so that's not a bad matchup for 100 Thieves either, considering all things.
Yeah, for sure. We're getting, it's season 1.5 right now. We're getting a little season 1 throwback from Rai Amazing. Used to play a lot of Moon Knight on this map. Obviously, little tweaks to the ultimate, not as punishing as it was before. They're going to kind of try to get that going with Hogs and his ultimate, the Imprisonment. Great wombo combo there. I mean, there's not a lot. We've seen them allow that, revive comp. Obviously, they're going to shut it down, get rid of the Mantis, which honestly might be a good thing. Rai Amazing on Duelist is where he's at best. And the Mantis, yes, it has the capabilities to do some big things, but not so far against 100 Thieves. We just have not seen the proof there.
No, yeah, there's no proof in the pudding currently for Sentinels if that composition were to work. And, I don't know, man. I mean, currently the biggest narrative for me right now is just that, I don't know, like right now 100 Thieves are kind of another level with avoiding the Meteor Rem. It's like whenever that ultimate is up for Sentinels, I know I'm repeating myself a lot, but whenever 100 Thieves do know that ultimate is up, they just all avoid it, right? So we'll see if Conclusion can finally connect with one of them in this series, and Sentinels might actually do it, man. They might actually play that Moon Knight.
Yeah, and listen, if you want to go and check out the comps, 100 Thieves, they posted it. It's insane the comps that these guys have. They're just in lockstep with one another and overall team play. Terra trying to get some early poke damage, trying to get the hook and the turn to separate them from the pack there. And getting that on Hogs would be a massive opening. No, instead goes for the hook on Super Gomez, but obviously able to get out of there. Big Gomez going for the health pack and try to reset. I'm sure if the passive did pop there. Terra just relentless with the pistol, taking it down over and over. Does get the grab at the walls. We're able to shut things out. And my gosh, this is quite the opening. And there it is. There's a hit for the Magneto bubble to keep the safety from Hogs.
Yeah, safety plus had the Rocket Raccoon jump from the jump pack towards the spot. Also, look, here comes Terra with the Kraken Impact, looking for that Super Gomez in the sky. Can't find him and will not get the reset. Now has to back on out of that. They still have the VIP available. Also, Karoba did commit the invisible boundary. Now they come back through with their very own amplifier on the backside. Getting the hooks again. Able to take down Super Gomez before Armori can even follow through. And even though you're using the Stratus Ultimates, both of your duelists are gone. And that's brutal to see because now everybody's stuck in the Groot Ultimate. You got blasters in your face from the Star-Lord. Nobody else here to save you in terms of duelist. Impact as well. Up again from Terra. Was able to build another one, and that's 4 for him. Dude's got the Game Shark in. My gosh, Terra just used that ultimate. Obviously, we saw Gomez able to kind of hide, but you can only hide for so long from Terra as he did find him, sniff him out, and take him out. More importantly, though, Hogs used the Imprison ultimate. Rai Amazing, that's why they teamed that up together, and they were unable to coordinate that. That's massive. That's going to be tough to recover from that. Hogs is going to take a lot of building up, and they only have 2 minutes to do so here as Terra's just going on a roll. TTK does have his ready to go as well, and it's looking like it's going to be a tough fight unless Rai Amazing can maybe pull something here from the Khonshu. I mean, he throws out the ultimate, the hand of Khonshu in the pack line. It doesn't even force any Stratus ultimates. Everybody's low, but I mean, that's what happens when this character got nerfed in the recent packs, right? Nobody goes down necessarily just yet. Incoming Armori again, going aggressive with the ultimate. Terra also close to yet another Kraken Impact on this backside angle. Terra's still looking for flanks, looking for damage towards that backline, towards those strategists. Hogs and the rest of the team walks up, but they're immediately countered by 100 Thieves and the Kraken Impact. Gomez tries to equalize it, but it's met with Harvey's invisible boundary. So it's ultimate for ultimate. Also, oh my gosh, actually just missing the Kraken Impact. Doesn't get the reset there, but right now, Sentinels, right, they're pushed back again. And oh no, that's a brutal delay.
Yeah, man, if it's a draft pick, I'm taking Vinny here for the Groot pick. Just so freaking good at doing Groot things. And on this first map, such an imperative hero to close in the kill. Terra with a snipe across the map for the quick Gomez skill. And we've got now Vinny with his ultimate, Delina as theirs. And there's not a lot of follow-up, especially for strategists. They've got nothing to contend to what's about to be thrown at them. They do have the Hogs Rai Amazing combo. That's why Rai Amazing just kind of used it. It's a very fast building ult to hand of Khonshu. But we're going to see if they end up just trying to get that working out. They're probably aware of it as they're backing out, making a little space.
You're definitely aware of it, like you mentioned, and I don't know if the combo even eliminates through Stratus Ultimates. There's nothing out there necessarily just yet for 100 Thieves. They can set it up, get the pull on the Terra. He kind of panics a little bit. Hog throws out the ultimate, doesn't have the follow-up though. Over the high ground, it doesn't look like it. I don't know what happened, but they don't have that combination. 100 Thieves committed a lot to counter it on the backside, so maybe they're just trying to wait it out as Karoba walks in through hand. Khonshu goes out, does connect onto Vinny. Also onto Delena. Kraken Impact is here, but it's shut out by Gomez. Vinny does get resurrected back into the fight with the BRB, but everybody else is gone, and eventually the Moon Knight composition is panning out for Sentinels towards the very end. But Delena, I mean, look at him. He's back onto the Doctor Strange. They can get that portal play coming through here.
Yeah, good stagger picks there, but it's probably gonna be a little too late, even if it pops up right now. Maybe it was a misplay. Maybe it was a bluff with the Moon Knight as they were backing into it potentially. But yeah, it seems odd that they haven't been combining those together here. Gomez doing great though. Super Gomez getting right picks at the right time here. As we've got Delina on the sidelock. We've seen only a couple of times, especially against Sentinels. Love the swap pick here. He's been doing great as the hero, and he's going into immediately stealth mode, trying to get a little picks, trying to get a little pressure early on. Vinny doing his thing against Hogs, making it just hell for him as he goes down. Now Kurova going down. They're pushing the aggression to the maximum, and Delina taking down Right Amazing. Now Sidelock, such a huge counter pick to Moon Knight because there's nothing he can do once the Yonks are out.
The moon totem has
I'm glad that you could point it out. You know, it feels like for Right Amazing, you know, it's going to be hard now, right, just to get counter like that on top of playing a character that maybe is not as strong as, you know, or at least has not been played as much due to, you know, a multitude of things. And now with that, right, we'll see. Keep an eye on that, Cozy, with Delena on the sidelock. Can he pick off Right Amazing? A lot of ults are up. Now here comes Gomez with a very aggressive ultimate net by the Meteor M. Not going to be able to connect in the sky, so you're going to feel decent about that as Sentinels now pushes up. Terra, meanwhile, just looking for hooks, just looking and fishing for these backline pickoffs. Does get a team up. Also the damage from the Kraken impact, and everybody's pretty much dead on the side of Sentinels as Terra shuts out any hopes right now for this team fight. They're going back to spawn.
Yeah, forget the group Moon Knight combination. All you need is Bucky doing his thing. And it's listen, I love the change. They need to change something up. It was 2-0, but man, that is rough. Hogs using that ultimate yet again, getting the no value out of it. Just absolute nasty here as we're seeing. Listen, right now, Moon Knight has like a 40% win rate across. He's one of the lowest heroes because of that change. It was great, but they did end up just really hurting that ultimate. So I'm surprised we're seeing that come out as Terra's going in immediately with the pressure from above there. Trying to get the hook. That's not Super Gomez, though. Getting nice poke damage as they're moving here. Toulouse trying to get one of the strategists early on, but we do have the invisible bouncer coming down. But there it is. Toulouse getting the Harvey pick.
Yeah, that's a sigh of relief right there, Cozy. I mean, that feels so good. Finally, they connected a Meteor M. They were like 1 for 13 or something, man. Like, that was so brutal.
Yeah, that was definitely needed for the momentum push, but they have a lot to go here. 18 seconds to spawn, super close. We've seen so many battles just leaning towards the defense here because they barely have to take a stroll through the park to get to the point there. Huge hook on Hogs, completely eliminating him, taking him through the door. Hello, Groot. My goodness, what a way to start this fight in overtime.
I mean, that could be the end of it here. 1 second left. They're touching the cart, but everybody's so low. No Stratus ultimate to keep anybody alive. Groot ultimate. Terra again. Goodbye. Deletes the rest of Sentinels. Overtime, gonna get ticked down. Hogs did swap to Strange, but it doesn't end up mattering, and they're stopped in the street space. The 100 Thieves still looking pretty good.
I mean, Delena doing the dance of the butterfly, the silent ult, and then all it took was a tickle from Terra to finish them all off. Absolute. Honestly, again, just masterclass. Outside of the probably one little bit of a wipe there, they could have gotten back if it wasn't, you know, just barely enough time for the Strange portal. 100 Thieves, they're just able to adapt. Delena with the huge pick, and I thought because of that, Right Mason was going to swap off, but they kind of just stayed the same. I've said this over and over. It kind of feels like a bit of an identity crisis, right? Like they don't know what they exactly want to do here for the Sentinels, but we're going to have to see if they adjust and do something insane for a defensive hold.
I think one of the FlyQuest members talked to us and had an interview, and he mentioned how, you know, 100 Thieves in the current meta just have things figured out, and it kind of takes being a little spicy, you know, a little interesting in terms of, you know, hero picks and stuff to mix things up, right? It's what you got to do versus the 100 Thieves right now. You got to be innovative, but, you know, unfortunately, Moon Knight kind of outdated. You know, maybe we'll see if they can turn it around on defense. Forcing Dylan on the sidelock could end up in, you know, something good for them, but right now, Terra, like you said, just been able to run free so far on the Winter Soldier.
Look at Vinny versus Hogs, too. Vinny, often unappreciated, goes to Vanguards, and you can't really see always the difference at fast play with what the Groot is doing. Vinny is putting on an absolute show with how he's putting together the ultimates, the team wipes, and then obviously just keeping himself up, not needing a lot from his strategist. That's always huge and kind of untalked about, not talked about. And here we go. We're going to see if a just absolute world-class defense can come out from Sentinels here.
Yeah, that has to be the greatest comeback of all time in Marvel Rivals esports history for Sentinels to get it done. But if any team can do it, it is a multi-time champion such as them on the defensive hold, right? They're just constantly poking, breaking all these shields, making sure they're uncomfortable on the side of 100 Thieves, but they throw out the team up, right? That's going to get a lot of damage down range. Also, Selena trying to confuse people, going aggressive. Also a very fast Kraken impact, but at the same time, invisible boundary there to match it. Right, both of these players building up their ultimate so quickly. One via damage, one via the healing. Through the damage that Terra was provided, but now here comes the amplifier on the aggression. Is 100 Thieves on top of the invisible boundary, but can they find the eliminations? If Sentinels disengage this can work out, but they lose Gomez. That's brutal. The BRB should bring him back into the fight and they're able to sustain. Actually, no BRB in this fight because they lost somebody earlier. They're using the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, trying to walk out. They have somebody touching. Here comes the Meteor again. From Kaloon onto Terra. Looks for Harvey. He's able to find it. No! Harvey lives. How did he back on out of there? Disappeared like Houdini in 100 Thieves. Just able to close out now on Sentinel.
I mean, no value from the hand of Contra. I really want to highlight the elimination there on Gomez and how huge that was. He was the one with the ultimate ready to follow up and really get things changing from there, but he was gone, and there's no way to get back in time. Like you said, the res beacon gone completely, and even though, you know, a little Delina pick there, it was super rough battle there. Khonshu, they answered it immediately, and then in return, even though they had the trades on the Magneto, it just was not enough. Now, we do have a Kraken impact to open things here, which could be interesting with Hogs if he's able to land it.
And that could be interesting if they can manage to find that 1-2 combination, especially before ultimates come out. But Vinny, the one pushing the pace, they force the little advantage out. Here comes the counter ultimate, comes through. No follow-up necessary. They do use the Kraken impact on top of it. I mean, they're going for the combo, like you said, Cozy, but they kind of already won that fight without it.
Yeah, and amazing. That's a good thing about Moon Knight. You're able to just, you know, kind of capitalize on the ultimate there without using your ultimate and just getting the ping pong effect, you know, from him. But listen, now they don't have much else in the tank. And if we look at what 100 Thieves has, yeah, they have the damage amplifier, but look at Harvey almost there. Delina about to be able to do something on a back pick here, and they're about to be aggressive here in this first fight. But Gomez with a huge SJP pick into Vinny. Wow, massive opening to this fight.
Yeah, that was huge. What a hook from Super Gomez. Delina gonna get staggered out here towards the left side. Or, never mind, he's doing the staggering. Wait a minute, Moon! And then Gomez just kind of feed. Oh, that's brutal. 100 Thieves now having the edge of the duelists. Get a walk in for free.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was all Sentinels until Delina just decided to flip the script there. Insane picks. Now just keeping that pressure on, causing them to back out, and they don't have much room to give Delina going backline here. But look at, they knew he was going to go through there immediately. Shot the invisibility. Delina, though, getting the pick on Hogs as they're unable, once again, to get the connection there on the Magneto ultimate, getting no value. That would have been massive if they could have gotten something, but here's the Eternal Bond coming from Aramori, and this is going to be it. This is going to be the hold, and Terra taking down Amazing with the hook. He wants more. Here comes the Kraken impact. Taking down more, getting that effect on all of them, trying to get the elimination. Unable to do so. Kurova has the ultimate up, keeping them alive, keeping this battle alive as CTK takes out Gomez, and this is the roll. This is Vinny doing what he does best. The walls are up. It's disgusting. The ultimate down, and there it is.
100 Thieves get it done. Move on to the grand finals, which will be a best out of 7. Not today, though. First to 3 in this case. 100 Thieves get it done, and you talked about a Cozy big brother them today.
Yeah, again, it's like at this point, rivalry reminder that they're the best. I mean, this has been constant from them. They are playing at a level. Virtus Pro has done this in the EA scene, but they're doing the same here. They're just constantly just a step above. We've seen them show weak spots, but not here. Look at Terra, 34k damage, 23 final hits, about 20 of those from Kraken impact all at once. Seems like he was getting it every single battle multiple times. Delina, though, huge flex picks. Love what they did. And, of course, Vinny, you having a big difference there on the group. What did you see?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things. I like that Sentinels, tried to make something work with the Moon Knight. They attempted, a little bit of a difference. Yeah, it just... nothing was working, man, for Sentinels. And, I'm not rooting for any team one way or the other. Obviously, we're on bias over on this side. But 100 Thieves, they look like they kind of unstoppable again, right? They're back in that tier where is there a team that can really beat them? Obviously, maybe that's the team in the lower bracket. Maybe that's Team Envy, who are leveling up right now in this Winter Soldier meta. So the lower bracket's going to be so freaking interesting now.
Yeah, I think, honestly, that's going to be a lot of the story. I feel like going into it, the triple Vanguard approach was what they practiced so much going into this tournament. And then it kind of showed early, I just don't know if that's going to work. And then we're seeing kind of, them adapting on the fly. Again, I respect them throwing something different there, but it's just great. They knew immediately. I was like, okay, Delina, go to Psylocke, do what you do best. And then from there, they go on. And I think maybe Tara heard you about the Bucky comment? Because he was like, all right, I'll show you, dog man. If you think I can't go up, with the others. And I swear that guy had his ultimate like all the time.
Yeah, I hope we interview him. But obviously
Right.
we have to wait and see who the interviewee is going to be. Yeah, he definitely, dude. He's good. He's good at the hero, right? And like we said before the game started, we were like trying to nitpick and see where the holes in 100 Thieves are. Same thing with 100 with Sentinels. I think Sentinels holes, like you mentioned, are a little bit more obvious in this current meta. They're, like you mentioned, in a bit of an identity crisis, and maybe it takes time to figure it out, or a potential patch change in the future.
Yeah, it's crazy too. If you look at Yggdrasil's path in particular, that same point of the map is every single time for 100 Thieves. They stop him right there at the curve of the cart. We saw it with Envy. We saw it maps before. It's like that. They've got that dialed down. I don't know if it's like just spawn walking distance or what they have. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. First of all, we've talked to just about everybody because they keep winning. We've talked to 100 Thieves multiple times, interview-wise. We've talked to Harvey, TTK, Vinny, and more. So it's going to be fun to see who we grab here. And always something different from them. I appreciate there's a lot of fun kind of chirping on Twitter, but when we get them in the interviews, always fun to talk about. I saw TTK's, I believe, parents potentially on Twitter say, like, we're proud of you, son. Like, gotta love the young bloods getting, their recognition, and they're stepping up in the limelight. They're doing good.
Yeah, and, I think we might try to... I'm not going to force anything spicy out of 100 Thieves necessarily, but for how much they talk trash on Twitter, man, I need to see them come on broadcast and talk a little because they deserve it, right? I mean, considering how they've played so far, considering every other team's lost to them, there's been close matches, there's been scares, but they're at the top. They're still the kings of the region at the very moment.
Yeah, people make tier lists when they look at the heroes, and they're like, there's the S+ or the band picks, like up at the top, and then there's kind of like A, B, C. Right now, it feels like 100 Thieves is kind of like just another S. Like there's 1 and 2, but they're so far up, and this is why I think the lower brackets can be interesting because we've got just tremendous level of competition down there because we keep saying Sentinels is 2, and I know FlyQuest, Envy, they want a word there. They want to go ahead and show it. And that's what we're going to look up next in that battle, man. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Obviously, close out what we have here. If you were to give an overall MVP, what would you say out of that for 100 Thieves?
Well, man, I mean, it's a tough one. I actually do want to think about this a little bit just because, like, it's a tough choice. I mean, you could easily say Delena, Terra, they all had their maps, TTK as well. I mean, it's such a team effort. I think I want to kind of give it to SJP even a little bit simply because there was a big turnaround. I think a big momentum shift once SJP, got like a 2K with Luna Snow. Like, I feel like he turned things around for them. Also, perfectly timed dance floors, never dying to a Meteor M. I mean, for me, it's kind of like an unsung hero moment, but he just played so well. And same thing with Harvey. So right now, 100 Thieves, their back line is an absolute monster of that duo.
It was a trick question because, yeah, everybody played well from the TTK finishes, man. And again, things you just don't see because it happens so quick. But the bubbles on SJP, so he doesn't go down to the meteor that's going to, again, another planet. But, like, fantastic play from all around and what they did. And honestly, it was not one thing, but the ultimate usage. I know we waited a while for this game, and we saw Sentinels fight a little bit back there on the early domination, which we've seen multiple times now. But it just is... what's got to change? I don't know yet. They're going to have to revisit, and maybe they can figure that out more in the lower bracket. Again, they're going to play Sentinels now go down. They're not eliminated. They're going to play the winner of the matchup that we're going to be going to here in a second. But yeah, it just seems like they all have 2 heroes that they play at the highest level. Harvey, it's like, okay, ban Loki, get rid of him. I'll play Invisible Woman up next and play tremendously. And then we've seen the same even with SJP, who loves Luna, but can play anyone else at a high level. We've gone back to it time after time. Broken record, but it's all about flexibility.
Yeah, it is all about flexibility, and it will continue to be that until, maybe some teams level up. Obviously, for 100 Thieves, that puts them into the $20,000 prize pool range. Second place minimum placing for them now to be in that grand finals like they had before is huge in the biggest tournament as well. So it's not like they are... some sort of team that doesn't play well under pressure, because right now they are doing so. And speaking about a player that plays well under pressure, we're going to bring in SJP now for the interview.
The lead performer of Coachella, he got that Luna. I mean, we saw Luna MVP, and we saw Rocket Raccoon MVP. I swear I've only seen a Rocket Raccoon MVP like twice, man, on this, as we get SJP ready there. But just beautiful altogether. And he's ready. He's ready to talk to you. Let's welcome him in. SJP, can you hear us, my man?
Yes. Hi. How are you guys?
What's up, man? How you doing? I mean, what a performance from you guys. How you feeling from that insane? Doesn't look like you're in the war room there. I like the lava.
No, I'm at home. I went home early. It was super awesome. I'm super proud of everyone. We were all screaming, super hyped. It was just a fun series.
Good stuff, man. I mean, Dogman, I want to ask him, when you guys now are continually number one, right? It has been that we put you guys, just at such a threshold. Again, we talk about how do you maintain that, but we saw a little bit of blood with Envy yesterday. Anything to fix up those gaps that you guys saw? Anything you changed there heading into this matchup?
There was yesterday. We thought we were just gonna win super easily. So once the maps got close, we were like shocked, honestly. So we had to lock back in today. We went over VOD, figured out what we needed to do. We were awesome. It was nerves, honestly.
Well, and you guys obviously cleared them, man. So coming into today, I think, personally, I gave you MVP there simply due to the fact that, with your team, and specifically on Midtown and other maps, they could not connect a single ultimate from Magneto, throughout multiple maps. It's like a coordinated effort out of you guys, just understanding when that cooldown's up to avoid getting one shot.
There's just certain spots, at least on Midtown, you can just hide in the subway. It's literally just impossible if you're on defense to hit a Magarok. And then Top Tier Kid is always screaming. He has bubble. It's a team effort of just dodging it.
Listen, I want to know, strategists, it's so tough to play at a high level and just nailing the damage switch to the whale at the precise time. We saw that multiple times with Delina and you just being fantastic at it, getting the MVP. Congrats on that. What do you think is something that people don't understand watching at a high level of strategist play? Is it just who to heal at what time? Talk to us about being a strategist at this level, the very best of it.
You kind of just have to listen to your teammates to see what exactly is going on, because you don't know always, you can't always say yourself what you need to heal. It's kind of like a person will say, oh, I need a certain help doing this. During that series, we normally don't help Delana flank. We were putting more into him where he could get more value out of this flanking, because he normally doesn't get, it's normally just Terra that gets all the pocket and all the heals. But it's kind of just up to the team, how we want to handle situations. It's not really I don't make the shot call. It's more or less I listen to what they say and I make a kind of decision based on what they say.
Awesome. Yeah, we've heard teams, and I think Kraz talked about how comms can get a little over cluttered at points. And I know that you guys were streaming some of your perspective for tournaments leading up to MRI. How's the communication look like now? Obviously there's a lot of team dynamics that go in with Terra. Yeah, you have to
it's a lot more tame. Yeah, before it was a screaming. Today we were screaming, but I think that makes everyone lock in and pay attention more to what's going on. Just the vibes are up. But they used to be really bad, but they've gotten better.
I've listened in.
From winning, we're all in a good mood, basically.
100 Thieves, they posted those comms. I've listened to it's so cool to hear you guys talk to each other and cool behind the scenes look from them. Got to ask you a couple questions. First of all, looking at the lower bracket, what your prediction, who you think you're going to face in the grand finals? Is it going to be a rematch of Sentinels? Do you think Fly rises up? What do you think?
It's between Fly and Sen. I think FlyQuest has a chance if they practice. They just need to try to mirror what we do, because they're good at with playing what we play into them. They're good with the Hell and Namor. They can play the Wolverine and stuff. If they just do that, it should just be FlyQuest.
Yeah, they're going up against Envy next. Yeah, so it'll be them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Envy, Fly, or Sentinels.
It's still the same thing. It should still be the same thing, because FlyQuest plays the 2-2 comp the best in terms of all the teams. Or I think so, at least. It should just be Fly. If NRG's on his game, they should be good.
Yeah, that makes sense. And
I don't see Envy being able to stop that, unless Cal, they give everything to Cal again, and then Cal just drops a big old nuke.
Yeah, he just goes insane or something. And SJP, obviously, I'm sure you want time to rest up and stuff like that, but You know, the rest of your team, I was just curious because I'm a big fan of how active I think your team is when it comes to communicating with other teams on Twitter and stuff like that. I know you maybe sometimes take the backseat compared to you know how vocal those guys are. Can you maybe touch on the passion that some of your teammates have, or how you react?
It's more or less this try to have fun with it. It's no hard feelings. We don't dislike anyone. It's just try to have fun, honestly, and put on a show. It's not anything serious.
You do a good job.
The only team that we're kind of serious with is Sentinels.
Well, yeah, you have to. You got.
Why though? Why?
Karova has called me and Harvey very bad players from the start, and we don't think he's good, but he calls us bad. The only time they ever have beaten us in a map was like triple res, but we're beating them on that now, so it's just I don't know. Maybe they'll eventually win a series. Rymazing went to a character that he is good at, and I don't know. His 2 tricks still didn't work. They went to their last resort, still didn't work. So I don't know. That team is a lost cause at this point.
I'll close it with this, man. I want to give you a chance to shout out anybody. You got signed to 100 Thieves. You guys were wanting them. They signed you. We've talked to others about that. You're at home now. You got the lava lamp, got the good vibes. Tell me how you're feeling. Any shout outs, and how did that feel?
Shout out to my friends and family. I have all my friends and family have been watching. I appreciate you guys so much. And shout out to 100 Thieves for doing all this for us. I appreciate it so much. And thank you guys. Thank you guys.
Awesome, buddy. Thank you so much.
Love the casting.
Oh, awesome. Appreciate it,
we
man.
always watch it back. It's fun to watch.
Appreciate That's awesome, man. Well, hello, 100 Thieves. Watch it back right now. You guy, SJP, he's great, man. Well, thank you, man, for joining us. hit the Red Bull. Thanks for coming, man. We appreciate you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Man, that was great. He handled that like a champ.
He did. We got some spice out of him. I know SJP is like the nicest dude ever. So, like, honestly, I love that. I love more honesty out of these guys. And, it's bound to happen. Because you talked about how these guys played against each other so freaking much. I mean, you're going to have bad blood against the other team no matter what, right? It's just going to build up over and over again. You lose to them over and over again. You have to play these guys over and over again. It's just by nature, the competitiveness in all these players just comes out.
Yeah, I remember talking to some of their players, and I won't, go into names, but they were like, we were the underdogs in the Marvel Rifle Championship. We were not expected to win. Like, oh my gosh. And now it's like how everything has turned. Now it's like the expectations flipped completely, man. It's been fun to watch. Can't wait to see him in the grand finals. We'll catch that tomorrow. But guys, let's go ahead and relive Yggdrasil's path in the ending of the matchup of the Titans. We have a huge match coming up. Envy, FlyQuest. Let's check out the highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really
thunder! Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
Grab the whip! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
And we are back with more action. And during the break, I got to give the MVP to FlyQuest and their Twitter. My goodness, they were just roasting each other. I saw Terra say he not only beat Super Gomez here in the Invitational, but also beat him in Connect 4 when they were waiting in between. I mean, it's rough over there for Sentinels on Twitter. They're saying that FlyQuest said Sentinels, their match could have fit in that guy's morning routine. The 401 wake up, 402 go swimming, 403 work out, man. That was that was insane. It's amazing.
Jesus, man, dude. FlyQuest social media manager has no chill. Has no chill after. But to be honest, you know what? It's like we all say, Cozy. You know, like you're talking all that smack from the bottom right now, right? They still need to work back from this lower bracket. Sentinels are the ones waiting for them to see if they beat their matchup, because there's a formidable opponent that FlyQuest has to go against in Envy.
Yeah, this could be a good matchup between the two, and I expect this. I mean, is it early to say? You said that you're going to give the edge to Envy, but I think, again, it's going to be close. The matchup's going to be lightning tight, and it comes down to plenty of play. They all have players that can kind of rise up. Both Vanguard play. Obviously, we've seen Space and what he can do. Gasklin really has been playing phenomenal. I mean, just right there. I know that he wants to fight, you know, his former team in Sentinels down there in the lower bracket if they do get to advance. You got to see Envy. I've done both of them. You know, got to cast both of them multiple times. Tell me about Envy a little bit. Really, the team to show probably the most fight against 100 Thieves that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why they've been the kind of that team that's that has been able to perform in these big moments in this tournament, right? For FlyQuest, they've been able to compete, I think, behind doors and in scrims, but Envy, I think, so far, simply due to matchups and how things have played out, they've been able to kind of bring it to 100 Thieves. And that team is just full of veteran players that can play at a high level, can consistently compete against 100 Thieves. And this is a decent meta for them too, right? I think that for the side of FlyQuest, this meta is not necessarily favored towards them. They can play it at a high level and they can, do things super well. Like SJP said in our interview, right? That team can match them, right? And that's terrifying to say. But for Envy, they've also been able to, if like you said, they can put a lot of resources in the Cal. So this should be a good one, man. I still honestly don't know who's going to win. I think it's like you said, it's going to be close.
Yeah, I would say Envy reminds me a bit of 100 Thieves in the fact that you've got NK, who you've talked about, right? Able to just go obviously crazy on Bucky and what he can do. And then it's Cal and it's NK. And those two can just really just snowball the entire match there. And they don't have a ton of weak spots. I think he did say, SJP, that FlyQuest runs the purest, best, like 2-2-2 whenever things are going, perfectly, for them. And so it'll be interesting because I know FlyQuest also, they love to go crazy. And we've seen Spider-Man, Venom. They've even talked about just playing loose, having fun, like not getting too caught up in the moment. So I'm hoping we see a little bit of that. Light is the highlight player. If you haven't seen a lot of FlyQuest, they're all really great, but Light and what he can do, guy is extremely, flexible on his decisions, and Energy is a top tier Hella.
Yeah, Energy is just terrifying, and I think all of the Hellas left in the tournament have had standout plays in their own right. At least all of the ones, or at least these two in FlyQuest and Envy and Cal, having probably the most entertaining Hella performance that we've seen so far. Just dodging and weaving at the end of Midtown. And then Energy, like you said, just been so consistent, in that lower bracket to be able to beat Nightmare as well from earlier today. I don't think there was really much to say about it besides Energy was kind of, on another level and playing so well. So like you said, FlyQuest, I mean, they can match 100 Thieves, but can they beat Envy? Can they perform when the lights are shining brightest? That's really what matters in the lower bracket. This is the difference maker right now.
Yeah, hey, Cal was fun to watch. Like, Delina's got his flanking thing going on, but yeah, Cal, man, call him Patches O'Houlihan. Like, dodge and dip and dive in and dodge, and again, two dodges, right? But also want to highlight for FlyQuest, Cooper-tastic. Cooper-tastic has shown at times that he is incredible no matter what. Loki Luna has been what he has played, but he almost leans in a way towards like that kind of duelist strat. You ever play where you've got the strategist that thinks they're a duelist and you're like, whoa, hold on there. You're getting the snipes with Luna across the map. Cooper can really rise up. We've both watched a lot of them. I know you watched him a ton in the MRC, and so it's gonna be cool to see, kind of what he pulls out here. Do we have any, when it comes to pick bands and what they like, any knowledge there? I know typically when you're going against Energy, you do look to ban the Hella, but obviously, they like their odds.
Guys, both of these teams love Hella, so that's the difficulty when it comes to the ban phase. And I think the way forward for FlyQuest is to kind of make Envy uncomfortable, because there was at points yesterday in matches with Envy that they were like swapping around Cal and NK, between roles, Star-Lord, Winter Soldier. Hopefully you don't have to do that if you just have Cal on that Hella. But like you said, Energy is one of the best Hellas, and he also does it with less resources. We talked to SJP how they pump everything into Cal on Hella. So with that much, focus on your hero, how much can you get done? How much is the rest of the team doing, right? There's a lot of questions behind that, but I think it's all about making Envy uncomfortable right now, because at points their hero pool can be a bit limited.
Yeah, and I want you guys, if you don't know, to look out for the little snowflake icon above Hella if they've got the Luna, because even just that is just enough to make Hella so tough to take down. Maybe you have Invisible Woman on top of that. Typically, I've seen Envy, they've gone for group bans in the past. I know that FlyQuest, they don't have a ton of... I know Spark Chief does play a little bit of group, but I haven't seen too much from them. But it'll be interesting to see if they end up... Previously, we've seen them pick multiple times. Envy loves Yggdrasil's Path, so kind of like the Midtown to Sentinels, and they've done well there before. But they're all adaptable. Both these teams, I want to highlight, are extremely good at just flexibility. They don't have, you look at some of these other teams, and they kind of pick the same hero over and over, but both of these are definitely willing to switch the role and the hero when the time calls.
Yeah, and you know what might not be a bad ban is maybe even throwing out a Magneto ban out there, right? Both Gasklin and Spark Chief can play other heroes. We haven't seen Space so far in the tournament play that Magneto. In fact, they always protect it. So maybe something like that could throw them off, their game and potentially mix things up because Envy's not really been forced to do anything about that hero just yet. I mean, that could be nice. I know Space is a player that does have a deep hero pool like we always talk about, but we just haven't seen it so far in the Invitational, so I wouldn't mind focusing that.
Yeah, I think all we saw from him previously was a Venom. I think he's done Venom before. Yeah. That's what we've seen, at least in the MRI, and he does play Venom okay there. But yeah, you're right. You want to look at the kind of the weak spots that you can, show there. I mean, we're not seeing with Sentinels and 100 Thieves. I feel like it's a bit more, I don't want to say scripted, but like you got to know what's going to happen. You know what the bans are going to happen. And honestly, right now, the results that are going to happen. But with them, there's just a lot less to predict here. FlyQuest, we thought was a joke, in the sense of we thought they were joking when they went to dive, when they went to Spider-Man, because they were doing so well against Shikigami there on day one, way back when. But they built this into their comp. I mean, Light was playing Penny Parker on Midtown. He was the first to bring her out. I mean, who knows? At this point, Black Widow could be on the table. We don't know with them.
Yeah, FlyQuest and 100 Thieves are like the only team to do that Penny Parker thing that you bring out with either running triple Vanguard on the first point. I think we see 100 Thieves do the same thing on Spider Islands with the thing with Terra or, having Terra on Doctor Strange. So these two teams understand that maybe forward holding is good, making sure you can play the time bank is important because, I think that's another reason why if we go back to what we talked about earlier, Cozy, when like why teams maybe don't like domination, I feel like just because of the fact that these, longer maps, convergence and stuff, and they can take longer, which kind of makes the better team win almost, right? If you just have less time to work with, I think there's a little bit more variance. And when you have like longer matches, you can kind of see, okay, we're the better team. We can win. If you feel comfortable, might as well play that style and give yourselves a chance to really dominate over a team instead of, okay, we play domination. We lost the first team fight. It's over. Like it's at least giving you a little bit more leeway, I think, when we don't play that map.
For sure. The first map's random, so that's when we've seen the domination come up, the Hell Heaven or whatever. But yeah, how many fights have come down to the overtime stretch on the payload, just that last push and everyone just dumping out of the spawn? It's happened now over and over and over again. We've even seen it happen on Wakanda when we did have 100 Thieves versus Sentinels. And so bring up a good point there, in regards to that. But yeah, with Envy, I feel like they have had so much time now to kind of get things right. I've seen them now multiple times as watching them on that kind of Marvel Rivals Fight Night and kind of their first appearance there. And they've gone, honestly, they've really upped their game over 2 weeks. I don't know if it's just strat-wise, they're getting comfortable with what they're doing, but that's definitely going to help. And FlyQuest, previously Euphoria was in the MRI last season 0. So they were in the finals. They were there. They want to get back. They know they have the taste of the finals. Obviously, it was a bit of a smaller format, but they have a taste. Gaston being the new addition there. So I know they think for sure, I've talked to many players on the team, that they are the best. They are the absolute best, and they can prove it here today.
Yeah, and this is the difficulty, I think, now that, it's not just a 1v1 tournament. You're playing against every single team so far, and like you said, with FlyQuest has a good matchup, at least in practice, versus 100 Thieves. Envy seems to have the same thing, but you're not playing against 100 Thieves right now, right? They're playing against each other, both Envy and FlyQuest, completely different teams than 100 Thieves all around the board. Things are a little bit different. Maybe the moves they make are a bit different, and obviously that could lead to an edge, right? And, if we talk about individual players here, Cozy, I think a big part in why Envy's been able to come back and play well is because this meta is sort of favoring them, right? If we just go back to discussions about the patches and stuff, Winter Soldier specifically has been a standout, and I mean, I talked to you about it, but it's like NK is just crazy, man. Like he is him at points for Envy, and he can kind of put the team on his back through his Winter Soldier gameplay.
Yeah, we've only seen really Soldier come out of light in terms of fly there. The matchups to see if you don't know the players, guys. I think a lot kind of rides on Gasklin in what he can do, because there's games where he is absolutely at the top of his game, goes crazy. And you got him and Spark Chief able to both kind of play Magneto. I know Gasklin prefers that against but his Remix been playing a lot of Thing, and so I expect to see a lot more of that here. About to be closing into our first matchup, and guys, I'm telling you, it's random maps, we swear. Giving a little bit of a sneak peek, it is, you guessed it, Hell's Heaven again for our opening matchup, the domination. which I think is it's a fun way to kind of get right to the fight. It could be fun, there's no holding back. These teams, they're ready. They've been held back from their cages. They're ready to go into it, and we're going to see that here on Hell's Heaven in just a moment.
Yeah, in just a moment. It's funny because it's Winter Soldier's map, and he just happens to be amazing on it. So it's funny how that plays out. And I'm really curious to see how this first band goes. I think we both are, Cozy, considering how things went previously. Having both teams sort of emphasize playing this Hela. Do you think that either team is even thinking about banning that hero out, considering the circumstances?
Yeah, so if we look at Envy's bans, I know Doctor Strange is one of their biggest bans, and there's Hela right off the rip. Wow, they don't need energy's like, don't need it. Yeah. Don't want Cal playing it. I don't need it. There's the Hela ban to get things started out. And I expect here from Envy Doctor Strange is what space is hovering, but I could see the OK Groot. They have 4 bans on Groot previously, so 20% of the time they are getting rid of them. But that's obviously showing some respect there over to Fly in the way Spark Chief plays.
Yeah, maybe forcing them onto that Venom could give them an advantage, or obviously if they play that Doctor Strange Magneto, that it's definitely an option. We already know, like you said, Envy is going to play maybe towards that thing. Keeping space on the Magneto is a priority. Meanwhile, Adam Warlock ban, maybe going to force out a Mantis ban for the side of Envy, but the next ban for Fly is available. I mean, no real synergies on the team side. They're going to ban Namor straight out.
Wow. Okay. So Hela Namor out. I mean, at this point, imagine if they got rid of Bucky, it'd be like no one left. Wow. So the revive comp is up for grabs. They can completely play the revive comp, and Light has played a lot of this. In fact, in the finals of the first MRI, he did play this exact comp. This is what was kind of dominating. Zealous loves Adam, so Zelos definitely at home there. Energy flexing over to Mantis. We saw that with Rai Mazing. And now look, they both are like, my res comp is going to be better than your res comp, Dogman. We're going to see a lot of eliminations.
Yeah, we really will. I mean, I'm curious to see who's the better team in this composition. Energy going to be onto that Mantis. I personally haven't seen too much of him play that hero. And obviously for Paint, he's been playing that one. So, it's so weird how these teams figured out which heroes they want to play in terms of strategists, because I think earlier we've seen like even Kendrick, from I believe it was Nightmare. Yeah, Kendrick will swap over to like Invisible Woman. So all these duelist players have their niche hero they play. Energy in this case plays Mantis, same with Rai Mazing, but Cal, the only duelist that wants to play the Adam Warlock.
Yeah, interesting. This is going to be fun. I mean, for those that don't know, with Adam Warlock, you should know by now, but his passive is once you eliminate Star-Lord Mantis himself, they can obviously res back. Cooper playing Luna, no surprise there. Triple strategist, though. Each team is going to be pretty dang fun as we head into it. Like, going to speed up the team here with the quick Jeff getting to the point because no Doctor Strange. He goes quickly back to the Star-Lord, has the jetpack to get him there. Spark Chief on the thing. We've seen some from him, and I remix as well. And I can never stand going on this side of the point, man, but they love it. They're going in immediately. NK trying to get that pick here, Dogman.
Yeah, you got to commit to this side of the point, and they are doing so, right? Having Sleepy onto that Loki instead of the Luna Snow, they have that situation sorted. And Cal just removes Zelos. Obviously, the red's still available, so he's going to be back into the fight, but I mean, that's already cooldowns used. Everybody's pressed back. NK also, so far, has been insane. Both Cooper and Zelos going to fall yet again, and Envy handedly take this first fight.
Wow, no Hela, no problem. Adam Warlock is like hella light at times, and he just showed that there as Remix, again, also I think a bit more comfortable on the thing than Spark Chief. Really good opening pick, and more importantly, the passive used, and they have that, to use for them. NK having 85% of the ult ready to go, and they're going to have plenty of strategies. So Pink going to be close here to the Mantis ult, followed by Sleepy. They have their pick of the litter.
Yeah, they really do. Currently playing it back. We'll see if it's a tempo play from Paint. They know the rotation's coming through the left side of the map, so they just match them right now. Just kind of feeling each other out. 20% of the board. Fly trying to get to the height, and they do so off the jump pad now. With high ground advantage, what do they do? How do they play this? Immediate engage into the thing, just engaging towards the high ground. Countered on the side by NK with an ultimate, though. You force energies, Mantis ult in the backside, so both teams sort of feeling back now as Remix and Envy kind of rubber band back into play. Clobbering time committed by Spark Chief. Doesn't connect onto 4, it does, but everybody's still healthy, especially since Envy just got the copy off of Sleepy. Then comes back through with the fate of both worlds. Remix still sitting available with a clobbering time. Also connects onto the strategist, but are they alive still? They are. Here comes the Meteor M from space into the sky. Connects on Zelos. He's going to go away, but Light, after that ultimate's used, able to connect onto Cal, so both of the Star, or both of the Animal Warlocks moves out of the fight. However, Cal's the one with the right back. No energy, alive on the left side angle, able to take down Paint. Cal also going to fall again. And FlyQuest are back in it.
My goodness. Oh, Fly, hold on now. Fly flipping it on. The heals here. With the res coming up, Star-Lord able to res back too. We saw just about every single ultimate come to play. It's still holding on to the point though, so the stall is in their favor. Light though does get the quick stick with vibes and violence there for the Star-Lord. Taking out now Paints. Now Space going for energy, and there's the massive res coming from Envy.
What a huge res. Holy smokes. Remix comes back through, slam dunk on the Spark Chief. Still in control of the point. I thought he was over for Envy, but it was in fact not. 96%. I don't think FlyQuest expected that. I mean, they still have Mantis Ult for the next match, for the next round. Envy get the job done.
Dude, yeah, Peter Quill is just turning that point into a dance floor, man, of just eliminations. I mean, that felt like freaking in-game at one point. There were so many ultimates, and there was no follow-up on them. So, like, clobbering time happened, and then it was standstill. Great strategist, support and peel there, keeping everybody alive. But that was insane. And then, obviously, MVP has to go to Cal there with the massive res and or just what he's doing there with Adam Warlock and the primary flick. Interested to see the stats here as we head into the next point.
Yeah, I think Envy, you know, not playing the Luna Snow, committing towards the Loki instead, has been able to give them that ultimate in terms of, you know, whether that be Paint or whether that be copying Cooper's ultimate, right? Both able to kind of just also get the advantages of Luna Snow while playing Loki, although you don't have that guard like you mentioned earlier. So going into this next one, FlyQuest do have that ult advantage. I don't know, Cozy, do you think they go for an aggressive engage on the space and the rest of Envy as they walk up?
Yeah, I mean, that would be probably the most advantageous position here. Gaskin going to go for the immediate portal in, I mean, as you would imagine here. I mean, man, that wasn't even a team fight we just saw earlier. It was a server stress test for this. It was absolute beauty. So we're not going to have a ton opening up this fight. There comes the portal. NK to match them immediately there with the damage boost up from the Menace, trying to get an early pick and poke damage. And immediately great use of the Soulbound there to keep everyone out. There comes the clobbering time from Remix, but no bullets to get that going. Paint going as well. And energy matching the Mantis Ult. Everybody staying up yet again. The follow-up quite not there. Cal's gonna have to wait 20 more seconds for that Soulbound. Doesn't need it though, because he gets rid of Caston with the quick shot and the bang to the head. Now we've got a quick Loki copy to try to get everybody up there, and that's a thing of beauty.
It is a thing of beauty, although FlyQuest, now they've rotated back to the point. They've also been able to full res Gaswood here, coming back onto the res of the passive from both Mantis and Adam Warlock, both keep each other alive. Slept though, no, but they wake him up, and everybody else is here from Light with that ultimate over the high ground. Space connects onto energy though. Nice job from him. He's been so good on Magneto, but he's gonna need some follow-up right now, and NK is here. Gets shot down from the sky though, from Gasklin. What a huge ultimate Eye of Agamotto though. He's back into the fight. However, Light's still here with the blasters into his face, and FlyQuest towards the point do have the Star-Lord advantage. However, everybody's healed up on the side of Envy, and they've just shut down Gasklin after he's made that swap to Dr. Strange.
Man, and I've seen this story before. Gaston has been getting insane ultimates in this entire Invitational. I've seen it time and time again, but they're unable to completely take advantage of it. I mean, what NK, by the way, who needs Bucky Barnes? Who needs Winter Soldier? He's showing out big time on Star-Lord there. And they're looking into this next match. Cal has the Resurrection, not much to help against that. If we look, we do have Sparkcube able to set up, but no follow really as they go into this next fight.
I mean, that was so one-dimensional. It just did not work out for them. Right? They go with the Soul Bomb. They think they can live, but Gaskin just goes down. But Clobber time just shuts it all down for Envy. Here comes Remix back with his own, but I mean, nobody's here. Nobody's here, man. Nobody's going to follow you up. Paint commits the ultimate throw to the backside. Or sorry, Energy does commit the ultimate on the backside, and everybody else is just found. After that one, what an engage from FlyQuest.
And Zealous just completely got rid of Sleepy's ultimate. I heard your powers are dead. Did not get that out and completely shut down Loki, as you would see from Thanos or Thor in the MCU. Zealous, huge play there. And Gal does still have that ultimate to set up this fight. They have a couple of strategist things that they can pull out. Light though with the ultimate to at least poke and maybe bait that strategist out as they head in here, and there it is, man. There's the ultimate to get things going for Paint. Gaskin trying to keep up the shield, trying to keep everybody alive, and not able to do so without having to peel back and get some help. Light going in, going for the elimination, taking down the clone of Star-Lord. NK, massive pick.
Finding his counterpart, no passive available. Cal also gets found on the inside. Remix built up those ultimates, but he slept again. Both of these Mantis players connecting with those sleeps has been huge. However, Everybody's flying back to the point now. FlyQuest trying to slow things down. Maybe look for their engage with this Aya Bagamoto like they had before. Also to set up Zelos with some space in the high ground. Here comes the Aya Bagamoto to connect on the NK, who does have that passive to self-res. And Remix also falls after committing the ultimate and getting absolutely no value. Full res by Cal. Brings back his teammates on the backside. Zelos still holding on to his. Also, NK goes into the sky with a Star Little. What can he connect on to? Everybody's avoiding him. Light will go down, but can be brought back by a Resurrect. Also with the Mantis ultimate, he's able to go back into the fight. So with that, FlyQuest trying to find Sleepy, able to do so, and without the Loki in this fight, that's going to be brutal. Paint's ultimate not going to get as much value here. Space trying to slowly get rid of energy, and he is going to do so, but he also still has that Resurrect. Cooper's also going to fall. Everybody's falling kind of like flies, but Zelos understands the situation they're in. Pops the res, FlyQuest losing members, but they come right back into the fight, and Light's there on the high ground. Soulblon keeps everybody a little bit healthy, so they can fall back into the crystals and stay alive. They still do not have full control. FlyQuest in control of the objective. 5% to go, and the rest of FlyQuest know that. Rotating into Envy, making them feel as uncomfortable as possible. Paint resurrects back in the fight, but losing Remix yet again is so brutal because of how much damage the thing does. And Spark Chief just able to shut out Paint, close out on the main side. Nobody else can really stay alive on the side of Envy or touch the point. We're all tied up.
My goodness. I mean, a lot of that just came down to there was eliminations, tons of them, but Adam Warlock was not one of them. And so Adam was able to keep a Cal or Zelos could just hide, get the Resurrect, everyone back in, quick Soulbound to get everyone back into the fight there. And, I mean, the amount of ultimate interruptions that we saw took a huge impact to win. I mean, without that Lantern from Loki 2, they would have been absolutely toast from Light's ultimate, but we were able to counter that. That was a huge win for Fly. They needed that to get that confidence built. 1-1, winner takes next. If we look at the ultimates, Doug, man, going to give the favor a little bit here towards probably Envy.
Yeah, slightly towards Envy, and, you know, there will be an Aya Bagamoto ready to go for Gaskin. Do you understand, I mean, more than anybody, how much this guy does on that hero? And it's interesting, man, because, like, Cozy, I don't know, we both think that Magneto's like a perma pick, right? And FlyQuest, obviously, they don't think so.
Yeah, Gaskin always typically favors Magneto, but he's playing just sensational. And if you don't have a Strange against a Strange, it just opens up Agamotto that much more to be able to capitalize on it. And he did. He got a lot of key clutch Agamottos, even if it was just 1 or 2. They could go high ground here, and Gaskin can almost open up with the eye if he so chooses. But they have Spark Chief as well. 2 combo setups, and we'll see what they do to follow it.
Yeah, those combos are available, and they know it's coming, right? Envy, you gotta play around it. Here comes that Aya Bagamoto! Remix stun, dead, goodbye, buddy, NK. I mean, your ult was not gonna do anything here, man. I mean, the rest of the team falls. FlyQuest handedly won this first fight off of an Aya Bagamoto.
Yeah, and that's the problem. If you don't have a Doctor Strange in that shield, it's like Magneto ain't gonna do much with a bubble or 2 to keep everybody from the eye. That was a huge setup, and good on them for capitalizing on that very early on. Spark Chief still has his combo wombo with the clobber in time and putting the aggression to the max here as Light's trying to get something going with the early pick. You've got Kate taking out Spark Chief though for a flip.
Yeah, I mean, that was so much damage into Spark Chief. He didn't expect that. Also did use the ultimate, so he just heard it's pluck, and then he just immediately falls over. Now Envy walk on up and out of there, using some of that pressure. Here comes Space into the sky to eat some of the ultimate from the Star-Lord. Yeet City to Cooper on the backside to shut down that MVP in Space, doing it all himself on the Magneto. Truly Envy's MVP right now.
Threads the needle, man. That is a hard shot to hit on that Star-Lord. I mean, I've tried that multiple times, coming up way short, and that was a thing of beauty there. Not only just landing the hit on the strategist scoop to slow them down, I mean, hats off to Space there. He just single-handedly did the work.
He's been putting in the work all tournament to see if he can keep it up without the Meteor M. That's so much damage removed, but Space, you know, with this poke meta, this is why we talked to players before. They mentioned how Magneto kind of edges out Doctor Strange at points in terms of just neutral game poke. Ultimates available for both team sides. Strategist ults are online. That's how you know we may not see too many people go down. Though Gaskin just gets doinked by Paint. Thus far on the Mantis, looks amazing. Born again, though, committed on the backside. Will bring back Gaskin into this fight. NK understanding the situation is, just wants to go delete everybody. Decide, I will easily bring everybody back towards that resurrect point. Take advantage in terms of positioning. And they're able to do so right now. FlyQuest, though, in the choke point. Maybe they want to come back through. Remix sitting with the clobbering time. Delete Spark Chief on the back. No, Red's going to bring Spark Chief back into this fight either, though. Remix goes down, so both of the things fall over like paper. Gaskin Ayabagamoro connected, but look who's here on the flank on the Cal! It's Energy with the timing of the sentry right into the resurrect of Cal. Everybody comes back, pops the ultimate, just kind of becomes an invulnerability character because he's just walking back towards the point. Meteor M towards the sky isn't going to catch on anybody necessarily right now. Understanding he's given a lot more space to work with, just tracks down NK and the rest of FlyQuest working around the objective.
Yo, I mean, this is an ultimate rave. Like, this is absolute insanity, just trading back and forth. If it's not an Adam revival, it's the portal back, and they're just trying to hang on now as 85% is closing on an Envy. Yet another legendary from NK to capitalize on Cooper. This time, though, nothing to bring it back and hold it as Energy goes down as well. And with the rest from Energy happening, using that passive. But this is going to be rough as Gaskin closing in on the Eye of Agamotto. That pick earlier, huge to slow down the progress to grab that. Now Cal eliminating Light, gets the Ago out, and it does nothing. Envy just turns the entire battle with paint playing out of it. Their mind.
Playing out of their mind. Resurrect will bring back everybody here. Overtime also ticking down, so this fight is somehow not over just yet. Also, the heals come back onto paint. It was an Eye of Agamotto from Remix, who now is on the Doctor Strange, but it's Gaslin sitting with his. Looks for Sleepy. Does it connect? He does. Sleepy removed from the team fight. Energy also has the Mantis ultimate, and FlyQuest off of a portal are back in it.
Yeah, I mean, wow. It was the swapped Eye of Agamotto change there was massive. I mean, just complete perfection there to get the point over. There's so much life being brought back into this that it's just a swap of ult to ult. Light having theirs ready to go. Energy able to pop it as well. Plenty to go against Envy, but Sleepy Cow ready. They need to find the Atom here if they want to win this, or he's just going to bring them back, and round we go.
Round we might go. Copy from Sleepy there, waiting to use the ultimate, obviously, until the very last moment. They just want to walk up, take a lot of space. Oh, no. That's a little bit too light. Space falls. Resurrect brings back the members that they just lost, though. So Space will be back in. Here comes the Legendary on the backside, though. Is it met by anything? It's a Mantis ultimate, so they have to back on out of there. Everybody else is playing slow. Light understands the situation he's in. Maybe thinking Space has ultimate. Clobbering time from Remix connects on the Light and Energy, but no damage is there. And Cooper, he's still holding on to his ult too in case anything comes from the high ground. Light now able to do so. Able to put in a lot of damage, but Paint is there with the follow-up to connect onto that Stalwart to make sure that ultimate doesn't find as much value. And guess who's coming up on an Eye of Agamotto? It's Gasklin again. Cooper and Fly just rushing into the back line with the stuns, with the CC. Freezes one, goes on the Cal. Can they find the turnaround onto Paint? They do so. Both of those resurrects are still available. However, and towards the point, the Tanks of Envy are trading back lines. Paint back in it. Zello's gone. He surely has a wreck as well. And oh my god, Remix gets it done to the Gasklin to make sure that Eye of Agamotto won't be here. He doesn't have portal either. Resurrect though by Zelos is back. So those members that just went down are back in the team fight. Gasklin still has the Eye of Agamotto. And it connects! And it connects so well, but no follow-up is there. Gasklin's the one to take his life. In this case, he falls. Follow-up from Paint and Envy is there. They do it in overtime, winning map number 1.
Sweet goodness! The rest to come back at the end. I thought that was all but Flies to get the victory there, and I knew this would be close. Both of these are so close when it comes to the talent, and that truly came down to ultimate usage, man. And who got the best of it? Perfection by, honestly, both teams. Got to give the tip of the hat. Envy Space getting the MVP here. Had a phenomenal game. I can't stop laughing at how much of just back and forth there was coming back to life. I mean, I felt like there was a dance floor the entire match. I swear there's a revival when there wasn't a dance floor. 36 limbs there for Space getting the MVP. 46 by Light was not enough to get the job done, man. Just look at this stats, man. It's insane.
Dude, that was a match and a half, and you know that's just the start too, right? That's just map number 1. RNGing into Hell's Heaven. Dude, it's so funny how players don't like playing this map, it feels like, but overall, we always get the most banger matchups. It's just unbelievable how often we get a good Hell's Heaven match.
There'll be times like I'm like, oh, okay, these 3 things happened. That was key to that fight, but it didn't matter because that was 17 fights ago because there was like 9 more reses that came from that. Like half the time, I barely knew what was happening, right? And I don't care because it was loud, it was flashy. I want more of it. That was fun, man. And yeah, you said it. Domination, we haven't seen a lot of it, but it was just so good to watch. And hey, we don't see a lot of the res comp, but when we see it, it's chaos, especially on Domination.
Oh yeah, I mean it's at this point, you know, for a lot of the viewers, it's just like, okay, what ultimates are up, you know, especially the good teams because they managed to just counter with ultimates at all times, make sure like nobody ever falls away out of the fight. And, you know, that's why we're sickos, man. I've been saying it, Cozy. We're sickos. We love this stuff, man. We love when these team fights extend another 2 minutes. Honestly, it's just sick. It's awesome to see. And, you know, let's take a look at the highlights from that series and then head into map number 2. But, I mean, what a banger that was.
That was so fun.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. And night has fallen.
Feel the thunder! Feel the wrath of the goddess! Grab the whip! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
We are back from what seemed to be like an overtime match. That entire thing was just consistent battle after battle. We saw it all in that match. Quite literally, it was like Infinity War and everyone brought their signature move. What do you think, bud?
I don't know, man. I'm thinking, Cozy, next time we cast like Marvel or like whatever, dude, during summer, we're just gonna have to come in bathing suits. Like this is unbelievable how like hot the room gets and how heated the match is. What are you, it's true, man. We gotta do like a, I mean, we don't want to show off our dad bods, obviously. You're an actual dad, and you know I have a dad bod, so dude, I don't know.
That match caught me off guard. That might have got me more. That was perfection. Listen, I really get back in, man. One thing we didn't highlight was Luna Cooper had 43,000 heals, and they still lost. Like, to know that you could have 40k plus heals and you still get the loss, to me, that came down to comms. Really comms on the resurrect from Adam, because they both had good reses, but I feel like Cal, it's like they were able to get you don't come back full health, and each time it seemed to me like Cal was able to kind of keep everybody up a bit more. Maybe Soulbound was off that cooldown they were able to use right away. But it was only a couple of things. Gasklin, had that huge Agamotto, no follow-up. Just in a match like that, a couple decisions make the difference.
Yeah, small things. And things are getting so scrappy. We talked about it during the break between this map and in this next one, which we are going to map 2, by the way. That was only map 1. But yeah, we just talked about how, like, this game, it's just, there's so many ultimates built up, and it's just ult after ult after ult, and the best teams just don't seem to fall over. They just manage to, peel off ultimates, not get hit by Meteor M's. And as we progress, it just feels like this meta is getting more and more refined, and people are getting, better understanding how to play against certain things. And like you saw in this triple strategist composition, just nothing ever freaking dies.
That's the thing, because you have all these setups with no return, right? So you have like both Star Lords that you can use, but that's not, obviously with Clobber in time or Eye of Agamotto, those are usually big setups that you capitalize on with, let's say, Bucky Barnes. But when you have a comp like that, like, there isn't anything huge damage-wise to follow up, so then comms have to be perfect. And as you said before, 100 Thieves, they kind of showcased it, and we just saw it there from Envy, that it doesn't matter how much chaos is happening. They're able to kind of keep everything controlled. I'm sure the comps, I don't even know what the comps sound like. Is it just like, they're back again? Like, just pure chaos, man.
I don't know. Yeah, at this point, you gotta have a calm, clear communication, be concise, and I don't know. It's hard to do that when things get that scrappy. And that's why I like hero shooters, Cozy. Like, it feels like things are so, like, it's freeform jazz almost. Like, you can't fully prepare like you can in tactical shooters or whatever, or MOBAs. You can't just prepare a strategy and follow through no matter what. Like, in this game, everything is reactionary, and a lot of it is based on the players. It's almost like how basketball is almost, right? You just have to, like, kind of move on the fly, and the better players kind of just win regardless of set plays or anything.
It's a good point, man. I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, some of it's momentum based right there, dude. There was no momentum on either side. I mean, it was just straight up when a bowl meets a bowl. And we saw it with the small micro like reactionary, the Mantis hitting the Adam Warlock there right as he rezzed, and then there was no follow-up there. They were able to kind of sweep from that. So it's just, what can you do in a given moment? And you can have great plays, like in the example of Gaston and setting up a lot of great ultimates. But at the end of the day, especially when you have portals coming back and resurrections, but at the end of the day, it's how do you respond? How do you react? And Fly, they had it. It was done. But Envy was able to get the job done just a little bit more.
Yeah, I didn't expect in this matchup, I think, in this triple strategist strategy, I honestly first of all, didn't expect both teams to just want to run that straight up, right? Obviously, FlyQuest prioritizing banning the Hela, making sure that was not a priority in the last map. I mean, who knows what's going to happen this one, considering now we're going to yet another domination, Cozy. We're headed to Burnand Jala.
Yeah, man. What'd you say? Triple strategy. Say that 5 times fast. That is a line. Hela getting banned from Fly right up the rip again. Doesn't want any part of Cal and what they bring. Groot yet again being brought off the table, showing their respect. And Magneto safe. So we're seeing similar results here, and we're going to see if this is going to be the same. If they go into what could be potentially another Adam save, that would be okay. Hey, drink a glass of water, dog man. We've got ourselves some casting to do. And this is a good map, man, because this map's extremely. First of all, we haven't seen it that much. We have finally a domination pick from one of the teams. So this is going to be almost the exact same thing we just saw. It is. The bands are the same.
Yep. We don't do innovation here, Cozy. We do FlyQuest and Envy, man. These guys, just like you said earlier, just 2 bulls ramming into each other over and over again.
Yeah, dude, I got a fever, and my only prescription is more ultimates, I guess. I mean, that's what they're feeling over there. We got the exact same thing about to happen. If you guys liked the Res Ult Crazy Rave Michael Bay special, prepare, because you got another one coming.
Yeah, I mean, the triple strategist, I think, is not the most in-depth strategy-wise, but, like, it kind of just it brings the best out of a lot of these players, and that's why we're seeing so many teams prioritize it. It feels like, Cozy, the only team not playing triple strategist is like 100 Thieves, right? I mean, and they ban it too. They respect it to a degree, But FlyQuest, Envy, in Sentinels, they all love playing this triple strategist. It's the outlier in 100 Thieves.
I mean, I'm truly seeing Fly play a little bit of everything. They have played so much now, just adapting what their opponents like to play and what they don't. NK, I mean, just going over to Star-Lord and doing a fantastic job. Paint as well. My gosh, respecting the Mantis plays there. Obviously, Mantis always can come in with the clutch, but truly was like an assassin on that level that I don't know if I quite saw from when we saw 100 Thieves and the Sentinels playing on Mantis as a typical player. Going in immediately, we do have Gascon on Strange yet again, so they're going to keep the comps essentially. And here goes high ground to low ground. Let's get this thing started.
Get it started to go off to the high ground. The last time we've seen Envy and 100 Thieves play each other, this high ground was heavily contested. FlyQuest, however, first ones to contest it, control that space, drop down towards the point. No ultimates, however, right now. So we're just going to see, who has that pickup potential. How many Loki clones can get removed before the fight actually begins. Right now, it seems like the middle platform just had so much damage go into it that it's removed. Soul Bond by both teams. Committed that cooldown. Sleep on a gas one slows him down for now. Also, both things kind of going into each other. Also, Loki Crystal's committed. So many cooldowns committed by these strategist players, but because of it, they're in the advantage in terms of Team Envy. They walk back in, though. Once healthy, the side of FlyQuest able to walk towards Remix, force them out of the fight. Backs onto their legendary over the high ground. NK able to build back Legend. Do they have to follow up strategist ultimate? They do. Keep Light alive. Is also available. Copy also comes through from Sleepy. Here comes a huge ult. Clobber in time, but it's met by strategist ultimates, Cozy.
Yeah, yet again, just perfection there. The Cooper getting his ult just at the right time there as Energy eliminates Pain. NK topping the legendary right away. Energy now going on Cow, taking both out. Light following Pain. Cow does get the resurrect there, and down comes the Meteor. Cow now flipping and getting the resurrections happening for them. So again, it's right where we left up on Hell Heaven. We're back here in Wakanda, but we do have the point going towards Envy. They did get the tick enough to get things rolling for them. And right now, this is tough as Remix is able to just get so much pressure here on the double shield.
Wow, that's a huge ultimate from Gasklin. Goodbye to your backline. Goodbye to your point. Light and crew or FlyQuest get it done. Gasklin, you talked about his Eye Bagamotos. That was beautiful.
And passives were used. I mean, just about everything from Envy, so they do have an edge here. NK popped that ult again right away, so he's at 83%. Cooper's gonna be able to respond. I mean, I can't even tell you how many microseconds there was in the difference of those ults coming up at the right time. Light now trying to get a little damage there on the Mantis, showing up there. And here it is, the setup. But again, where's the follow-up? Can you get something to happen? Spark Chief using that ultimate clobber in time. Nothing to result from it, but Envy Space does get the pick there on Gaston. Major to get this thing pushing.
Yeah, Ryan's going to bring back both of these players. Also, Mantis ultimate to keep everybody healthy and alive. Sleepy also with the copy. Did find Cooper. So they're just able to walk in. Or sorry, no, Sleepy copied the Mantis, so they just would walk in, able to match that Luna Snow ultimate. Clobber in time on the backside, not able to connect too heavily, although it does force the Mantis ultimate. Meanwhile, Energy, or Paint, will pop theirs to match it. Space still sitting back with the Meteor M because Light has the ultimate. Now he's going to pop that Meteor M. Who does he look for? Does he get the one shot? No, he does! On to Zelos. Also, Light goes down to NK with his own Galactic in the sky. There's no Meteor M to match it on the side of Team FlyQuest. They're going to have to rely on Reses now to come back into the fight. They do have those natural abilities to come back into the fight. Zelos, though, able to take down Remix, so it's kind of going back towards the side of FlyQuest. The momentum back in their favor. Everybody's sort of weak, but it's NK, the one to fall to Light, has the Resurrect available. Still, FlyQuest in control of the point.
Light's going off as Star-Lord and really doing well against NK. I mean, this is insane, being able to flop, and that's how important those passives are and when to use it. I'm seeing Fly really hanging on to theirs, using it at the right time to flip the point, and they were able to, honestly, they had no business keeping that point after what just happened, and they were able to come back, reset the right way. Thing of beauty. I mean, we're seeing exactly what we saw at the last time. There comes Gaskin with the Eye Bagamoto. Will there be capitalization out of it? Zealous taking out Remix in it, and that might be it, but that might be enough.
Yeah, it did force the Resurrect, but he's going to come back into the fight healthy. Zelos also has his. We'll see how he wants to position. Paint commits the Mantis ultimate, so they're going to get aggressive towards Zelos. Cal, obviously looking for that trade on the flank, is very aggressive. Spark Chief goes in to counter him. Bubble used to keep Cal alive. Clobber in time also from Remix to sustain in the back line. Light also goes into the sky. Pops the ultimate on NK. Is able to take down NK as well. Unfortunately, the Meteor M from space just not close enough to that Star-Lord in the sky. Meanwhile, Sleepy is just on the high ground, able to take down Sparky. Peeled there, but it's Gaslit on the low ground. Removes Cal from the fight. Light on the other side, taken out by Remix. But Zelos with a huge resurrect on the other side of the map is going to bring the team back into it. Who's going to have the ultimate next? That's what we're looking for right now. It doesn't matter as Paint removes Light. He's not going to be in the fight now. And Paint is going to go incredibly aggressive. Tries to hit the sleep dart, but he's not going to be able to hit it. Paint still on the right side, pressing out this back line. So many strategists removed from the fight. Zelos trades back Paint. Eventually, Aya Wakamoto from Gasplin. Again, it could be huge, but Sleepy fell. Paint's back in the fight due to the resurrect in space, able to take down Zelos and Gasplin. It's Envy who brought it back, but Cooper committing the ultimate in Flycast wants to keep fighting this.
Dance floor coming out with it, and say it with me again, born again, because Cal's at 96%. We're about to see it come again as Space is going to get a meteor, though, to try to get something rolling, but this Soulbound, great usage there to keep everybody alive. NK going with the Legendary, trying to get things rolling. Energy keeping everybody up. It's a perfect stagger of the strategist. We're saying a recap because the portal's back. Hello, neighbor. Cal looking to trying to get some picks. Sleepy probably still at the top there. And Cal getting the pick on the Zealous and has the res. Legendary coming out from Light, trying to get the important pick, but the Lantern's coming out at the perfect time.
And they got the flip, so overtime doesn't tick down anymore. Envy, they have all the space in that fight. Is adding years onto our lives, years onto these players' lives right now is Envy. Just playing it back, right? We're kind of back to this neutral at the moment. 70% of the board. Remix ready to go with the clobber in time. Can he connect flush? Zelos also does have that rest, so he's going to try not to get hit by it. Remix goes aggressive, does have that jump onto his teammate, and also forces an ultimate with the clobber in time. Now they back on out of there. Trying to play this yo-yo very well. Light gonna go down. Does have that self-res whenever he wants to use it. Also, ultimate's running out. Sleepy on the high ground. Has to give it the position, but here's NK to follow it up. Understanding Sleepy was a bit of a bait. Light's not gonna have that res, but the res from Zelos is there to bring everybody back. We're 5% away from Envy taking it. Can anybody touch on the side of FlyQuest? It looks like the answer is yes. They come in with Energy's ultimate, committing the Mantis. Gasplin drops down for Paint. Does take him out as well. Is the res there to bring him back into the fight? Sleepy's very close to that coffee, but is he going to build it up in time to save space? The answer is obviously no. Remix falls low. The rest of the Envy also falls. Nobody else going to be here. Is the teleporter potentially going to be here in time? Because overtime is now ticking down.
Yeah, here we go. It's going to be an any minute. Paint trying to go to the Doctor Strange. Can he get the portal out in time? Yes, but Zelos getting the big pick on Sleepy, taking down the Loki swap before the ultimate coming out. Now Cal going down NK as Gaston lands the Eye Bagamoto. Light sweeping it up. Spark Sheep, and that was who used the board again at the right time, same time, and Fly capitalizing on it. What a huge pick on Sleepy there. My God. Whoa, you wanted a repeat. We got it.
That was round one, dude. That was round one, Cozy.
Bro, there's gonna be silence on the cast here because we're both passed out from pure excitement and born again. It's just insane. I love that both teams are like, our res comps can be better than your res comp. Let's run it back. Let's have it happen again. And honestly, they're both super close when it comes to it. Light stepping up massively, as we're probably going to see the stats here. But I think Light's doing a great job keeping things at bay, able to now counter NK a couple of times in those key matchups. And the only big difference between the teams is Gaston and when he could pull off that ultimate the right way. Space obviously getting huge value out of the meteor. Get ready. Here it comes again, buddy.
Dude, that was so long. I already forgot who won map number one. Like, I know it's empty now, but like, what day is it? Where are we? 2025? What?
Yeah,
how old
it was
am
like an anima. It was like an anime like last battle. I mean, I've seen crazy things on that, man. Truly invincible both teams as they head in here. We've got Gaskin obviously going to get them to the point right away. At this point, not as big of a deal though to get the TP in, as there's going to be the initial fight for the top side. And here we go, Paint initiating it right away as the battle's going to commence. And we pick up where we left off.
Yeah, Clobber in time connects onto 3. Everybody's low and Fly. The follow-up is there. Res available for both Energy and Zelos. Oof, I don't think they're going to use it, though. Just want to get that quick reset. Clobber in time for Mimic submitted, and they get that fight win.
I mean, that was the perfect clobbering time. Straight up, they had a full answer to it, and NK just going off there with the double pistols, the dual pistols. Man, he must have the right mixtape in. NK, thing of beauty. Going with Legendary now. We also still have Space's ultimate that's going to be countering Light when he does come at the right time. Cooper trying to help with the team. Probably going to initiate. Here's the portal coming in. They saved it at the start, and it is starting now. NK, we do have Cooper's ultimate to be able to protect everybody. Light counter ulting here.
Nobody found by the meteor by space. I mean, it did counter that Star-Lord temporarily. Meanwhile, on the high ground, Spark Chief trying to pressure out the strategist, and the follow-up is there from Light onto three members. But guess who those three members are? It's the Guardians of the freaking Galaxy. Cal back, NK back, Kate back in this fight. They're going to be here. Cal also has the ready to go. Sleepy does get caught out, but teleports to a clone. Meanwhile, MK takes down Zelos, who did have that res, so that's a huge pickoff from them. He's not going to be in this fight, and now the rest of the team is back in. Wait, just kidding. Zelos did have that res. He's back in the fight, actually, with the ultimate. Connects onto himself, or Cal, rather, is going to bring people back into this fight for Team Envy. They just walk on in here, but FlyQuest, Gasklin, sitting with that Bakamoto. Clopper in time onto Zelos. Can they connect onto him? They do so. Gasklin also falls. Envy in this fight and able to take the wins slowly.
Yeah, unfortunately, Zelos did not have the cooldown of the resurrection for himself. He could have been able to flip the script there. That was a great Clopper in time to shut down Zelos. He couldn't move and got picked off from there. And that was actually going to lean towards Fly there, with Gas being able to set up the team. But great usage of ultimate. First of all, these Star-Lords have their hands full. First of all, you've got Light having to worry about Sleepy, who always seems to be in a different location as Loki, just poking down, prodding, being the annoying god of trickery as we've seen him in the MCU. Heck, if you're first watching Rivals and this is the match you're watching, this feels like an MCU movie, dude. This is nuts.
Absolutely nuts, man. And now FlyQuest just want to walk in. They didn't have portal, so they're just going to go in raw right now over to the high ground. NK drops the ultimate as he connects. He's going to force any ultimates out. He does so. Meanwhile, what does the other side want to do? Was it Light want to do? Oh no, Energy and Zelos both just fall. Bakamoto's here, but as a follow-up, going to be on the top side. No, because the crystals are there from Sleepy. Perfectly placed in that instance. And also, here comes that Clopper in time. Legendary of the high ground does meet Space's Meteor M, and Paint is meeting the front of Spark Chief Space with his leaves and is diving to the high ground as well, playing as aggressive as all can be, but is eventually found by Light. So they're bringing it back into the fight right now. NK able to take down Gaston, removing the presence that is him on that Doctor Strange, and Envy still have a good control of this point. They get it done. Tie it up.
Wow, really the only difference why that wasn't as crazy, still crazy, but Zelos, that passive must have been perfectly off once again, because he got eliminated, didn't have to bring the team back, and then we saw him get eliminated again. The Mantis could resurrect, but he had to walk back and did not have that res, because if the res came, you know what is to follow: the snowball of ultimates, the blender, if you will. And there it is, Envy getting the win, 1-1. We have one more of this chaos happening. Looking at the ultimates, Zealous is going to have their resurrect right into it. Cal should follow, though, so expect some chaos.
30 seconds before you attack.
Just to collect our thoughts, we're heading back. Just a refresher for everybody. This is a best out of 3 currently. Envy is up 1 in this second map that we're in. FlyQuest won the first one. Now into the second round. Envy tied it up. So whoever wins this map, if Envy were to win it, that would put them on map point cozy. I mean, for Team Envy, they obviously want to get the job done here. And, you know, a 100-0 last round has to feel good for Team Envy.
Yeah, everything went right for them, really. And I would say NK stepped it up massively on the play there. Was definitely, I mean, getting that triple from Light was sick, but you're right, was the Guardians Cup. The wrong team to get it. Any other 3 would have been just fine. Gaston taking the fight to them right away. They want the aggro. They want the pressure. Let's get this thing started. Not a lot of ultimates to follow outside of Zelos, and they have the ultimates on the flip side. Envy can set up the clobber in time. Will we see it right away? Yes, we do. Bang goes to Zelos, and Zelos going down yet again. Does finally have that passive, I'm sure. Light going down to follow. Huge clobber in time. We have seen so many of those come out, Dogman, and getting the value as Envy's trying to get the point right away, get the ticks rolling for them. But no, they're trying to put up the fight. Spark Chief coming in, trying to make a presence. Not enough, because we've got the Mantis soul popping. Here comes yet another Mantis as we have Loki copy, and this is the beginning of it. This is the beginning of the chaos as Cal's got the ult, Zelos has it. Here we go.
Here we go indeed. Also, Gasklin still sitting with that Bakamoto. Zelos and Light both committing that passive as he's moving forward. Bakamoto's here, connects on to Sleepy. Follow-up is there potentially from Light. He does. Shut down Remix. Space also falls. Born again. No! Nobody's born again. Cal dies immediately with the ultimate. That's going to go back to pretty much nowhere. 0% of the board. What a shutdown from Energy and the rest of FlyQuest.
That's what we're seeing, man. It's who is controlling the Adam Warlock, right? We saw it with Zealous in the Resurrections. We saw in the first map, and who capitalized the comms better. There it is again. That's a massive miss because it takes a long time to get that ultimate, that Resurrection happening. But Remix does have that clobbering time yet again. There it is, right on cue. But this time, the Mantis Ult able to keep everybody alive as Light's trying to get that poking time, clobbering time in exchange from Spark Chief. Can they follow up? No, they can't. But here comes Space with the Meteor going down, landing on Light. Cal, though, there he is, getting 2 in a row, but Zealous bring them all back yet again, and Cal's not going to have his res to counter, so can they capitalize? We've got the undefeatables coming out from the Mantis. They're pushing into point. They're trying to get it here, and Pain just trying to get something rolling to start this team fight yet again.
They didn't even give up the point. They're still on it. FlyQuest, 50% of the board now, and maybe that's why we don't see a whole lot of domination, is because cases like this where you feel like you're winning a fight, oh, everybody's resurrected, and now we're confused. So FlyQuest are in a good spot.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, we're just seeing exactly the punishment of Cal losing that resurrection there, and just how much it just, you can't snowball. You can't snowball what you have. Now, NK, really the only ults available. They use just about everything. They're Sleepy able to get a little something going here at the next team fight. But Light looking to try to get early aggression. Gaston, if he can get that ultimate, is going to be huge. We've got the first legendary coming out from NK with the lanterns going down. We're going to see if Light is going to respond. He's holding on to his patiently. That could be the difference in this match as Cal's growing close to that point again. Zealous at 50% now. There's Gaston with the AoE, the Agamotto, and he capitalizes. 1, 2, 3, bang, dead, make it 4, 5, and there's the 6th.
Yeah, they're going to spawn camp too. No portal from Doctor Strange. Nobody can touch. Did everybody go down too? Yeah, this is not going to go overtime. We are done. FlyQuest tie the series up.
At times, I swear that felt like my first game in a bronze lobby. I was just nuts, right? Like just pure chaos. But again, I would say what we can highlight there is really the use of Born Again, the snowballing, great use of, honestly, we saw probably the best ultimate follow-ups out of the 2 matches we've gotten to see here on that, whether it was Clobber in time or the Agamotto. They were able to make something happen there as Cooper getting that MVP, and with, oh my gosh, 62,000 to the name is a good reason to give it to him. 11k heals, 28. We got 20 final hits on Light there, making a big difference. Look at the heal diff, man. 62,000 coming from Coop.
Yeah, I would imagine, to me, that feels like it's because he was playing Luna Snow for a little bit too, and to build up a lot of that healing is like her main role, and obviously they benefited a lot on the first 2 maps. The switching to the Loki on the 3rd one, it kind of worked out for them though still. I mean, he was able to, like you said, pump out all that healing out, keep the team alive, and still had some very valuable copies. So, I mean, it's still anybody's game as we move forward, man.
Bro, just imagine that was your first game of Marvel Rivals that you watched, and you're just like, yo, what is happening? Great job, though. Love to see that Fly is in this, and I knew it would be close. It is close. And guys, let's check out the chaos. We've got the highlights ready for you.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen.
Grab the whip. You're back with the amazing Spider-Man.
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
Welcome back, guys. I mean, we're coming back from back-to-back fights where it's like the last 5 minutes of every Marvel movie combined. You can hear the game engine just begging for life as we saw Ultimate after Ultimate there. It's been good, man. It's been good, fun matches. Will we see another domination at this point? They can pick Royal Palace. They can do the Res Cup yet again. I mean, come on, hit me again. That was... we need more of it.
I hope so, man. I hope so. I'm with you on that boat. I mean, who knows? Like, obviously, for the team of Envy... we talked about it with the last domination map that could be played with Royal Palace. I mean, nobody likes playing it, right? Unfortunately, and as much as we do want to see it, maybe Envy's had enough, right? I imagine they're putting the foot down, being like, guys, let's maybe not play another domination. Like, let's stop, please. And also, well, to be fair, like the first map you mentioned, it's random, right? So second map chosen by FlyQuest, maybe they feel like they have the edge in domination in that game mode.
Yeah, you gotta hand it to them. It was obviously very close to the first match, but they were like, hey, you know what? I think we can, correct some of the mistakes. They obviously focused on Cal there a lot more. That was evident, and just capitalizing on the ultimate. So that was cool to see from them. If I'm them, spoiler, I don't think we're gonna get that domination. I think we can both agree. I don't know. Maybe I'm alone in this. Royal Palace it's not my favorite map. Is it Odin's archive? Man, I hate that thing. But we could end up seeing that if they don't. I think if we don't see it, which is highly probable, we're going to see much different comps as we head into the second bit here. It's 1-1, first to 3, best of 5, other known as that as well. And man, listen, everybody's playing extremely well. There's really nobody to say, hey, this is the missing link. It's just coming down to who is clearly what we've said before, who's able to capitalize on some of this ultimate combination.
Yeah, there's so many different players that are stepping up right now, and you mentioned it best. In these triple strategist compositions, it does feel like it's just a team effort, right? It's just like, okay, can we just keep throwing bodies at them? We're just like waves D-daying it, right? Just constantly making sure the other team is feeling your presence, because it's like, it's almost like the deaths don't matter, right? All the deaths do is delay the inevitable, right? What happens is, you die. Somebody gets resurrected, especially if you find the Adam Warlock or somebody. There's really like one death that matters, and that's finding the other team's the Thing player, right? And that's about it. Like if you find the Thing but don't have res, okay, guys, it's actually a 5 versus 6. You find anybody else, the Guardians comp, you don't find the Adam Warlock who has the res or whatever. I mean, there's so many ways to get back into it, and it's really just this tug of war back and forth.
For sure, and it doesn't make it, any easier when you have just so much heals going on at the same time. The instant healing from the atoms, it's one thing to have the game plan to take them out. It's another thing to actually execute it there. And again, want to, give hats off to some of the play that we did see from Gaskin. Remix played well there too. They did their job correctly. We saw it happen, but it always came down, to those cooldowns and what happened. Now, we've seen them play a lot of different heroes. I'm surprised. This feels like the first match in a long time we haven't had Bucky Barnes play Winter Soldier. Like it's like the highlight clips, it's been just more Bucky movie, but now it's like, okay, I can get used to this. It's kind of fun to see, what else these teams have. No Hela. It's kept things interesting.
Yeah, it has kept things interesting. I mean, like, yeah, you mentioned how Bucky's not played anymore, really. Both of these teams prioritizing that triple strategist composition and avoiding it definitely makes things unique. And with Bucky, considering his evolution, right, and how that character sort of made the meta, it's interesting because I think at first, like, everybody saw Bucky get introduced to the game back in the beta, and they're just like, okay, this character's good, but how good is he really, especially with how dominant Hela is at the current moment? There was a lot of factors, and you know, obviously the more and more people played Bucky, the more people realized, okay, wait, this character's kind of just insane. And also with the evolution of Rocket Raccoon into the team comps, man, like you just toss out the See You Later, toss out the Cosmic Yarn, and you can just one-shot people with Kraken. So I don't know, man. Like it's interesting to see that he's not prioritized, but it's simply just probably because of the fact that, I mean, like we said, nobody really dies in this composition, in this meta right now.
Yeah, man. We had some interviews with Rocket Raccoon and why, you know, we've had players talk about Rocket Raccoon and why it is actually not a throw pick. You might think there's big camps on each side, but like what he brings to the table, potentially we see a little bit of that. But you know, what I think could end up being what, you know, we're going to see if we head into, in fact, we got a little, I believe we're going to be heading into Midtown here, most likely for our next matchup. So not the Dom match, not the Royal Palace that we once thought. So I do think we're going to see something. I want to highlight Loki play real quick. I thought Cooper obviously did, you know, was a lot of Luna, went to Loki, but when he was Loki, he was like always involved in the team. And honestly, I kind of lean towards Sleepy's play style. Love just being kind of out of it, have your clones up. You can do all the healing from there. The only problem with that is if you have too many clones, which I often saw on the top in there, you're unable to get the quick, you know, lantern down to have that survival. There are important abilities to track in Rivals, and I feel like 3 of the heroes were right there. The Magneto bubble, the Atom Soulbound, and the Loki lantern. All those are massive when it comes to tracking abilities.
Yeah, that's 100% the reason why we don't see, you know, eliminations happen until very late into the fights, like you mentioned, Cozy. So great observation. And with Sleepy and how this team is playing right now, obviously they probably want to continue playing the Loki. We'll see if FlyQuest prioritizes the Hela ban. I mean, we're going to a very good Hela map in Midtown, and it feels like all of these teams just love Midtown overall. Like no matter who it is, we just go to Midtown eventually. We've seen it so much throughout the tournament so far, so it's not a surprise to see it. The only real surprising thing I think we're both going to maybe keep an eye on is like what this FlyQuest ban, because they do get that first ban going into this next map. Do they want to prioritize getting rid of that Hela again? And I mean, the answer is probably yes, but you know, anything's possible.
Yeah, we've seen, obviously there's a little bit of we've seen the same thing happen, but with the same map type. They don't want to, it doesn't look like they want to do the Hela v Hela. I mean, heck, on Midtown, we've seen a little bit of everything from the Wolverines, like we said, to the Benny Parkers. We might see it here today as we're about to head into it. But what's great is we've seen it before that NK is able to flex well, and same as Cal. But Light, as I highlighted, I mean, we talked about it. You were leaning towards Envy. I was like, I don't know, FlyQuest might have it. It's this battle of who can do better in different roles all at once. We're about to see it all here into Midtown. Buddy, this is gonna be a big one. The big momentum changer to get 2 wins on the other.
Oh yeah, absolutely huge. I mean, what a battle it's been. Like you said, I think, you know, SJP and people behind the scenes maybe thought FlyQuest would win relatively handily. A lot of people didn't even mention Envy, right? In the interview we had with the 100 Thieves SJP earlier, not even giving them much of a shout at all. And, you know, we're seeing why Envy's kind of been this dark horse at the tournament to just progressively continue deep into it, right? No matter what happens, it almost feels like Team Envy has succeeded simply because the expectations for them, I think, were much lower going into the tournament compared to FlyQuest, who a lot of people were talking up as a top 2 team currently. So for FlyQuest, they want to get the job done. The answer for them, removing the Hela once again, Cozy.
Yep, there it is. No shocker, no surprise. Obviously, a little teasing on some of the characters. We're not going to see Double Jeff and the Iron Fist, but love to see it. It's Hela, it's Groot. These teams know what they want, and honestly, the matches have been that close. Why change it? Will we see the Magneto? I swear, if the Adam Warlock comes to follow, we're about to enter yet again. It's going to be a little less chaotic because we're not in domination, but still equally going to be, you know, crazy. Here it is. They're thinking about it. They're thinking, dog man, do they go? Is the Atom about to be hit?
Maybe 5 seconds. Spider-Man! What? Spider-Man? The hell? That's insane. I mean, for Light.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen. Light said it's his favorite hero to play. That is Light's favorite hero, often banned. We only saw it a couple of times, and that has the response of the Venom. Now, can I tell you, the res comp is up for grabs, and it looks like Envy is going to play it. And is Fly even to go with the Spider-Man? Was it just a small bait? Dude, look at this.
I think it might have been, yeah, because then they don't ban Loki, they don't ban Luna Snow, they don't ban another strategist. So, you know, obviously for them, they're fine banning out the Venom, maybe a bit of a bait from FlyQuest as well. Is really anything is possible. FlyQuest specifically on Midtown too, from what I've seen them in practice, Cozy, they just love to like play a lot of weird stuff. Like they actually, this map is like their test map almost.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I mean, we saw again that Vinny, and here it is. I mean, we've got quite. I don't think we're gonna see the. I mean, you know what? The Gamma comp, we haven't seen that since the early season 0, some season 1 action. Spark Chief has played well on Hulk, and again, Gaskin right at home with Doctor Strange. We're seeing that Magneto not as much play from him in the role. And then Cal's just going to stick with what they've been doing. They've got the Guardians 3. Why not? It's been working, for them for the most part. As I've stated, it's going to be a tad different here as we head into it. We've got the top, the high ground. And as Obi-Wan always says, he's got the high ground. Is going to come in for the advantage to initiate the fight here. Let's see what happens.
Wait, they didn't do it. They did, but they do have Spark on the Hulk. Maybe. That's interesting. If he sticks on it, and like you said, the high ground, super important. Envy prioritizing that also with the Loki. You get a huge advantage. We'll see how close they hold. Now everybody's swapping Spark Chief off the Hulk over to the thing, so pretty similar composition for Envy, but like you said, 2-2-2 for FlyQuest. Looking to make a difference here on this map. Maybe shying away from 2-2-2 on Midtown specifically, or sorry, from Triple Strategist on Midtown. But obviously for FlyQuest, they're just going to keep trying to take some space, but Envy's going to be a constant threat here towards this objective. Also, ultimate charge, huge in terms of what Envy's doing.
Yeah, you know what? I love the Bucky pick here for energy because you can capitalize on the Loki clones. The Resurrect is not as big from the Adam Warlock, and then you can go crazy with the combination of either Gaston or the AoE as energy takes down NK to get things going on that Bucky Barnes. But Cal does respond with the quick trigger there, and wow, beautiful as Zella's taking out space. This is equal footing here.
Yeah, this is the tough part with Triple Strategist compositions, man. It just feels like you lack that bucket, right? You lack a lot of that firepower that character can bring alongside the rest of FlyQuest composition. So right now it's working in favor of FlyQuest, although 2 minutes and 30s off the clock. Envy has bought themselves some time into the next match.
Yeah, I think energy here, as soon as he gets this Kraken impact, it's going to go off. I mean, here's NK popping the legendary. They do have plenty to counter it. They're not trying to use anything at first here as the Agamotto pops off for Gaskin. Does get a connection on Magneto, but we do get the undefeatable coming from Mantis quickly. Gaskin's able to escape into Cooper's ultimate, keeping everybody up and at him as we do have the Loki ult from Zelos going to bring the exact same ultimate. Clobbering time coming out again, yet again. Ultimate blender here. Someone trying to get the pick early, trying to make something happen. Kraken Impact just waiting to explode. Will they make use of it here as Gaskin pushing out, taking out, trying to get a little bit of poke damage to get the thing down. As you said, one of the most important picks here, especially for Fly against Envy. And it's just a brutal match as Sparky finally takes out Remix, but Cal hitting the board again. Not before the meteor comes, Dogman. Can he get the value?
Yeah, looks like NK's the one finding value now, coming out of that Resurrect full force. The rest of FlyQuest backs on out. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. We're seeing the advantages of this Triple Strategist composition, and they're able to hold on just off of that huge res from Cal.
Yeah, that was a very good staggering of the Strategist ultimates. Great job there, just trying to honestly survive through all the chaos. Gaskin hitting the big Agamotto, but just not getting any value out of it. Light here does have the initiation. There is not a lot of response. Paint's about to get their ultimate. If he would have popped it right away, you would get that value. But no, here comes the Mag Bubble with NK trying to get some hits early. And there it is. There's the legendary from Light. Can Light get the impact? Nope, because we've got... Oh, hold on now. Paint handling it by themselves.
A nice damage boost from the Fate of the Worlds there, I'd rather... fully timed damage boost, I should say, because Paint is able to tap through it. Unfortunately, Cooper's ultimate poorly timed, and now Envy's holding on. 35 seconds left to go. Envy playing it slow. Gaslin obviously has the Eye of Agamotto, but I mean, it's so far away, these strategists. They know the ultimates are available. They know what FlyQuest's plan is, right? Just to make sure he can get onto the back line. Gaslin has to fly into the sky because of NK's Galactic ultimate. There's been a lot of pressure on Energy. Oh no, he gets left behind. The Bucky left in the dust. Gaslin does hit the Eye of Agamotto. But I mean, Solon keeps everybody healthy. Gaslin also gets found too. And man, that was such an unfortunate fight for FlyQuest. Because they have the Kraken Impact, they're going to be lacking that in this upcoming fight. Delos, though, does take down NK. Resurrects back into the fight, though. So he's going to be here for the side of Envy. Clobber in time by Fly, or by Spark, is massive. Remix goes down, but he's found immediately. Also, Meteor M into the sky. Count out that ultimate, considering it was just deleted by the rest of the guns from the side of FlyQuest. Stun on a Spark Chief doesn't really end up mattering. Energy tried to go in forwards with the Kraken intact, but Envy holds steadfast. Nobody else low on Team Envy's side. Off of a nice copy from Sleepy, comes out of it, drops the crystals. Nobody else here for FlyQuest. Overtime going to tick down. Triple Strategist remains supreme.
Wow, I love the pick of Bucky, but we did not see that have the impact. I mean, they did not get anything going with the Kraken there. Unable, that pick was so massive. Probably the best possible hero to pick out of that lineup to get anything rolling there, because they were unable to make use of the remaining ultimates there. And then not having the, again, look at it, they all go right back into the res comp. I applaud them for going with something different there, and the Bucky on paper made sense, but you were playing so well as a res comp anyway, you might as well just play right back into it.
I think right now, 2-2-2, the only team that really can play at a high level is 100 Thieves. And, you know, every team just, I don't know how it keeps full holding this, man. Just like over and over again, we keep seeing first holds, no matter the composition. So it's tough to say really what's best. But, you know, you mentioned how 100 Thieves' worst map is this one. And I guess they're just going to keep playing against these triple strategist compositions that somehow do well on mid count. So.
Yeah, Cooper playing well. Strategist play is at a high. NK and Light, we've seen that story, that matchup. You know, we talked about Delina and Rye Mazing. It's NK and Light in a lot of these matchups here. Loving what we've seen out of both teams as far as, I would say, their terms and what they want the strategy to be. But right now, if I'm Envy, I'm feeling great after what was honestly a perfect matchup. Great defense, and they're going to have to play for their lives here to hang on.
Oh yeah, they have to be feeling good for sure, Cozy. And meanwhile, Black Widow swap with the damage boost. Can you find anybody? No way! It's the first Black Widow kill of the tournament
of 2025.
Oh my God, Cal, another one! He gets two. My God, I've never seen such good Black Widow play. And yes, that's not an overstatement, because we never see Black Widow. So.
Yeah, the first two, now 3 eliminations for Black Widow in 2025. Cal bringing out the rarity that is Natasha. And man, I'm all about this. That's awesome. Love it. Obviously, we're gonna get the swap off there, but Cal bringing a little bit of fun.
Definitely bringing a little bit of fun for sure. I love to see it. Now a Sleep comes through from Pain on the right side. Slows down the push from FlyQuest, who have just lost the first fight with really nothing to show for it. Entering neutral game, however, in terms of ultimates for this next fight. Soulbond committed, Crystal's committed to counter that. Light goes low, needs a bubble. A lot of cooldowns to keep this front line healthy. And oh my, Remix gets removed from the game. Paint trying to build this ultimate, go to the top side, able to get down Light, also in the sky. NK is flying above, able to take down Zelos, who has that resurrective to come back into the fight. Also, Mantis ultimate keeps everybody healthy. Light will be back here. Zelos in a moment will be back with Light. Oh no, that's a big pickoff onto him. Energy gonna trade it back, go on to Cal. So that's something for them. However, Cal back into the fight. Space and Paint also combined for 2. Gaslin looking for an elimination, who is now on this character of Magneto. Able to take down Sleepy even through the shield somehow. Got the damage. Clobber in time on the card. That was a massive Clobber in time, but it doesn't end up mattering because Mantis is here with an ultimate in your face. Also, they're coming back into it. Legendary in the sky. Is anything here to meet it in space with the Meteor M to soak it all up, but not going to connect anything on his side. Cal and the crew keeping everybody alive also with the Soul Bond. Gonna trade Vanguard. Zelos with the res there. We're gonna bring back one more. Light as well onto Cal. Gonna find him yet again. FlyQuest are holding on.
Perfect comms and communication there from the Soulbound and the Lanterns. Fantastic play there as Fly able to keep them on it. And my goodness, I mean, that is about as well as you can stagger those key abilities. We're seeing it yet again. Beautifully orchestrated here as they're heading into the next fight. Gaspin here now on Magneto, trying to get something going with the poke damage. Bro, I mean, we have Cal with his ultimate, though. Zelos has used theirs already, so that's going to come into a massive play for the unrelentless, unstoppable offense, and it's going to kick things off with the Legendary.
Get up the Legendary for some cooldowns out. Keeper as well. Copy waiting to use the ultimate whenever he wants to, and be trying to create some presence, be known. Copy as well throws that ultimate out from Cooper. They try to take advantage with that Mantis, commit the ultimate. Now counter comes back from Sleepy. copying the Mantis on his own team. Clobbering time still available for Spark Chief. We'll see if he wants to use it. He does. Connects onto the Mantis of the copy, and actually elimination on the Sleepy, who isn't going to be able to be brought back until a Resurrect comes back from Cal. So they're still back into the fight. Also from FlyQuest side, Vantage ultimate to keep them healthy. Now wants to keep pushing forward. Paint is brought back by the very end of the Resurrect. Also is here on the flank. Spark Chief though, still a threat on the thing. Shuts down Cal. Resurrect brings him back. Counter ultimate on the other side. Slows down for Spark Chief. Into the sky. Gaston trying to hit the meteor, but it's Zelos hitting the shots onto both Paint and Cal. Those were huge. His remix also is to fall.
Wow, I mean, Zelos, tremendous play here. Fly, I don't know what kind of pep talk they had at the halftime there, but Tony Robbins, who knows who was in there telling them that they can do it, and they're looking to do it as there's 13 seconds left. This is still plenty of time, though. We're going to see an overtime scrimmage here as we've got no ultimates at play, though. Zealous is about to have the Resurrect ready to go. NK going to pop that Legendary probably right as he has it. They're tracking these ultimates. These guys are pros. As the battle commences, Gaston trying to target here the thing early and often, and this is going to be tight as Cooper now with their ultimate. Plenty of strategists love to go around and keep these teams up.
That was greedy by Gasquin, but it actually kind of works out for them to hold that presence towards the cart. Here comes NK in the sky. And he's baiting out that copy on the other side from Cooper, in which he does so. So he's waiting to pop the ultimate. They kind of reacted early from FlyQuest. We'll see if that actually ends up punishing them. Vantis ultimate now comes through from Cooper. Copied. Sleepy with the counter on his own side. NK still waiting. Clobbering time on the other side. Oh my gosh, connects onto so many. But everybody's healed up. NK into the sky. Connects on the light. Does he find the elimination? He does. But he still has the red. Clobbering time on the low ground. Float again also here. Any elimination found will just be brought back, but they're so far away from the fight. They have to walk all the way back into this one. And they're met by Cal, who was here at the choke point, finding all of the Resurrectees, coming back into the fight. That's huge, although they have the red, so they're going to be back into it. Into the sky. Space goes to the Meteor M. Who's he going to connect onto? Can he find elimination? He does. It's onto Energy, who still has the Resurrect from the passive as well. So there's still so many members of FlyQuest here. Lights in the sky. Takes down NK. Paint resurrects back into the fight as well. Connects onto Cal. Members that still can be available due to the res. But clobbering time might end Envy's hopes here on Midtown.
Perfect
oh my
training.
God.
Perfect defense. That was beautiful. I mean, it came down Magneto versus Magneto. Both got rid of the Mantis. Both rezzed up. They were matching each other until Fly's momentum was just enough to take it. I can't believe it. I can't believe they ended up holding what was a monster defense. Spark Chief getting the MVP as the thing. First family, and it starts with that clobbering time we saw in the four-piece. Thing of beauty.
Absolute thing of beauty. In FlyQuest, now up 2-1 in the series. That puts them on map point, man. It's like crazy how much FlyQuest, how much work they're putting in here, even though you saw in those stats, I mean, NK was absolutely parsing.
I mean, honestly, this is as close as you get to team talent. These teams are just neck and neck with being able to... It's just razor thin, the margins that they're able to pull off here. And, I mean, you saw it with Space getting the immediate hit. I mean, that was just awesome with Gaston to follow. Again, though, it kind of comes back to what we just talked about. Now we've casted it over 3 games with the Adam Warlock and the use of the Resurrect when it comes. I thought when Cal cut them off, that was going to be it. But they came back.
Yeah, they I don't know how he didn't find more just due to ultimates, due to the Mantis copy. You know, I thought FlyQuest made a mistake once. Like, NK did a bait. This is like the closest you can get to maybe forcing an ultimate. Like, flew up, tried to see if they would react with the copy, and they did. But you don't really get punished because it's like, okay, great, you copy a Mantis, you wait till the Loki clone is about to run out, and then you just pop the ultimate so to keep the clone going, and then you have to use your own. So it didn't really end up mattering in the long-term side of things, but like for FlyQuest, I mean, what a way to win that too, considering how things have gone.
Yeah, and I mean, the Star-Lord play immaculate, right? Chris Pratt would be proud. Let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights and see we're very familiar with the Midtown at this point in that part of the map. Let's check.
stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. And I has fallen.
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Grab the whip. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
Welcome back. I hope you're ready for more because we got it for you. 2 for FlyQuest, 1 for Envy. And I got to say, man, it again came down to Adam Warlock, Cal, unfortunately, going down. And at this point, I think, Dogman, they've got to say over there on Envy, okay, the Res Comp, we've had enough. We're going to probably now ban one of the heroes involved in it because I think Fly adjusted to it immediately and took it from them. And there's not a lot of ways that they can effectively counter that if they've not. You know, you can dive. Dive's decent against like Mantis and Adam. There's a lot, you know, it's tough to be able to handle some of the heals and whatnot with that. But they've got to change up the strategy now. I don't think it's the res count for them.
Yeah, they might have to indeed. And, you know, we'll see if they do, because I guess the difficulty becomes you just constantly get your Hella banned, man. Like, it's just so consistent that they know that, you know, for the side of Envy to win, they got to keep playing the Hella. And, you know, maybe in scrims, maybe in practice, that's also what other teams are learning, is that this team may struggle without the Hella. They can do well, right? It's been neck and neck. It's been super close. So who knows if they'll bail on it just yet, considering, you know, how close it has been. But I think you're right. It wouldn't hurt to mix up their strategy.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a good point. I think that the Hella pick is just too good against what they're able to do. Cal is a phenomenal player. And it's just coming down to just micro decisions and honestly mistakes there. I'm floored with Fly. I know I've talked to some of these players and I know how much they want this so bad. Yesterday, they were honestly just completely bummed from the loss from Sentinels, and they wanted to scratch out, get back out there. They've even heard, you know, they saw Envy's performance with 100 Thieves, and they're like, you know what? No, this is ours, and they can make it right now. They're 2-up, up 2-1, and but with the way the night's going, man, it's probably gonna be 2-2 here in a moment. What do you think they pick map wise, and what are we gonna see?
I'm trying not to look because we can kind of see what map they're gonna play. I'm avoiding it for now. I mean, it's tough. We just played Midtown. We just played on Burning Chalda. We just played on Hell's Heaven. So I don't know. I'm thinking another Wakanda map, man. I'm thinking we go to Convergence here or Igisel Path, maybe. I mean, I know both of those maps are are viable options, and I bet both these teams are done with domination, or at least the set of Envy is. They don't want to play that again.
Yeah, there with the path. I mean, it's funny because I feel like I know Fly does have an answer potentially in dive. You would think with Envy, we saw a little bit of Venom, but not much from them. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that potentially into this comp, but it's hard to handle. And I got to give the kudos to tip of the cap to Fly for trying something different there in their original offense, and then they snapped out of it. They swapped right back to the res. But they're trying things here, and we'll see if they continue with it. I think we get the Atom ban. I think the Atom ban's going to happen on this one.
I'm thinking I agree with you. I'm thinking that's my as in depth as my analysis goes at this point, Cozy, man. Like, anything is possible. I feel like, dude, it's just absolutely insane, this matchup right now. I mean, if you're just tuning in, we are now 2-1 for FlyQuest, like you said, and that means a lot moving forward, because either team, once they lose, they are out of the tournament. They're going to have to see us in MRC, and I mean, that's also going on right now. So there's so many options for Marvel Rivals Esports to watch right now, and for Team Envy, they got to come back right now. I think that, overall, I think I wouldn't be against it per se, but I mean, what are the strengths, Cozy, maybe for Team Envy right now? What is the benefit if they do want to run it again? What's the win condition this time? Like, how are they going to make it work versus the side of FlyQuest?
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly do what you did on the first map in Hell's Heaven, and that is attack the Atom Zelos. They went for Cal immediately. That was the first thing they did. So they need to flip that. And when your back is against the wall, I've said this before, but you have all that support to come out swinging, right? And so right now, Envy facing elimination, they're going to get as locked in as you can. Obviously, FlyQuest not getting too comfortable. But the approach here is just put all effort on while managing everything else on the Atom, because that's where everything gets dictated there. But what's also the difference is that you also have been having, he didn't play that last match, but having the Strange pick there too, just to help with the extra portal, the extra bit of sustain, is also just they have to be that much more perfect in these team fights. In case playing in case playing great there, it's just the cards aren't falling.
Yeah, for sure. NK, if we could, I'll just kind of rant about him a little bit longer. I mean, just based on what we've seen previously, he's just been so consistent for this team, for Team Envy. He's been a standout player, right? I think he was the one that I personally knew the least about, kind of, coming into the tournament. And just simply because, there's so many Envy players that have played former hero shooters, he's the one that's kind of, okay, how good is he right now, right? How much is he worked at becoming a top-tier duelist in Marvel Rivals? And you could see his hard work's panning out, right? You don't need to be a big name to be absolutely crazy at the game. I mean, that's like every single duelist right now has kind of come out of nowhere, right? All of the good duelist players were from maybe tier 2, tier 3 in other games, and then they come into this game after, playing controller or whatever, and then they're just gods, right? So a lot of these duelist players have made a name for themselves in Delena and in NK, and I think it's just going to continue that way, right? He's so good. NK has been a standout. I mean, obviously we saw Cal yesterday, but truly has been a top-tier player on the Bucky.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And good highlight there. I feel like there isn't, if I was going to pick, a path of what the weakness is for the team here, what I'll give Envy is they come from other hero shooters, as we've talked about. So I'm sure plenty times before, they've been right here. They've been right here in this exact moment where their backs are against the wall. And so they do have that going for them. Again, you made a great point there. And I think we're kind of seeing that at all levels of play, right? Whether it's the duelist who, obviously has a lot on their shoulders. But, man, I've been blown away with how much the Thing has impacted the meta. It's been so cool to see a brand new hero come in and just make that much of an impact. And especially there, I mean, we saw there's some clobbering times that between his shift or his quick dash to dash and the knockups there, and then his ultimate, that small bit has completely changed what you were able to run before he landed in the game.
Yeah, he just offers so much. I mean, similar to Invisible Woman. I mean, both these two characters added to the game have just brought so much in the Fantastic Four. So, obviously, rest in peace. The other characters we don't talk about them. Okay, we don't talk about their two Fantastic Four characters. They don't matter currently. Obviously for Marvel it matters and stuff, but in this case, Let's not play Human Torch. Maybe let's not play Mr. Fantastic.
Kind of like that Fantastic Four movie with Miles Teller. That was no one remembers that one too. That's that one's forgotten as well. As we move in, and hey, you are right on the money with the map pick here in Convergence. It's going to be the Hall of the Jala. And listen, definitely botched the name, I'm sure. But with that, this is kind of like Midtown in the sense of it's so hard. Midtown, obviously a different type of map, but this first point is a tough one to grab. And we're going to see right away they approach this. We've seen actually the res comp here from a couple of teams on this map. So this could be the return of it yet again here. But yeah, what's the strategy you like to do in this map? You know, do you like there's 3 paths, right? The left, the right, and the dead mid. What do you go with?
Yeah, it's probably the left side for sure, just to take that long angle, set yourself up that way. A lot of the pro players, however, you know, they just go into that right room. They just get right to it. That also, just when I play this map, I honestly, as a duelist, don't like playing. I load in, I'm like, oh, damn, we're playing on freaking Hall of the Jala again. No, please. You know, it's just brutal. But, you know, for these two teams, I'm sure they both like playing on it, considering, well, at least Envy does, because they are the ones that picked it. Hella Ban came out first. Group ban countered, and I think we know how this goes, Circos.
Yep. I mean, we are seeing some differences in the lineup, but really it's just the same. There it is. Shockface, Pikachu Shockface with the Magneto getting the save there. And, well, you know, he had the Spider-Man kind of bait protected the last time. Will they do the Atom here? Are we going to see yet again? But if I'm Fly, man, it's been going so well. You might as well try it. But no, they go with the Spider-Man again. I don't think we're going to see the Venom ban this time, though.
Maybe not. Yeah, it could be a bit of a bait. Need more ban on the other side. What do they do? 20 seconds to decide. Venom ban to counter it. And Cozy, it's the same Flarkin bans, man, every time for these two teams.
They're destined to kill us as casters. Like, you know what? We're gonna just keep on bringing the res comp, which is actually really good for this map because it's so hard to cap. And as Adam, especially on defense, you're able to back into that kind of tiny room. There's a lot of safe play for Adam here. That if things are getting a little bit too heated, like there are some maps that you can't hide. Like there's nowhere to go. And so I love this a ton for the defense play. But I have not seen both offense, defense go with the res comp. Again, though, if I'm Fly, I'm just going to keep rolling it. You're playing it well. It's going well. And it looks like Envy, they are like, you know what? We've had a couple of misplays in a couple of areas, but we are confident in our res play.
See if it pans out for the side of Team Envy, who are now in the last map, man. I mean, this is their tournament lives on the line, going to yet another Wakanda map, and they want to play the same composition like you said. Meanwhile, for FlyQuest, sticking with Asklin on the Doctor Strange.
Yep, absolutely here. And again, couple paths to take. Typically, we see teams have been taking that high ground. That's the right path to take as the offense going left. But Gasklin and the Doctor Strange pool, we've seen portals almost every single time this map is played. Great map to get the first portal on, because then if you whiff, you don't get it, you're able to use it at the end there as they try to trigger the map environment right away. And look, we're getting a little spying. They're seeing what's up. Sleepy looking around. You see him? Sleepy is looking for that portal as they pop it, go behind the team here, and this is going to be massive. Can they get the pick right away as the teams are fighting? And they've got the health back here. Nice little spot there for the portal.
Yeah, nice little spot to hang around. Soul come out. Now here comes the Soul Bomb on the other side to keep Paint alive. If he didn't get it, he would have gone down. Envy's still kind of surrounding this spot right now. Sleepy's position's down, so is NK's, but they somehow avoid the depth of Gasklin's abilities. He drops down, comes back towards the main side, goes low in fact, as Remix trying to prioritize taking down Gasklin, and he does so pretty effectively. And that's going to be huge, because that's one of the characters you got to get rid of that does not have that resurrect by nature, by passive. Also, not going to have the teleport to come back into the fight, so Envy is taking advantage. Copy comes through from Cooper. So that's interesting considering the situation they're in. They want to extend to this fight. They're going to go out with the Mantis ultimate. Disengaged from Envy, so that's going to buy some time for FlyQuest to regroup.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked that came out from Cooper, but they then procs the passives because of it. NK trying to put the pressure on, getting rid of Zealous, and now it's just going to be rough as they're going to play the cleanup job, but they're using their ultimates. We're getting a little bit of that staggering happen, and Energy doesn't care. Taking down Sleepy, but here's the boarding in from Cal. This is a big meteor from space, and yet again, the bang, it connects it. Energy going down, and now they should be able to clean up. Flight is using that passive, though, wanting to get back into the action. Doesn't matter. It takes a fistful of the thing right into the face, and Envy cleaning up the job. That was a lot of ultimate staggering. You had Gaston not even there. Loki popping the Cooper pop on the ult there. It was a little bit of messy play.
Yeah, indeed, it was a bit of messy play from FlyQuest, and 2 minutes left to go. That could be a difference maker when it comes to who wins the map. You know, ultimates are in favor of FlyQuest. They've also got the Eye of Agamotto ready to go. How's everybody to play for Team Envy's side, right? Sleepy's going to be target. Space as well in Remix. Everybody else on Envy, Cal, Paint, and NK can play as aggressive as they want. Everybody from FlyQuest sort of just walking down mid, taking the space. Gaston setting up Eye of Agamotto on the height, connects onto Cal. Soulbond keeps him alive temporarily, but eventually the damage is far too much. Cal does have the res. Remix also falls low in main, looking for both Paint and Cal to force those reses out. Gaston is his job done. Tick also halfway given. Cal found again. That's massive because he does not have that cooldown to come back into the fight. Spark Chief as well, making sure Remix not able to set up a good ultimate or come through the choke point, build towards it. In fact, the point is given up. FlyQuest space was created. The rest of the team came through to cap the point.
Yeah, I mean, Gaston didn't miss any of the magic from Doctor Strange. Great job to hunt down Adam there, and even though the resurrect from his passive came up, just great job keeping on the pressure and getting rid of Paint as well. Got to give it to Gaston there in the way that he just played that. Great job overall. They do have plenty of ultimates going in this next fight too. Now they can, you know, Envy can match them. Envy has 0 strategist ultimates going to that fight though. They look to change the tide here.
Euro entering this is a bit rough. Fight going aggressive, or anything last fight rather. It's a bit rough. Here comes Mantis ultimates. The sustained for now is FlyQuest back under there, looking to rebound into it. Legendary of the high ground. They actually just give up the space, and Cooper goes down. Everybody's trying to just kind of run into it. Maybe get that res off on Zelos' side. In fact, they just want to come back through, coming through in the main side. Zelos with the res, going to bring back Light and Cooper into the fight. Energy, nice momentum creation towards that main to get some progressive overload. Gaslin gonna go down, but he's brought back by the resurrection again. Cal still has his on their side. Sleepy copy, able to go in. Also can float because of how the map works. Kind of flies around the objective. Gaslin trying to walk in with his Eye of Agamotto. They have the speed boost from the Mantis. Where's Cal gonna be? Can he get hit by this Eye of Agamotto? Or is he gonna be able to play back? Hit that res off. Legendary met by the Meteor M. Drops into Zelos' face. Eye of Agamotto's here, connects onto multiple members. And FlyQuest is there with the follow-up. Zelos reses also into the fight still yet again. Cal went down in that fight, could not drop that res.
Wow, that was a game of patience, honestly. You know, Gaston did fall. They didn't get the Mantis out in time, but Light had his ultimate a very long time. They get the point two with it. My goodness. I mean, Light had his ultimate through NK having it to 50%, died, but had the passive up. Beautiful display of patience here as Spark Chief is going to be able to set things up. Doesn't need it. Light taking down NK, and Light doing what he does best, just showing the carry. There is the ultimate, and we have some follow-up. Can we get some connections? Nothing going to happen, but they do get the pressure to push up the point, making space with Tanks do best. Energy going in now with that ultimate. Nothing to follow. Cooper's going to be able to follow, but with the ultimate from the Clobber, from the Remix, do we get anything? Look at the heroes go up all at once, but no connections. Cal, though, taking a bang to Energy as this fight carries on.
And who's found? Looking at the pool of players gone. Spark Chief falls. Everybody else just wants the reset from FlyQuest. A momentum shift Envy could have regained. Right now, FlyQuest, it seems like in the full ult game, they are taking full advantage of Team Envy.
Yeah, this is huge here, and this is where Doctor Strange is coming in extremely handy. They got plenty left in the tank here. Going into the next fight, Cooper and Zealous can be ready to rock and roll. Cal 63% still, so they're going to look to close this as fast as possible. As Fly is closing in quickly here. Sleepy can get an emergency ult if needed. Obviously trying to hang on space, though. This is going to come in clutch. We've got the ult happening right away, trying to keep everybody alive. And this is it.
Oh, and this is indeed Gaslin. Eye of Agamotto on to Cal. Does he have the res to come back? Pete also goes down. Res is surely to fall. Also, Cart's not pushing, by the way. I mean, everybody's just running towards that car, making sure it can't progressively continue. Also, Cal did res. Back in the fight, gonna go down Sleepy. Unfortunately, also gonna fall. Legendary committed by Light. Just clean up right now for them.
Woo. Yeah, perfect use of Legendary. Again, just the patience there. And there's just nothing you can do against the Agamotto. There's no, outside of a little bit of Magneto, they are just fully exposed, and that's giving them huge setups plays. As Spark Chief going in, getting the connection on Cal. The defense has plenty. Indy's got plenty to respond, but they got to get out of that point. They're taking it all to them, not letting them have any. 2 on the point. Let's get 3 on the point to get this thing pushing. They got 3 now, 4, same thing. And there's the Legendary coming from Team Envy. NK trying to get the pick here happening. Light just trying to survive at this point. Does have the soulbound to help him out a little bit. Sleepy now pushing towards Spark Chief, taking him down. Zealous though with the res, and this is going to be massive coming into the last fight.
That was a huge res. Also asleep to slow down space from finding that Adam Warlock, able to eventually take down energy, but he's brought back by the res immediately. So everything's still here. Copy as well onto the Mantis. A little bit sustained this fight. 45 seconds left to go. Space with the Meteor M. Oh, he's just not been able to connect those so far, especially with the overhealth, the bonus HP sort of soft countering this Magneto Soul Bomb to keep Gaskin alive as well. Able to build towards that. Eye of Agamotto, it's ready to go. Also, Light in the sky could connect whenever he wants. Space is not going to have anything for it. Zello does fall. Eye of Agamotto on the left side connects on the full support. Able to remove 2, 3. Red comes through as well from Zelos, and everybody from FlyQuest is here. Nobody is here from Envy. They weren't even able to use the Resurrect from Cal. FlyQuest, get it done.
Fly to perfection. This is a fly zone. They try. Listen, they got Zealous. That's what they committed on, and Zealous had that passive to come back, and that allowed Gaskin to do the open up of the massive Agamotto taking down their turn. That was perfect play from Fly, start to finish. Light's probably his best game yet, and Space has not missed many meteors, man. He's been on it tonight, and unfortunately, you know, when it matters most, was unable to close down there.
Yeah, it's tough with the current meta, probably, I guess, because like you copy Mantis, so you have another Mantis ult. You Mantis yourself, you have another Mantis ult, and then Meteor M. At that point, you have to be like perfect. At least with Luna Snow, when she pops her ultimate, like she doesn't get that much bonus health. She gets the beginning bonus health, but doesn't get it back. So I mean, you can get one shot through that, but now you have extra HP to deal with this Meteor M, and it's just making it so difficult for Space right now.
Yeah, this is. I don't want to say this is a wrap. Anything can happen. This is such a tough map though to get three points on. And we highlighted this earlier, man. We said Space. We've seen him play Magneto. We've seen him play Venom. Is there more flexibility there? And honestly, it's so tough to put up with this, especially with the res comp, man. You know, add that in with the Doctor Strange there. You've got 2 guys that can set up the combos. Looking at the stats here, just absolute impeccable play there from Light. 20k damage, 11 final hits. Has only died twice. Res, obviously, both on passive on those. And here we go. This is it. Backs against the wall in B. You're eliminated if you don't win it. Give it everything you got. And here, this is the start. No Doctor Strange, no portals to start them off again. No one flexing into that role.
Now they're actually going to run the 2-2-2. So they've taken your idea where they've just decided to, okay, let's swap back to 2-2, play that Winter Soldier, play Star-Lord, kind of just aggressively dive onto FlyQuest, make sure they feel as uncomfortable as possible, make sure these strategist players get picked off, and right now they're holding a lot of space. They're pushing towards that objective. Cooper still on the height, takes an off angle. FlyQuest have to kind of give up on that position slowly once NK on the other side, or Cal on the other side, presses it out of the fight. Meanwhile, frontline presence still sort of leading in favor of Envy as Archie falls over. Really so much damage coming through from all of the members of Envy. Also, they have the BRB in case anything happens, and both of the Vanguards just kind of fall over. Portal still available for FlyQuest, so they'll have a retouch potentially, but that was a good engage.
Yeah, really good engage there, and that's where the Magneto does come in handy with Zealous going down to Wolf. The great engage there, though, able to keep the bubble on, have that thing pressure pushing, and they're not even going to bother to waste the portal there. They're just going to reset. I mean, that is exactly the answer that you want in a great swap to the 2-2-2. Cal continuing to stagger here. Wow, pushing forward, pissed off, ready to go, and is trying to take down Cooper while at it. Gaskin at this point is just ending it all and going to reset with his team, not giving any more ult charge, and they're playing angry now. I love to see it. Envy fully loaded on the ultimate front.
5 minutes left to go. They can get that combination even to eliminate through Shredder's ultimates. If you pop the Rocket Raccoon, get the Kraken Impact, that could do an incredible amount of damage, especially since Magneto Puddle's not out there. So, you know, you can't just get through these shields of Gaslam, get that reset. We'll see what they opt to do. Here comes the Clobber in time for Remix. Connects onto the backline. Impact is there. Not with the Rocket Raccoon ultimate, though. So they just force ultimates out. Want a backline out of there. FlyQuest walks on in. Trying to find Remix, and they do so easily. And the follow-up is also there from the high ground. Cal did pop a late ultimate. Remix brought back by the BRB. Also, everybody else here still on Envy's side. They do have the Luna Snow dance floor to stay healthy. But oh no, Cal's not near it. And Light, what a pickoff by him. Comes back to the rest of his team. Space has to fall back through the main side. Everybody's sort of low. Rocket Raccoon ultimate goes away, and Envy sort of tactically back up.
Way to lock in, Light. Absolute phenomenal play there. And yeah, at this point now, the ultimate advantage is going to be going, to the defense, to Team Fly. Got the Resurrect unlock as well as the setup here. Gasplin, huge AoE pop into the Light. What a beautiful non-ultimate combo as we do get the Spark Chief setup. Cooper finishing off Space. Strategists are getting picked. Everybody's getting a piece of the pie at this moment. Bang, down goes another. And at this moment, they're spawn camping. I mean, Fly is playing lights out.
Absolutely lights out. I mean, this is the difficulty when you go against somebody's practiced as Light. Also, he constantly has that damage boost committed to him from energy, right? There's no Mantis on the side for Envy, so Cal not afforded the similar opportunity that Light has right now, and he's fully taking advantage of it. Goes into the sky, forcing an ultimate from Space to try to break the meteor. Not going to be able to, but at least force him to drop it at a suboptimal angle. Also, the building is just totally moved. Nice hook, though, onto Light. Doesn't end up mattering, though, because he has a lot of support from the rest of his team. Drops back now after that dance force committed. Also, a Rocket Raccoon ultimate, so they've layered on ultimates. Clobber in time as well. If they don't find anything, that can be brutal. Ivagomoto's here with the Kraken impact. NK dodged away like an absolute anime character from that fight into the sky. NK's trying to live, gets the healing from Paint, stays alive as well as Cal's able to connect onto yet another one. Zelos still has the res, also energy, has the passive back under the fight. Gaston's going to go down. That's going to force the res from Zelos now. Born again into the fight, no ultimates as well for the side of Envy. But in these neutrals, how can they do? That's really what's going to end up mattering. They're playing aggressive. They get the bubble to go forward into the sky. Cal goes now with the comp with the ultimate. Can he find anything? It doesn't look like it necessarily, even though he's not against any Stratus ultimates. Envy still holding off for now by FlyQuest, who has their own ultimate.
Yeah, Light just waiting there, building up the ultimate. Got it. There's no strategist to be able to counter this, and he's just picking on Cal now. BRB does take him back, but Gaskin closing in on it as well. And look at Light with barely any health, taking out NK to follow. They're following up, killing out Pain, eliminated from the map. And this has just been the story, quite honestly. This is the Strange versus Magneto, because Magneto, even though all they need is a Soulbound to survive that, and if you just saw Gaskin, giant shield to block the meteor in. Gaskin kept his team alive, kept them in the fight here, and now they have plenty for them, as now Envy only has the 40% rocket boost to aid them in the second or last battle.
Envy needs an absolute miracle, even though they do have some to work with here. On the top left, Clobber in time comes through in the main. Everybody dodges it though, sidestep. Envy comes back through. Impact plus the Rocket Raccoon. See it later. NK able to get onto one. I mean, that's so much damage coming through. You can get through these supporters on the backside. Gaston Ivagomoto is met by a Stratus ultimate, but it doesn't really matter. The follow-up is there. The damage is there. Kraken Impact still out there, by the way. He's able to get so many resets on the high ground. Light going aggressive with another ultimate. He's been big before, but it's Gaston this time to take advantage of the pressure created by Light. And Envy sent back to the spawn once again.
Yeah, Cal was 5% behind Light there, and he was able to just clean up the job, and it was going to be close because a great way to counter Legendary is from, in fact, another Legendary. I mean, they're surviving all... You know, we just saw this on Midtown, where the Bucky is supposedly should counter the Warlock, but it's not. They're playing the abilities perfectly, and if we look at, we still have a Born Again ready to go. Spark Chief can set up the battle to start, but Cal can't open up with the Legendary, and there's not going to be a lot of response to that outside of the Born Again.
Not a lot of response indeed, but Zelos really good at hiding. So, you know, depending on what happens, can't even find him. Meanwhile, Clobber in time on the main side does connect on multiple members. It's a little bit late from Cal. Does find one. Remix also brought back with the BRB, so they do have even numbers. Zelos also still sitting back. Energy going to be brought back into the fight, so they have the advantage now. Once Energy comes back into the fight, Gasplin has built the Eye of Agamotto. It could send Envy home. What does he want to do? Rocket Raccoon ultimate in the main. Playing it slow. Mantis ultimate gives Gaston the advantage to go forward. Looking for the back line. Connects onto Rocket. Is it going to have the follow-up? Maybe? How is Sleepy alive? No way, eventually going to fall to Cooper. Space comes back. We've seen Envy do this again, but Gasklin on the paint. Clobbering time is big with the follow-up. Is it there? Light on the backside on NK. Shuts him down. Nobody's going to be brought back. Space with the meteor. It doesn't connect. In Envy, their tournament life has been absolutely unplugged. FlyQuest get it done to move forward on the Sentinel.
That is going to be the swan song of Envy, and it came down to, I've got to say, Light getting those ultimates just ahead in time, and beautiful play and great defensive effort and even better offensive effort from FlyQuest. Massive with the 3-1 victory, and they will be moving forward facing Sentinels yet again. Story that they just had. They're there to be the comeback kid, and we can look at it 43-4. Light coming in clutch with a 43-4 39K, 41K. NK having a great game. That was tough though. They did not seem to be able to flex into anything else there, Dogman.
Yeah, you got to respect the attempt to try something new. I mean, there's like, I guess not really new because Tuchu's a pretty viable competition, but considering how practiced they were on that triple strategist, and it just wasn't going their way, it's something that I'm sure is going to eat at them in that off season, which is not very long considering they just got to go back and play in RMRC. But Team Envy put up a good performance. That's a solid job from them to be able to get top 4 in this tournament versus FlyQuest. I mean, that was no easy task.
Yeah, I mean, we came into the tournament and we said, the favorites are 100 Thieves, FlyQuest, Sentinels, and now we're going to get grand finals with one of those 3. Which one against Sentinels just eliminated FlyQuest. And so we do want to say our goodbyes to Envy. They did a great job here, especially with I think this showcases how close the scene is here, because Envy was just a couple moments away from getting closer and closer, to giving 100 Thieves all they could handle. But then just right there, FlyQuest was able to show the dominance performance that they could show against Envy. So it's neck and neck here. It's close. We'll be interviewing a player here pretty soon, and excited to just ask them how they're feeling, because going against Sentinels, facing the brink of elimination and fighting back was insane.
Oh yeah, that was absolutely crazy. And FlyQuest, maybe living up to their names now, right? Obviously getting signed. You said Euphoria previously, now FlyQuest after they got picked up for the Invitational. Real challenges ahead of them, man. I mean, obviously Envy was a super good roster. I thought that they've improved, and unfortunately it just wasn't enough. And for FlyQuest side, right now they're living up to the name, but they still have to go against Sentinels before they have the big boss of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and I got to say, I mean, it was such a razor-thin matchup against Sentinels. Like, it was so close as well, almost what we just saw there from Envy and them, that could be anybody's matchup. And I think honestly, I think it's an even footing at this point. I mean, they both do things extremely well. Gasklin, man, just setting up those plays. I think Sentinels, though, should be able to counter the Doctor Strange a bit more than we did see from Envy. But hats off, Light there, just incredible play from the Star-Lord. Who else do you want to highlight there from all the matches? I mean, it was a lot of res comp, but anything else just pop out as like, wow, just the difference.
You pointed out earlier Zelos. I mean, he was just so consistent with just making sure those reses were perfectly timed. We talked about how you mentioned how Cal, getting picked off 1 or 2 times. It was like such a small mistake, but it ended up mattering. And for Zelos, his positioning was sublime. Everybody played around it super well. So overall, I would say him. And FlyQuest's overall team, they're looking freaking nasty. Energy as well. I think it's important to show a lot of flexibility. And for Energy to swap over to playing some Mantis, he kind of has been the glue for this team. We don't see a lot of these kind of hit scan players be able to flex as well as Energy has been. So that's the biggest important improvement, I would say, from FlyQuest so far, is that like this tandem of having these duelists, vanguards, and strategist players that kind of can flex all over the place has been super important for this team.
Yeah, good call. Energy played lights out today. Honestly, the Mantis play from both Paint as well did a tremendous job. When you looked at it, I mean, I want to highlight it because we talked about it, but yeah, Magneto, obviously, incredible tank. We're seeing him all over the place, but whenever the res comp is just a perfect answer to what he can, throw at. And then you've got the Agamotto, which is a even better answer to the res comp, because you get that Eye of Agamotto on all 3. It doesn't matter how many strategies you have. Doesn't matter about the revives. You're going to be able to take them down. pretty fast. And then to have Cal have to go from the Atom quickly then over to Star-Lord and mix things up. The way Envy started that fight, I thought it was about to, potentially be a 30-3 on Hall of Dajala, which we don't ever see. That's a tough point. Because if they would have kept that, I almost guarantee it would have been either a draw. I mean, that first point with overtime time is very tough to get.
Yeah, FlyQuest, in that first objective, maybe weren't expecting the 2-2-2 to come at them as fast as it did, and at least they lost Spark Chief early due to, a bit of a mistake from him probably, and, they kind of just rebounded, right? I mean, they just came back and it was just so many ultimates, man. It's just, you can see why this composition is so good, right? It's just absolutely insane how many ultimates you pop, and, it's so interesting that to me that, like, FlyQuest don't even play this comp. Like, they're the only team that don't really play triple strategists. Or did I say FlyQuest? 100 Thieves are the only team that doesn't play this triple strategist composition. Both Sentinels and FlyQuest play this comp, so we'll see what they want to do versus each other. And meanwhile, 100 Thieves like, yeah, dude, you guys can have fun playing triple strategist. We're just gonna play freaking just gonna play a 2-2-2 because we just like the game, I guess.
It's crazy to say that the team that showed the most life against 100 Thieves was the team that just got eliminated. We've seen FlyQuest against 100 Thieves and Sentinels both have struggled, and so listen, the story doesn't always repeat itself. There is plenty to be had, especially in a best of 7. And tomorrow is the grand finals, and there so much momentum change can happen in a best of 7 and just extra strategy. So that should, make a major play here. What I'm excited to ask our interviewee, and the first thing I'll be popping in and asking them is, they've been here, they've done that with Sentinels, and so how does the strategy change this time? Because it's one thing playing a team last weekend and then playing them again now. It's another that you played them yesterday and you're about to go up for the rematch. They know all your cards, theirs. It's gonna be interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's both teams understand exactly how each other's going to play, and those are the most exciting matchups, I think, the ones that are well practiced behind the scenes, and really what matters in the day, because we haven't, well, at least for earlier, like you said, I mean, FlyQuest lost to Sentinels previously. They know they can win that one. Seems like even 100 Thieves had faith in them, man. Like, even SJP was saying, yeah, we expect FlyQuest to win versus Sentinels, and they even maybe hinted at playing the triple strategist comp themselves and doing well with it. So we'll have to wait and see, obviously, who wins the matchup between FlyQuest and Sentinels. Like you said, a lot can change in a couple days. So I don't know. Do you think it's going to change? Do you think FlyQuest is going to be able to make those adjustments?
So we saw Magneto saved by Fly, I believe, right? And the thing about that is that's when Hogs flexed over to the Magneto. And today it wasn't, best play there on Magneto against 100 Thieves. But he did play lights out against them when it came to the matchup with FlyQuest. And so they kind of used some of their saves against them. Both teams hate Hella. Both teams ban Hella. So, I don't know if we're going to see a lot of Hella tomorrow in the lower bracket here as we go into the grand finals. I just think Sentinels does match up pretty well. But the passion there because there's a couple storylines going on. First of all, this is technically a rematch of Nightmare versus Euphoria, Sentinels versus FlyQuest. It's the same exact rosters, except the one change is Gasklin was previously on the Sentinels. Now he's with his new team. They're going back to back. So they've got the storyline, and I know that man wants to get the W. So they both, it's cool that we're getting to repeat different teams, different rosters, different, meta, but they stack up well.
Oh yeah, they stack up well, and I'm sure we'll talk about other teams after we interview Light, which will be coming up in a moment as he gets set up in our little call over here. Maybe to go back in the tournament, Cozy, just to reflect so far what's happened, right? We're entering the final days of the game, right, of Marvel Rivals Invitational, entering that championship Sunday. Maybe, is there any team that we've seen so far? I know that you've pointed out, like, Shroud X earlier. Is there any team in specific that you want to, like, shout out that they played well, even though they're out of the tournament now? Maybe even Envy, who just dropped out of the tournament?
Yeah, Shroud X played well, but I honestly want to highlight Shikigami because they were 0-6. They called it the slingshot, and they go from a team that, was ready to go, got lights out, and then they were able to really step up on it. Before we get to that, though, speaking of lights, we've got Light ready to go. Got to ask this guy tons of questions. Let's welcome him in. Light, can you hear us, bud?
Yeah, what up, boys?
What's up, man?
Hey.
3 times is the magic number. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are y'all doing?
Dude,
good.
We're wiped, man. I don't know why the amount of boarding games and portals and that was pure madness. And congrats, first of all. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you. We're really happy. Yeah.
I gotta ask, man, obviously that matchup was huge. Being able to get you the way you and the Cal Ultimate staggered at the end there, and you were able to get your Legendary to do just enough more, that was beautiful. I gotta ask you though, heading into Sentinels, right? You guys are just coming off that matchup with them, and it was close, razor thin margins. I know you guys are looking to reset. Is there anything that you can look at from that match a day ago as you head into the matchup now, and what you might change or the different approach to it?
Oh yeah, 1000%. I think every single time we've played that team, we have just trolled our draft and just played stuff for no reason that we normally wouldn't play. I think going into tomorrow, I'm feeling if we played half as well as we played today with as much energy and the confidence that we had and the belief that we can win, we will beat everybody. Everybody. I'm so happy that the team really locked in today and brought it home and we played our best. Like, it felt so good. Everybody was so locked in. The comms were through the roof. Everybody was trying their hardest. We were locked in, listening to each other. All of our ults were comboing. My supports were cycling their links and their lamps and their tranks perfectly, like 3-2-1s and everything. Like, it was like a machine, boys. Like, we were just locked. And I'm kind of caffeinated, so like, I'm up there too. But
Bro,
man,
you're getting me hyped,
that
man.
was masterclass. Yeah, that was a masterclass for the boys up top.
Up top for sure, dude.
Go ahead, dog.
Oh yeah, man. Like obviously, dude, it seems like your hair has like grown out between today and yesterday alone. Like you've just been locked in, just grinding the game, dude. I mean,
yeah.
Obviously, you guys are prepared for Sentinels tomorrow versus Envy. They looked good too. I mean, what can you say about the match you guys just played? Obviously, like you said, you guys are a well-oiled machine. What was it like to play against Envy and just to win 3-1 in that fashion?
So I have a lot of respect for Envy. They got really good really, really fast. And they'll have like a lot of seasoned players who have shown that they know how to buckle down and lock in a series no matter how it was. So I had to like constantly remind my team that no matter how, like when we were up 2-1, I was telling them like, guys, don't fall asleep. This team just reverse swept Sentinels. Like we can lose, and that we have to keep our foot on the gas and keep going. So shout out to them. I think they did a great job. They played it really, really well. If they had a lot more scrim time together, I think that they would have been a top contender in this tournament, even more so than they already were. So
yeah, it was a great matchup, man.
I've been saying Cal is just like the GOAT at Hella, besides Energy, of course, ever since like before this tournament even started. Like I played him like 2 times in a tournament and like a scrim, and this guy just hits more shots than anybody, besides Energy again, of course. But yeah.
You guys came in with the battle plan, shutting down Hella, shutting down Namor.
Yeah,
we saw that.
we're not playing against that.
To get the res comp versus the res comp, man. I mean, you guys both played it multiple times, and what surprised me is you guys barely lost that domination on Hell's Heaven. You came back, you wanted to play yet again. You switched only once on the Midtown, and then you're like, know what? Let's circle back, go right to the res comp. Did you feel fully confident that you guys, with Zealous on Adam and everything, just working as the fine machine as it was, could just play a little bit better, especially with Gasket on Strange versus the Mag? I thought was a great setup.
Yeah, I mean, Gaskin just dominated that series. Like, his strange ults were unreal. So, shout out to him. Like, oh my god, that was crazy. But I knew that we were going to win that in the Adam mirror because that comp, like the Adam, Mantis, Star-Lord core, was our favorite comp back in the beta, and we've just scrimmed that so much, and we just know the comp like the back of our hand. And the only adjustment that we needed to make was to put Cooper on Loki, and then to just swap to the Mantis. Like, we just needed to play Loki, and that was it. And then the game was 10x easier because that character is just super, super strong.
Yeah, you could 100% tell, man. And obviously for you to play the only duelist in that composition, right, to constantly be able to go off. And, you know, it's interesting, too, because you guys almost didn't get countered by, like, we've seen previously a lot of teams hard focusing playing Magneto, but it didn't really bother you. Like, you guys just kind of dealt with the Meteor and just were able to do whatever you wanted, right?
Yeah, basically, like, even though he saved all of his meteors for my Star-Lord ults, we just all call to burn it, and then it breaks instantly. And then I'm, like, constantly thinking about if he's going to throw it at me, because I know that Space likes to, like, turn away to make you think he's not going to throw it, and then he'll turn back at you and throw it. So I was, like, super self-conscious of that and made sure that I always had my kickflips ready just in case. We always had lamps, we always had links. Like, we did a really, really good job about doing the mag ults because we saw Space was doing, like, a crazy amount of work on that character against other teams, so...
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, having Doctor Strange 2 with the shield being able to block it, and then that Agamotto on the triple support, it just feels like so much more impactful at that point in time. I got to ask you, man, I watched you guys in the Invitational when you were Euphoria back then. Obviously, the addition now, Gaskin from Nightmare, what you have. I mean, this is a rematch, essentially, of what the finals were, you know, way back when. You didn't come out with a W now. I know you guys are hungry. I've talked to Gaskin. I've talked to the team.
We want it so bad, bro. Oh,
dude, I can feel it.
We just
man.
want it so bad. Yeah. They've like beaten us so consistently in the past. Like we're in the final stretch of winning or getting to the grand finals, and they're like the last hurdle that we need to get over in order to become the best team. Besides 100 Thieves, of course, they're like an entirely different beast. But to us, the match against Sentinels is much more personal, just because we do have that history from the beta and from other tournaments, and we also have like similar styles. Like they are really good at the Atom triple support stuff too. And they're also like a very flexible team. Like they'll play triple tank, triple support, triple whatever, just anything. So we'll see how it goes. I think it'll be a really competitive series, but I think if we play it half as good as we did today, we will do very well.
Bro,
I bet.
Excited, man. And we just, I mean, I'm just excited to watch that match tomorrow. Dog, do you have anything else for Light? Do you want to do any shout outs to, I mean, obviously you gave some shout outs to your team earlier for the perfectness, but give us some shout outs, some love.
Yeah, I mean, just Spark Chief, Cooper, Gasklin, NRG, Audios, Coach Yoki, like everybody, my entire team, like everybody contributed to that win today. Everybody played super well. I'm super proud of the boys for locking in. Thanks again to FlyQuest and NetEase for setting this up and giving us the opportunities. All the streamers who are watching. I'm sorry to the fans that I didn't pick Spider-Man. I want to pick it, but when I only pick it when the time is right because I want to win. So stay tuned for that. But I do stream it like every day on Big Biceps 39 at Twitch TV, Light PK. So come pull up. But other than that, like if it's good in tournament, I'll pick it. But sorry, boys.
I love it. You tricked us, man. We saw the Spider-Man say, we're like, here it comes. It's gonna be light. And then it's like, man, yeah.
Conditions weren't met, boys. I can't talk about what those are, but only when they're met.
Hey, love it, man. Thanks so much for coming. Third time's a charm. Love to have you. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Got the popcorn ready, buddy. And rest up, man. You got a big one tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate it. Have a good night, y'all.
All right. You too.
See you, Sir Light. Dude, what a personality. I can love him. He's come on before, dude. He's just brings so much energy. Sorry, I'm caffeinated, and he just goes off on everything. It was awesome. I can love that dude, unironically.
Yeah, dude, that guy, man, absolute vet in front of the camera. I gotta say, it was cool to see him highlight, what they did well. Guys, you saw an electric day today as we have been on for hours. Envy taking down Shikigami 3-2. FlyQuest 3-0 Nightmare in a surprise finish. And then, of course, 100 Thieves, the Goliath, taking down the Davids currently in Sentinel 3-0. And we just saw it. Envy falling to FlyQuest 1-3, my man. What a set of matches.
Yeah, I mean, an incredible set of matches overall. If you want to watch back the day, 100% check it out in the VOD section or on our YouTube channel. And meanwhile, let's look into tomorrow, man. Grand Finals, 100 Thieves is waiting for this matchup that you mentioned before. They played before FlyQuest in Sentinels. The rematch of the century is going to be tomorrow. First game of the heckin' day, man. So excited for Championship Sunday. That's going to be the conclusion of the Invitational, and who takes home the $40,000? That's all on the line. 100K tournament, man.
Yeah, it's so cool that we have an awesome grand finals in store. Who knows what could happen from there, especially when you win. You got the momentum carrying in you from that lower bracket finals. We have a hell of a lower bracket finals up for us, man. They both won it so bad. I know Sentinels wants to get back there because if they could come back and win against 100 Thieves, it doesn't matter what's happened thus far. If they get the win on the grand finals, that's all that matters. And FlyQuest, they want to beat who has been their rival, right? Sentinels now, they have their rival with Thieves. No, there's another rival, and it's happening with FlyQuest. So the teams won it, and there's nothing better when both teams are fighting it to the hardest degree that they could. We have a best of 5 lower finals hitting you tomorrow. You don't want to miss out. And then, of course, to follow the grand finale, bud. Insane matches. We've had the Res Cup. We had a little bit of everything. Guys, it was great, Dogman. It was fun. I'll let you close, man. What a day.
What a day, Cozy, man. No, it's good casting with you. Make sure to check out my co-caster over here, Cozy, on everything, all social medias. You can check me out, too, if you really want to. But, I mean, overall, the day's been sick. And shout out to all of our players, right? It's just we have so many good personalities in the scene. They've been awesome so far in the interviews, but obviously we've got one more day, dude. Obviously, we got to sleep. One more night of rest before till tomorrow, that grand final. So we'll catch y'all live here back on Twitch and YouTube tomorrow.